Chapter 281 Thunderblade. After thinking for a while, the third Raikage suddenly attacked without warning and pounced on a certain golden-armored boy next to him. "Damn boy, die for me!" At this moment, the third Raikage had a hideous face, as if he wanted to choose someone to eat, and was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. He found that he had been cheated, and he was cheated miserably. "Uncle Raikage, what do you mean? You are not the one who crosses the river and destroys the bridge." He dodged the attack of the third Raikage very lightly by leaning sideways. Shimura had an innocent expression on his face. He really couldn't understand why the third Raikage went crazy. "I've done plastic surgery for you for free. What else do you want? Don't hide, you little brat." Turning around awkwardly and continuing to attack, the third Raikage was so angry that his teeth itched. This time he was really screwed by this kid. His original idea was to enlarge himself proportionally, and his height was finally locked at 2 meters and 5. As a result, his height did meet the standard, it was 2 meters and 5, but his shoulder width also reached 2 meters and 5, his arms could hang down to the ground, his arm span was estimated to be 7 meters, and his chest thickness reached an astonishing 1 meter and 5, a whole square. It's even more devilish than Onoki's body. How can he go to see people? How can he have the face to see people? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Don't you see that Uncle Raikage has rabies? Come up and hold him down quickly, I will transplant a super blood dragon eye to him. After dodging the attack of the third Raikage again, Shimura called out to Dode and others beside him. The third Raikage was unable to adapt to the huge change in his body shape. He didn't even have half of his strength, so he dodged easily. However, he couldn't keep doing this. After all, the operation was not over yet. Dode and others looked at each other in bewilderment. They really didn't understand what was going on. Why did their boss suddenly go berserk and attack? Seeing that everyone didn't dare to step forward for a while, Shimura felt helpless and could only rely on himself. He personally stepped forward and threw the third Raikage to the ground over his shoulder. The immortal force thread pierced into his body, cutting off the nerve control, blocking all the acupoints, and restricting the flow of chakra. Only then did he start the final blood dragon eye transplantation operation for him, or more accurately, the transplant fusion operation. First, transplant the 2 best quality blood dragon eyes into the eye sockets of the third Raikage, and then take the other blood dragon eye's pupil power and integrate it into it, using a portion of the pupil power of the 2nd generation chakra god tree as the primer for perfect fusion. At the beginning, there were hundreds of blood dragon eyes that were left alone, and these blood dragon eyes were also cleaned up. The effect was not as good as the blood dragon eyes after the fusion, but if the pupil power of these eyes was superimposed, it would be quite impressive, and 2 super blood dragon eyes could be created. The 3rd generation Raikage was really awesome, and it was not until the pupil power of 99 blood dragon eyes was fused that he reached his own limit. Although the pupil power of these blood dragon eyes was devoured by less than 10%, it was still very objective when superimposed. Not to mention that these pupil powers were superimposed on the pupil technique of dynamic vision enhancement and the pupil technique of illusion resistance, making the effects of these 2 pupil techniques no weaker than the kaleidoscope. The essence of the pupil technique is still the pupil power, and the eyes are just a carrier. "Uncle Raikage, do you feel better?" Seeing the anger on the third Raikage's face subside, Shimura asked with a smile, and at this time, Tsukade and others finally realized that they were deceived by Shimura. The third Raikage's body shape change was not caused by himself, but induced by that kid. "Can it change back?" The third Raikage calmed down and asked. He really didn't want to go out with such a non-human look. It's really too eye-catching. No. Decisive rejection of the third Raikage's request. He still has to make trouble in the hidden cloud village to make a little money. How can he let the third Raikage recover as soon as possible to interfere with himself? With this body shape now, this old guy can't expect to adapt perfectly without 2 years, and now this guy's bone strength is too strong. But it is far worse than before. The shoulder throw just now broke many bones on him, and his strength is really only 1/10 of what it used to be. I should have killed you with 1 finger. The third Raikage regretted it with his hands covering his face in frustration. What sins did he commit in his previous life to meet this kid? 2 blood dragon eyes consume a lot of energy. You should make an eye mask for Uncle Raikage as soon as possible. You can only use 1 eye to see the road at ordinary times, and take off the eye mask when fighting. After looking at the 2 super blood dragon eyes, Shimura signaled Dode and others to carry out the follow-up operation, so that the third Raikage would become an eye mask man, preferably with the right eye covered. This would be more in line with the image of Odin. After all, Odin is an eye-masked man, and he is also the third-generation god king of Asgard. It just so happens that the third Raikage is also the third-generation shadow of the hidden cloud village. He increasingly suspected that Kishimoto was plagiarizing Marvel, or directly plagiarizing Norse mythology. This is not impossible, after all. Kishimoto has a history of plagiarizing Journey to the West and then plagiarizing the mythological settings of Asen, which is quite complicated. Get out of here quickly, I want to be quiet, don't ask me who Jing Jing is. Signed Shimura Gento to leave quickly and smoothly, he is very unhappy now, very unhappy. Then goodbye, Uncle Raikage. Waving his hand with a smile, Shimura Gento left the laboratory very naturally. Dotai, bring more people to keep an eye on that kid, I feel he wants to make trouble. Thinking for a while, the third-generation Raikage ordered Dotai, always feeling that the kid was deliberately doing this to delay him, and then make trouble in the hidden cloud village. What the third-generation Raikage thought was right, Shimura Gento did want to make trouble, and that's why he transformed the third-generation Raikage into that appearance, making it difficult for him to adapt in a short time. At this stage, the third Raikage is no longer in the hidden cloud village, and the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki have not grown up, so he can walk sideways. The next day, he came to a flat-topped mountain next to the Raikage building, first carved 3 large characters with a diameter of 10 meters on the mountain, and then came to the top of the mountain with a big loudspeaker and shouted, "Boys and girls of the hidden cloud village, today, Uncle Xianding will set up a ring here. Anyone who can defeat me in swordsmanship can get a bonus of 10 billion taels. If no one can defeat me in swordsmanship within a month, then this stone mountain engraved with the daughter village will have to stay here forever." Under the effect of the loudspeaker, the sound spread throughout the hidden cloud village. After a while of silence, the whole village was boiling, and countless figures leaped here. Too much bullying. The third Raikage, who was resting and adapting in the Raikage building while handling official business, was so angry that he slammed the table and then his hand bones were broken because of excessive force. "You little brat, I can't stand with you." The third Raikage knew that the boy was going to make trouble, but he didn't expect it to be so big and directly challenge the entire hidden cloud village. It's useless to get angry, think about how to deal with the boy's provocation first. A burly woman sitting opposite said with a smile while drinking. She didn't have any bad feelings towards Shimura Gento. Her 2 disciples' strengths have indeed improved a lot during this period, and the theory of perfect meridian acupoints is quite innovative. In addition, the blood dragon eye transplant plan is also very promising, and even the transformed third Raikage has greatly increased his potential. For a ninjutsu ninja, body size is a symbol of strength. The larger the body size, the stronger the strength. If the third Raikage can really adapt to his current body, his strength can at least increase tenfold. "Master's wife, please intimidate that boy during this period," the third Raikage asked, covering his face gloomily again. He was very clear about his current situation. His strength was only 1/10 of what it was. He no longer had the strength to suppress that kid. This was very bad, so he shamelessly asked his master's wife to come out and take charge, so that the kid wouldn't really do anything lawless. "I will keep an eye on that kid. You should also adapt to this body as soon as possible. Also, ask that kid when the plan to advance to Black Thunder will start." The second-generation Raikage's wife agreed to this matter, and at the same time reminded the plan to advance Black Thunder. If the third-generation Raikage can adapt to the current body shape, and then evolve Black Thunder, plus the 2 pairs of enhanced blood dragon eyes, his strength may be enough to compete with the first-generation Hokage of the year. So the plan to evolve Black Thunder is crucial. Go notify Tutai and let him organize people to drive that kid down as soon as possible. Nodding to show that he understood, the third-generation Raikage gave an order to Tutai, who was monitoring the kid, to handle the matter. The Anbu ninjas were very efficient. Soon, dozens of Anbu ninjas surrounded the mountaintop, and the lowest level was a special jonin. "Suinding-kun, you've done it." Tatoi walked forward and said dissatisfiedly, and he didn't understand why Shimura Xianding wanted to do such a thing. "Even you, brother, don't you understand my good intentions?" With a lonely and desolate expression on his face, Shimura Xianding sighed, "The hidden cloud village has fallen behind. It needs to take drastic measures to wake up those boys and girls, let them cheer up, face the reality, and redouble their efforts in training." Tatoi's face twitched when he saw this look of worrying about the village and the people. Knowing that he couldn't persuade him, he waved his hand and the Anbu ninjas around him all killed him. A burst of silver sword light flashed, and the ninja swords in the hands of all the Anbu ninjas were cut off. Brother, it's okay if you don't understand me, but please don't hinder my ideal of making the hidden cloud village rise, otherwise don't blame me for taking drastic measures. Standing with a sword in hand, Shimura Gento looked serious and determined, with an attitude of I will go forward even if there are thousands of people against me. At this moment, he is a warrior who fights for the rise of the hidden cloud village. How do you want to compete? Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, Dode waved his hand to signal the Anbu ninja to retreat, and was also very puzzled about the boy's intention. That's right. Hanging the big silver sword back on his back, Shimura Gento pulled out the number 3 Shengtang sword inserted next to him, and said seriously, this Shengtang sword is what I prepared for the Thunder Country. It has now begun to be equipped in the samurai army of the Thunder Country, and will become the mainstream weapon of the ninja warriors of the Hidden Cloud Village in the future. Here are 2 Shengtang swords. Those who come must hold Shengtang swords to compete with me in swordsmanship. You can also use ninjutsu, as long as someone can defeat me head-on. Also, find me a referee with enough status. Since it is a ring competition, it must be fair and just. Very good rules, I wonder if I am qualified to be the referee. A burly woman appeared beside Dode and looked at Shimura Gento with interest. Are you Senior Yayulan, the Thunder Blade? Looking at the burly woman in front of him, Shimura Gento swallowed his saliva and asked respectfully. Having obtained the memories of the sisters Yuyi and Yunyin, he naturally knew the identity of this woman. She was the wife of the second Raikage and the elder of the third Raikage's family. She was also a strong person at the level of a regular shadow, and could be described as a female hero. For the sake of strength, she even ignored her figure and appearance, and trained her body to be taller and stronger than the third Raikage, reaching an astonishing height of 2 meters and 2. This kind of giant woman is really rare. 283. Chapter 282 Sword Instruction. It's me. Nodding with a smile, Yayulan became more and more satisfied with the young man in front of him. In the past, when others mentioned her, they would first think of her as the wife of the second Raikage, as if she had become a foil, but who would have thought that she had already become famous in the Land of Thunder during the Warring States period, and even made a name for herself as the Thunder Blade. I didn't expect that after I got married and didn't venture into the ninja world for more than 20 years, someone still remembered the name of Thunder Blade, and he was still a teenager under 15 years old. I really made the right decision to come today. Senior Thunder Blade is here, so he is naturally qualified to be the referee of this competition. It is also an honor for me. Please take a seat. Joyfully inviting Yayulan to sit on the referee's exclusive throne that had been prepared long ago, Shimura Gento stood with a knife in his hand, and at the same time threw the number 2 Shengtang sword to the front 10 meters away and inserted it. Compared to the number 2, as a man, he prefers 3. You go and gather all the Jonin and Shadow level strongmen in the village, and the rest of you take turns to go into battle to collect intelligence. Seeing that the second generation wife came out and agreed to this competition, Tutai could only make arrangements. The 3 teams of Anbu ninjas set off, and after the remaining Anbu ninjas discussed, an Anbu ninja stepped forward, pulled out the number 2 Shengtang sword, adapted to it, and stood opposite Shimura Gento. Cloud Flower Thunder Slash. Lightning flashed, and the 2 Tang Dynasty swords slashed together heavily, and the sound of metal clashing was extremely harsh. Seeing that the killing move that had never failed was easily taken, the Anbu ninja showed strong fighting qualities, and continued to attack with his sword without any panic, and the offensive was fierce and swift. Dang dang dang! The harsh sound of metal clashing continued to stir on the top of the mountain, and everyone stared at the 2 people fighting. Yayulan was quite satisfied with the cloud flow swordsmanship and combat experience displayed by the Anbu ninja. Although it could not be said to be good, it was definitely not bad, and it was considered to be average. However, it was much worse than that young man in golden armor, and was not at the same level at all. I saw Shimura Xianding with his left hand behind his back, holding the number 3 Tang Dynasty sword in his right hand and easily blocking the attack of the Anbu ninja. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength, and he was not even really serious. Half a minute later, the mask of the Anbu ninja was split in 2, but what was shocking was that there was no scar on his face, which showed the exquisite swordsmanship and strong control of Shimura Gento. I lost. Catching the falling mask, the Anbu ninja inserted the Shengtang sword in his hand into the ground and turned back to the original position. The Anbu ninjas gathered together again to discuss for a while, and then an Anbu ninja went out to fight, also using the number 2 Shengtang sword. There was no way, the two Shengtang swords were made of heavy gold, and the hardness was extremely amazing, infinitely close to the top-level Kusanagi sword, and the ninja swords in their hands could not withstand that kind of sharpness. If you don't want your ninja sword to be cut off, you have to use the Shengtang sword to fight him. What does that guy want to do again? When Shimura Gento fought with the second Anbu ninja, two beautiful figures appeared behind Yayulan, who were the two sisters Yi Jingyan and Yi Laner. That boy's swordsmanship is very strong. It will be good for you to watch more. Kindly reminding the two disciples, Yayulan continued to pay attention to the swordsmanship displayed by Shimura Xianding. It must be said that this Shengtang sword is really suitable for the swordsmanship school of their Cloud Hidden village, or more accurately, the swordsmanship school of the entire Thunder Country. The warriors of their Thunder Country are accustomed to using wild swords, which are basically more than 1.2 meters long. Even though their Cloud Hidden village was influenced by the fighting style of the ninjas, the swords they used were shorter, but they were equivalent to ordinary samurai swords, and much longer than mainstream ninja swords. The Cloud Stream swordsmanship was fused by absorbing the major swordsmanship schools of the Thunder Country, with slashing as the main and stabbing as the auxiliary, which was perfectly matched with this Shengtang sword with a straight blade and an axe blade. Even Yayulan had the idea of a forging a Shengtang sword to play with later. The two sides in the battle quickly separated, still within half a minute. It is not to say that the strength of the Anbu ninja can be in Shimura Zhandun held on for half a minute, but Shimura Zhandun limited the time to half a minute. Otherwise, if he really went all out, no one below the cage level could take his sword. Then the third Anbu ninja came on the field, but unfortunately it was still half a minute. As the Anbu ninjas continued to lose, everyone really realized the strength of Shimura Zhandun's swordsmanship, especially that swordsmanship seemed to subtly restrain the cloud flow swordsmanship of their hidden cloud village. The Shimura family is too insidious, they actually developed this kind of swordsmanship. Hayuri and Miao, who also saw this, had a cold light flashing in her eyes, and concluded that the Shimura family must have had no good intentions in creating this new swordsmanship that restrained the cloud flow swordsmanship, and obviously had been thinking about dealing with their hidden cloud village. Keep watching. Speaking indifferently, Yayulan saw a deeper level, and was quite amazed in her heart, and at the same time, she was more interested in this new swordsmanship. This is also an opportunity for their hidden cloud village. Is that Xianding Jun? At the same time, on a distant mountain, two warriors stood with their arms crossed. The one in the lead was the vice president of the Shinobi Academy of the Hidden Cloud Village arranged by the daimyo, a swordsman-level warrior, and his combat power was comparable to that of a quasi-shadow ninja. The gorgeous golden armor, the silver sword, and the Tang Dynasty sword, should be the Xianding Jun that Black Panther Jun mentioned. The warrior next to him replied, his eyes fixed on the battle on the distant mountain top. Although the distance was far, they could all use their vitality to bless their vision and see clearly. He is a ruthless man. The plan from the land of Earth is very promising. When the time comes, we will train the shinobi samurai, and then cut off the financial supply, so that they can stay in the hidden cloud village to make trouble. The swordsman in the lead sneered, and praised the proposal of the fellow village Xianding in the land of Earth. It doesn't matter to them whether the shinobi samurai can be won over or not. In comparison, keeping the shinobi samurai in the shinobi village is more effective. Once the funding supply is cut off, these ninja warriors will have to compete with the ninjas of the ninja village for tasks if they want to survive. However, the ninja village can only get so many tasks. There are too many wolves and too little meat. This will lead to irreconcilable contradictions and will inevitably lead to fighting. It is indeed a vicious and effective plan. Shimura Gento's shouting attracted a lot of spectators before. In addition to the order of Dode, almost all the Jonin and shadow-level strongmen in the hidden cloud village came quickly and stood on the periphery to watch. Do we have to fight in a round-robin manner like this? An old man frowned and asked, and it was obvious that Shimura Gento's swordsmanship and strength were very strong. In a one-on-one fight, only the third-generation Raikage could suppress him. At this time, we have to fight in a group and take advantage of the number of people to quickly take him down. As for being despicable, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are not samurai. As ninjas, it is normal to do everything to achieve their goals. We just tried it, and none of us could resist his sword. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Tutai wanted to rush over and take him down, but the boy was too strong. His normal strength was close to the level of the regular shadow level, and after the 8 gates of ninjutsu was released, he was even more powerful than the regular shadow level, especially the 8 gates of ninjutsu, which was estimated to have reached the super shadow level. The most important thing was that the battlesuit on that guy was too rogue, almost immune to ninjutsu, just like the evil demon that the third generation had said. Unless the third generation Raikage recovers his strength in his heyday, no one in the Hidden Cloud Village will be his opponent. Where is the third generation? The old man frowned again, dissatisfied with the third generation Raikage. As the head of a village, how could he let a kid from another village make such a fuss? The third generation master is not convenient to attack for the time being. With a helpless bitter smile, Tutai knew that they were all calculated by Shimura Gentoi. During the period when the third generation Raikage's strength had not recovered, the entire Cloud Hidden Village had no strong people who could resist the opponent. Even Senior Yayulan could only draw with him at most. After all, Senior Yayulan did not have Black Thunder, nor did he know the Hell Thrust, so it was difficult to break through that layer of battle clothes. Don't mess around, that kid is instructing us. At this time, another old man with a long sword on his back came over, glanced at Tutai and the other man, and stared at the two figures in the fierce battle with burning eyes. As a ninja who mainly studied swordsmanship, his swordsmanship skills were not weak, and he could see the deep mystery in the battle. Yes, Shimura Gentoi was indeed instructing the Cloud Ninja who was fighting with him, using the method of fighting to guide the opponent's swordsmanship flaws, and finally simulated the opponent's swordsmanship style, and optimized it to defeat the opponent. He knows all the mainstream swordsmanship schools of the Land of Thunder. Although he only knows the basics, it is enough. The Cloud-style swordsmanship of the Hidden Cloud Village is a fusion of the mainstream swordsmanship of the Land of Thunder samurai. Although it is combined with ninjutsu, the moves themselves are still the same. With a strong swordsmanship, he can naturally imitate the opponent's swordsmanship style and optimize it. In the final analysis, ninjas pay more attention to ninjutsu, and are much worse than samurai in the development of swordsmanship moves. Swish! Half a minute later, the mask of the ANBU ninja in the confrontation was cut open by a sword, and his face was not hurt at all. Thank you. The ANBU ninja bowed sincerely to thank him, and then inserted the number 2 Shengtang sword in his hand into the ground, and quickly returned to the original position to recall the previous battle and the swordsmanship style displayed by Shimura Gentoi in the last 10 seconds. Although ninjas mainly use ninjutsu, if there is a powerful swordsmanship that can improve their own strength, they naturally don't mind learning it. Not to mention that he has specially evolved a stronger swordsmanship based on his style, which is perfectly suited to his own style. If you don't learn it quickly, you'd be a real idiot. As time went by, more and more Cloud Ninjas realized that this was an opportunity, and even those who did not practice swordsmanship were looking forward to it. Although the boy's words, especially the 3 words "Daughter Village" carved on the mountain, were quite insulting, it was nothing compared to the opportunity to improve strength. Soon a day passed, and Shimura Xianding resolved the battle in half a minute each time, and then left some time for many Cloud Ninjas to discuss targeted tactics. In the end, all the Cloud Ninja Jonins were chopped down, including the 3rd generation Sun Yayu AI. However, the quasi-shadow level ninjas did not act rashly, but chose to continue to wait and collect more intelligence to formulate better targeted tactics. In fact, they were not sure that they could defeat Shimura Xianding. Girls, let's fight again tomorrow. Inserting the number 3 Shengtang sword in his hand into the ground, Shimura Xianding smiled gently, and the wings behind him spread out and flew towards the mansion where he lived. Watching Shimura Gentoi leave, Dode waved his hand to signal all the Jonin to leave, and then came to Yayulan with a group of cage-level strong men, ready to discuss the matter carefully. This is a good thing, at least the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. You should also take this opportunity to improve yourself. In the ninja world, it is still about hard power, and reputation is nothing. After everyone discussed for a while, Yayulan finally spoke up and set the tone for the matter. Do you understand? Returning to the house with 2 disciples, Yayulan asked kindly. She believed that the 2 disciples would definitely see the mystery inside, rather than the superficial ideas at the beginning. His swordsmanship is higher than our Yunliu's swordsmanship. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and Yi Lingyan expressed her own views, understanding that Shimura Gento's swordsmanship was not as simple as restraining their Yunliu's swordsmanship. The Shimura family should not be so narrow-minded, otherwise they would not show it now, but use it in the ninja world war to cause us the greatest killing effect. The swordsmanship used by that kid is indeed more perfect than our Yunliu's swordsmanship. Although there are no fancy killing moves, the foundation is more solid and the moves are flawless. The most important thing is that his swordsmanship is very strong, enough to rival the swordsman-level samurai. Nodding slightly with satisfaction, with a serious face, Yayuelin admired the Shimura family, but also became more afraid. They used to underestimate the Shimura family. 284. Chapter 283 Tianzi Yuzhang Jushan. What did you get today? After returning to the room, Shimura Xianding looked at the black Zetsu emerging from the floor and asked. With you, Dinger, making such a big scene to attract the attention of the Cloud Ninja, it greatly facilitates my actions. This is what I gained today. Black Zetsu separated a large scroll from his body, which was some of the ninja secrets he copied down today. And Shimura Gento attracted those Cloud Ninja strongmen and it did facilitate his actions. Although as the incarnation of his mother's will, he could ignore any chakra-shaped ceiling and barrier techniques and enter the secret rooms of the major ninja clans. But they not only use ceiling and barrier techniques to defend themselves, but also some dangerous and vicious mechanical techniques. He can't ignore this stuff. It requires a little breakthrough. It is indeed much more convenient without so many Cloud Ninja strongmen. I will maintain this kind of ring battle for a month, and I must get all the ninja secrets within a month. Also, find a way to get more blood successor ninja corpses, which will be useful to me. Taking the scroll, Shimura Gento was extremely satisfied with Black Zetsu's efficiency. This guy can avoid the perception of the Six-Path Sage, and his ability to hide is the best in the ninja world. It is perfect to use him to steal the secret inheritance of those ninja clans. The most important thing is that this guy has survived for thousands of years, and he knows countless secrets and various secret inheritances, and there are also some inheritances of Miss Kaguya. It is a big treasure that must be dug and squeezed. In addition, in order to facilitate Black Zetsu to be a thief, he specially made this wave of major events and temporarily made the third generation of Reikage miserable. If this can be discovered, it can only be said that the Hidden Cloud Village is awesome. I will empty the Hidden Cloud Village as soon as possible within a month. For those who may come from outer space, how are you going to deal with them? Black Zetsu spoke with worry. He was also very worried about the mysterious fluctuations that appeared on the moon last time. This is also the main reason why he couldn't help but jump out. If the people of his mother's tribe come, his thousands of years of planning will be over, and even his mother may be caught and tortured or even killed by those people. When Black Zetsu heard the sound of Dinger, Shimura Gento's eyes twitched. This guy really regarded himself as the clone of his father, the Nabe Cage. Work hard to improve your own strength, and at the same time greatly enhance the strength of the 5 major ninja villages, so that they can become cannon fodder to deal with the aliens, buy us time, and vigorously develop new bloodline limits and improve our Rei's Nan Jinden training system. His face was solemn, and a sense of fear just emerged. Shimura Gento was really afraid of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others who might come at any time. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his 3 people performed very poorly in the original work, they had beaten Naruto, Sasuke, and the 5 Kage after all. If it weren't for the protagonists cheating, there would be no resistance in front of them. And this is mainly because Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his 3 people consumed all the pills in the process of crossing space, and their strength is not at the real peak. You must be cautious when facing such an existence, not to mention the more terrifying universe Otsutsuki clan. Now he didn't know how many strong people there were in the Otsutsuki clan, how many of them were stronger than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and the mysterious Otsutsuki clan was also strong. Is the founder of Tsutsuki still alive? If so, what kind of state is he in? These are all unknowns and need to be explored slowly. It is not easy to let the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages create more than 300 new bloodlines. When he thought of the grand vision of this young man, Black Zetsu couldn't help but tremble a little. Although he didn't have the liver yet, he was really shocked. According to Shimura Gento's idea, the next stage of cultivation in the future is to add chakra attributes and even bloodline attributes to the Rei's Nan Jinden in the 361 acupoints. This is a very exaggerated number, but once successful, the practitioner will have more than 300 kinds of bloodline power, and it is really unimaginable how powerful it will be. If the mother had such a heaven-defying cultivation method, how could she be sealed by the 2 rebellious sons? There is no need to be afraid of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and they can be beaten with one hand. Not more than 300 kinds, but about 130,000 kinds. Shaking his fingers, Shimura Gento has a new idea for future cultivation, a very bold idea. Do you have a new plan? After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu asked in shock and curiosity, knowing that this young man must have a new idea, and it is definitely feasible. Just like the Byakugan, Sharingan, Samsara Eye, and Blood Dragon Eye, more subtle acupoints can be evolved based on the acupointment that already exists in the eyes. According to my speculation, if these pupil eyes are developed to the extreme, there should be 360 a subtle acupoints. There are 361 acupoints in our human body. Except for the special acupointment in the navel, the other acupoints can evolve 360 a subtle acupoints around them. Added together, there are 129,600 subtle acupoints, and these subtle acupoints need to be filled with different blood attributes. I even wonder if it is possible to further evolve more subtle acupoints. If it can be evolved, how many levels of subtle acupoints can be evolved in the end, and these subtle acupoints need more blood attributes to be filled. Speaking out his own ideas, he outlined a picture scroll with unlimited potential for Black Zetsu. I believe this brain hole is enough to make this Otsutsuki Chenxiang burst with power. So. Black Zetsu spoke woodenly, and was really shocked by this idea. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is feasible. After all, so many fine acupoints can be evolved in the eyes, and the surrounding areas of other acupoints can naturally evolve their own fine acupoints. In this way, it is indeed necessary to fill 130,000 different bloodline attributes, but the workload is too large. So we need to vigorously support the 5 major ninja villages, so that they can create more new bloodlines for us, to improve the Reisnan Jinden cultivation method, and provide us with a higher level. Seriously fooling around, Shimura Xianding knew that this filial son had taken the bait. Hehe. It is a great blessing for our Shimura family to have such a talent as Dinger. Hehe. Black Zetsu laughed strangely, expressing his relief in the tone of an old father, but in fact, he was really relieved in his heart. Fortunately, in this era, there appeared a genius like Shimura Gentoi who developed a new cultivation method. If he really cultivated those 129,600 fine acupoints, even if he did not add attributes, simply condensing the Reisnan Jinden would be enough to beat Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others in various ways. Coupled with his mother's Samsara Sharingan, it would not be a problem to counterattack the Universe Otsutsuki clan. It was really lucky for them to meet Shimura Gentoi. Have you found the animal with spiritual power that I asked my father to find? The fatherly tone of Black Zetsu made Shimura Gentoi a little gloomy, and he immediately changed the subject to ask another thing. He could not reverse the innate cultivation of innate attributes by himself, and needed external forces, such as Shimura Deswai last time, who had a good vitality talent, and then evolved the innate yang attribute under the stimulation of Greyer's energy liquid and immortal power. He now needs an animal with spiritual power talent to cultivate, and then let himself evolve into the innate yin attribute. My master has explained this to me, and I'm lucky. I found a common animal suspected of possessing spiritual power in the records of a ninja clan in the Hidden Cloud village. Black Zetsu responded seriously. He valued Shimura Gentoi as a tool and understood his extraordinary wisdom. If used well, he can deal with the upcoming Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, or even fight against the entire Universe Otsutsuki clan. At the very least, he can develop a powerful training method to make him and his mother stronger. As long as they have enough strength, they can go everywhere in the universe. There is no need to keep guarding such a broken planet that is about to be destroyed. It's a pity that this little guy's physical qualifications are too poor, which seriously limits the use of his own wisdom. Fortunately, he can still save a wave. Suspected. Given his doubtful look, Shimura Gentoi was actually happy in his heart. It's really convenient to have a henchman who has survived for thousands of years to do the work. You can get a target with just a casual question. He believed that the so-called target was not learned from the Hidden Cloud village, but was discovered by Black Zetsu himself. That ninja clan once had a butterfly-type summoning beast that was good at illusions. Ordinary butterflies of the same kind must also have spiritual talents. Black Zetsu replied with full confidence. Back then, a member of the ninja clan once shared his chakra with a butterfly in his hometown, and then cultivated a butterfly summoning beast of the illusion type. Chakra can be given to other creatures, but the properties of chakra are largely determined by it depends on the physical talent of the target. For example, the six-path sage shared the most basic attributeless chakra, but it evolved into various attributes according to the physical talents of the members of the ninja clan. This is true for humans and animals. What kind of butterfly is it? He asked curiously. Before, Shimura Gentoi had indeed never thought of insects. He thought more about large animals, such as lizards. After all, the lizard family itself has a strong talent for illusion, and ordinary lizards should also have a talent for mental power. Unfortunately, reality slapped him in the face. I collected a lot of ordinary lizards before, but unfortunately none of them had a talent for mental power. It is a butterfly called Yamat, which is very rare, but I have sent a message back and asked the main body to send people to look for it. There should be some harvest soon. Yamat. His face couldn't help but twitch, and he didn't know how to complain about this name. I didn't expect that there really is a butterfly with this name. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. You should also pay attention to animals with other attributes. Whether we can all get all the attributes in the future depends on this, especially the two attributes of space and time. He entrusted this task to Black Zetsu with confidence. Shimura Gentoi had absolute confidence in Black Zetsu in this regard and would definitely not let him down. It's not difficult to find general attributes, but time and space may have to start from myths and legends. Expressing his own thoughts, Black Zetsu, as a living fossil that has survived for thousands of years, knows a lot of secrets that ordinary people don't know. After hearing that Shimura Gentoi wanted the two powers of time and space, he immediately had a goal. Myths and legends, are you referring to the main god of Tianzimian? Thinking, Shimura Gentoi immediately thought of Tianzimian, the main god of the creation of the world in myths and legends. Miss Kagai's space pupil technique was also named after him. There may be some mysterious connection between the two. Myths and legends have been proven to be real, so some things in myths and legends have value for use. The remains of the main god of Aim no Micha are hard to find, but he left behind two populations that inherited the power of time and space respectively. As long as the two populations can be cultivated, it is very likely that the two supreme powers can be obtained. Black Zetsu explained. He had also studied this aspect. After all, the eye technique Aim no Micha that his mother obtained was extracted from the corpse of the main god of Aim no Micha by the first generation of the Chakra God tree. 285. Chapter 284 Inducing the Ignorant Filial Son. In myths and legends, did the main god of Aim no Micha leave any population? Blinking his eyes curiously, Shimura Gentoi felt secretly happy. He had made a fortune by having a cheap old father who was thousands of years old. It is true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. He has studied the myths and legends of this world. The Lord of the Heaven is the god who created the world, just like the great god Pangu in the Chinese mythology of the previous life. The Lord of the Heaven represents the foundation of the world, and the foundation of a world is time and space. Therefore, if you want to obtain the power of space and time, you must look for it from the Lord of the Heaven. In the myth, the main god of Aim no Mikaku once created two mythical beasts to accompany him. One is the spring dove, which represents the power of time and is named the phoenix, symbolizing the new beginning of a year. The spring dove only moves in spring, and after spring it will turn into an egg, and when the spring of the next year comes, it will hatch again, and so on. And the spring dove will lay an egg at the end of every spring, and then evolved into a group, which is the current pigeon. It's a pity that the pigeon is a creature that has been passed down for too long and has long lost the power of the ancestor. Even if there are any remnants, it is difficult to find, let alone awaken. However, the lineage of the witches in the country of demons seems to be related to the spring dove beast, and we can start to investigate it later. Black Zetsu explained that the first group is a mythical creature with the power of time, and it can even be said to be a mythical beast, but that name made Shimura Gentoi secretly complain. You really have to believe that Chun-Ji can live forever. The lineage of the demon country Miko. Recalling a theatrical version of Naruto, the demon country Miko appeared in it, and the Miko lineage does have a little time power and can predict the death of others. In addition, there was once a person related to the ghost monster who quarreled with Shin's mother. There was a pair of wings behind him. Could it be the wings of the spring dove? After thinking a lot, Shimura Gentoi decided to go to the demon country in person when he had time. Even if he couldn't find the spring dove beast, he could use the blood of the Miko to replace it. Anyway, he just needed the attribute of that kind of time power. The second pet is the first river crab in the world, which has the power of space, and then gave birth to all the river crab tribes. However, like pigeons, the inheritance time is too long, and the river crab tribe has long lost the power of the ancestor. But the last time I sneaked into the Hyuga clan, I saw a vague record in a very old scroll. It seems that there is a powerful river crab in a secret place. Speaking of the second tribe of divine beasts, Black Zetsu has been secretly planning how to lure Shimura Jondun to that place. But now is not the time. The people there are very powerful and there are many people. It is not something that Shimura Jondun and the Shimura family can deal with. We have to take it slowly. At least we have to wait until Shimura Jondun and his son have the power to surpass the first generation of Hokage. This can't be rushed. And the name of the second tribe of divine beasts made Shimura Jondun couldn't help but want to complain again. Does possessing the power of space mean that the river crab can it because of walking sideways? However, Black Zetsu's reminder reminded him of another theatrical version of Naruto, which was the final theatrical version of Naruto Shippuden, involving the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage. It seems that there is a big crab in a space channel leading to the moon in the ninja world. Could it be that thing is the direct descendant of the divine beast river crab? Although the big crab has not shown any spatial means in the animation, it can be arranged by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to guard the space channel. It is very likely that it has certain spatial abilities, and it is even possible that the space channel was shaped and maintained by the power of the crab. After thinking about the original Naruto, Shimura Gento also felt it was very difficult. According to the timeline shown in the animation, it seems that the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon have not started fighting yet, and are still in their heyday. The most important thing is the giant reincarnation eye, which is a super killer. If he went there in advance and angered the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and let them control the moon to fall down, the whole world would collapse, not to mention that there might be the old sinister Otsutsuki Hamura hiding in the moon. In the original book, he had done that. We have to think about it in the long run. Putting aside his thoughts in this regard, Shimura Gento looked at the black mass of Black Zetsu in front of him, knowing that this person would definitely help him arrange everything, so he didn't need to worry. Time and space power are not urgent for the time being. What is important now are the creatures with the 7 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin, and yang. The innate yang attribute already has Shimura's Y, and the yin attribute can be reserved on Yamat. The remaining 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth are left. You should speed up the search for relevant information. In this regard, Shimura Gento believes in the secret revealed by Yuladao. The 2 forces of space and time should need the 7 attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth as the foundation to better carry and apply them. First, cultivate the animals with these 7 attributes and shape 7 innate attributes for yourself. In order to avoid the possibility of obtaining space and time attributes in the future, but being unable to integrate them into oneself due to one's own weak foundation, it would be embarrassing. I will carefully check if there is any relevant information in the hidden cloud village. Nodding, Black Zetsu has begun to think about how to find a reasonable source of information for those targets. After all, it is impossible to find all the information in the hidden cloud village. If he searches in other ninja villages, it will be too time-consuming. Now Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others may descend on the ninja world at any time, and there is no time to waste. We must find an opportunity to guide Shimura Danzo to get the group of White Zetsu out. It just so happens that he has Hashirama's living cells in his hand. Thinking of the White Zetsu sealed in the mother's space, Black Zetsu secretly pondered. The White Zetsu core made by the mother in the past were basically sealed in the space of Tianzaiman. If he wants to summon those White Zetsu out, he needs the chakra inherited from his mother and the cooperation of the sacred tree. It just so happened that Shimura Danzo and his son cultivated a second-generation chakra god tree. Although it is different from the first-generation chakra god tree, it is also of the same lineage, and it is not a problem to use it to summon those White Zetsu. With the assistance of White Zetsu, the information collected by itself for thousands of years will become much easier to explain. At this moment, not only Black Zetsu is trying to find a reasonable excuse for the source of those intelligence, but Shimura Gento is also trying to find a way for him, and he doesn't want to delay it. Can father make another clone like you? If more come and spread to other ninja villages, our plan will definitely be much faster. Given an inductive suggestion, Shimura Gento also wants to see the White Zetsu made by Miss Kagaya. Although the White Zetsu in the original work is very bad, except for one Uzumaki Zetsu, the others are all chickens. But since Miss Kagaya has the confidence to rely on the White Zetsu core to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, those White Zetsu must have outstanding features. My clone is an accidental product, and it is difficult to replicate it. However, we can try to use the power of the second-generation chakra god tree and Hashirama's living cells to cultivate some special clones. They don't need to be too strong, as long as they can use basic wood escape to enhance their ability to lurk and gather intelligence. This should not be difficult. Delighted, Black Zetsu naturally made a suggestion, or an excuse. Good idea, contact my father now and ask him to start using Hashirama's living cells to cultivate a large number of clones, starting with 100,000. With a wave of his hand, he reserved 100,000 minions. Shimura Gento was also very excited. He could finally see a biological weapon like White Zetsu. I don't know what the IQ of the clone is, and whether it can practice the Reisnan Jinden system. He said to himself very appropriately, but it surprised Black Zetsu next to him. After he came to his senses, he was extremely excited. Yes, in addition to him and his mother practicing this Reisnan Jinden system, he can also let those White Zetsu practice it. Even if the potential is limited, as long as they can cultivate 361 pairs of Reisnan Jinden, they can at least have the strength comparable to Senju Hashirama. When the time comes, 100,000 Senju Hashirama will go into battle, and even if Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others come to kill them, they can be beaten to a pulp in an instant. No, I can't let those clones practice chakra, I have to practice my immortal energy, otherwise it will be bad if the old cunning six-path sage takes the opportunity to monitor us. Talking to himself again, Shimura Gentoi didn't plan to let those White Zetsu practice chakra. If they want to practice, they have to practice his immortal energy. Although the immortal energy has just started not long ago and there are still many shortcomings, with the IQ of the White Zetsu, I think the practice speed will not be very fast. When he really practices, he should have perfected the immortal energy system to a certain level. And this made Black Zetsu think again. As the incarnation of his mother's will, he knew the mystery and essence of chakra very well. Since his mother and Yuyi could leave a backup in chakra, it made no sense for the universe Otsutsuki not to take precautions. Otherwise, if the power of chakra was stolen, what would happen to the universe Otsutsuki clan? I believe that the universe Otsutsuki clan must have taken precautions, so the energy of chakra would not be very safe. On second thought, the immortal energy that Shimura Gendo fused with the local samurai vitality and monk's magic power was quite good. Although it was a brand new power that had just been created a few years ago, with this kid's extraordinary understanding, it was enough to push it to a very high level, and it was not impossible to even surpass the universe Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately made up his mind to cultivate immortal energy. As a filial son, he not only had to rescue his mother, but also had to ensure her safety in the future. He had to prepare for this. Without delay, he separated a ring from his body and put it on his wrist, and transferred the chakra brought from Shimura Danzo into it. Instantly, a vague projection appeared. This is... Looking at the bracelet on Black Zetsu's wrist, Shimura Suending's face couldn't help twitching. This is a special ninja tool made for my father using the second-generation chakra sacred tree, which can make long-distance calls. The projection spoke, and it was Shimura Danzo's voice. Obviously, this was Shimura Danzo's projection. It needs to be improved. Looking at the bracelet on Black Zetsu's arm, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but want to complain. This thing should have similar functions to the rings of the strongest ninja group Akatsuki in the future, but the one made by Nagato is only the size of a ring, while the one made by his own old father, the Pot Shadow, is a bracelet, and it is also stupid, big, thick, and black, which is far from Nagato, and the style has been reduced a lot. It's okay as long as it works. Shimura Danzo, who wanted to show off his new invention, was unhappy. At the same time, he secretly felt that having a powerful son was not always a good thing. He felt that there was no sense of accomplishment in doing anything. How far has the second-generation Chakra God Tree been upgraded? With a serious face, Shimura Gento asked about the business. He didn't know what level the second-generation Chakra God Tree would evolve to after swallowing the Sharingan accumulated by the Uchiha family for thousands of years. 286. Chapter 285 Collect 5 Village Green Cards. After swallowing the Sharingan accumulated by the Uchiha family, the second-generation Chakra God Tree's Samsara Sharingan has evolved into a third Megatama, but it is not very stable yet. A large amount of chakra supply is needed to stabilize the results of this evolution. Talking about this, Shimura Danzo was also very proud. After evolving into a 3 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, the power of the second-generation Chakra God Tree more than doubled. Although it is still far from the real thousand hands that Hashirama Senju desperately displayed during the battle at the Valley of the End, it is not much worse than his normal state. At least he can withstand the opponent's wooden man technique. I have an idea here. Use the power of the sacred tree and Hashirama's living cells to cultivate 100,000 clones to assist Black Zetsu in exploring the intelligence of the ninja world. At the same time, let the clones practice immortal energy and the Reisnan Jinden system to become our important combat force. Without hesitation, Shimura Gentoi expressed that idea. He has already laid the groundwork, and it depends on Black Zetsu's performance next. I believe he will be satisfied. That's good, it's just right to devour the chakra bloodline in the clones, but 100,000 clones are too petty. If we want to do it, we should do 10 million. We must also make some preparations in advance for our great cause of unification. After thinking for a while, Shimura Danzo felt that this idea was feasible. Anyway, there is grayer energy liquid to make nutrient solution. In this regard, there are sufficient resources. There is no problem at all to have 10 million brothers. By the way, the chakra blood in these Hashirama clones can be devoured to assist the second generation chakra god tree to stabilize the 3 Megatama Samsara Sharingan. Why not have 100 million to make an integer? Glancing at the Black Zetsu opposite, Shimura Gentoi increased the scale tenfold again. Black Zetsu was a little nervous when he heard this, and at the same time wondered whether White Zetsu's spore technique was powerful or not, and wondered if it could split 100 million while ensuring the quality. Although the clones separated by the spore technique are not as intelligent as the normal White Zetsu converted from humans, it should not be a big problem if they are only used as cannon fodder. Alright. He agreed without thinking. Shimura Danzo understood the importance of numbers very well. If there were 100 million minions charging into battle, they would be invincible. After finishing the work in Kumigakure village, I will go to Uegakure village and finally return to Konoha. After talking about the next itinerary, Shimura Gentoi signaled Black Zetsu to close the communication because someone was coming. Are you too lonely and sleepless? After waiting for a while, the two sisters arrived. Shimura Gentoi showed a gentleman's smile. It seems that the two sisters are also very lonely. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want to do? Heihoki Ino was also unambiguous. She asked Shimura Gento's real intention of making such a scene during the day, and even had a questioning tone. She didn't believe that this guy was really for the good of the Hidden Cloud village. I just want to cover up for Black Zetsu. What bad intentions can I have? After replying in his heart, Shimura Gentoi sighed and said, we don't have much time. What do you mean by little time? She was even more confused. As a woman, her sixth sense told Heihoki Ino that this guy definitely had no good intentions. With your strength, you are not qualified to know these now. You just need to go back and tell Uncle Rakage that some existence is coming soon, let him make more preparations. Without further explanation, Shimura Gentoi can only strengthen the strength of the 5 major ninja villages as much as possible, and let them protect the 9-tailed beasts, so as not to be captured by Otsutsuki Momoshiki and re-evolve the sacred tree. If that really happens, it will be a pitfall, so the strength of the cannon fodder of the 5 major ninja villages is very important. It has to be said that the 6-path sage is really a pitfall. Except for his big family, ordinary ninjas really have no future. Look at the original Uzumaki Nagato dragging a half-crippled body to destroy Konoha. The power of the Samsara Eye and the Uzumaki clan's Shitanla are really unreasonable. And Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others must be even stronger. In this era when Naruto and Sasuke were not born yet, no one in the ninja group could fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Although his old father became the second-generation Chakra God tree Jinchuriki, the Chakra God tree is after all the product of the Otsutsuki clan. Who knows if they have any secret techniques to directly control it? So it is unrealistic to defeat Chakra with Chakra. In the end, it depends on his immortal power. Of course, the cannon fodder of the 5 major ninja villages is also very important, which can buy them some time. I am weak. Raging with anger, Yi Jingyan wanted to punch him. This kid is too good at pretending and deserves a beating. Do you remember the new chakra that you merged with the Ushiki chakra that day? That kind of power can barely be called strong. You are still far from it now. The power of that day. Forced to calm down, Yi Rain recalled the new chakra that was transformed after the fusion with the Ushiki chakra that day, which was indeed extremely powerful. At that time, she even had a feeling that she could hang up the third Rakage and beat him. If that was not an illusion, it would be terrible. This is for you. The village has already established the village registration file. From now on, you are my and Lan Er's disciple. Tomorrow, quickly erase the 3 words daughter village. Seeing that Shimura Gentoi didn't want to say more, Yi Rain didn't ask about this matter, and threw a Kumigakure forward protector over. This was proposed by Dode, to let this guy become a member of the Kumigakure village. Insulting the Kumigakure village is insulting himself. You underestimate me too much. Even if I become a glorious and great Kumigakure ninja, I will be the only real man in the Kumigakure village. The others are all girls. Seeing the intention, Shimura Gento refused decisively. Just kidding, Black Zetsu hasn't drained out the many secret techniques of the hidden cloud village yet, how could he stop? Playing with the forehead protector in his hand, Shimura Gento stepped forward with a smile and grabbed the belt of Yuji Ino. Do you really think we dare not kill you? Instinctively pulling back, Yuji Ino was so angry that she wanted to chop people. This kid is too arrogant and too lustful. I'm not a man who loves new things and hates old things. Things like forehead protectors should have a sense of ritual and inheritance. Compared with that new one, I prefer your forehead protector, teacher. Well, it also has a fragrance. Put the forehead protector pulled down from the waist of the beauty and sniffed it. The fragrance mixed with perfume and female body fragrance is very tempting. Shameless. This shameless scene made Yin Yin even more angry. She dragged her sister away quickly, fearing that if she stayed any longer, she would be arrested by the boy for a physical examination, or even forced to stay overnight. When she recalled the changes in her body this morning, she felt so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why are you leaving so fast? Checking your body more often can prevent many diseases from happening. Feeling very sorry for the departure of the two sisters, Shimura Xianding looked at the Union forehead protector in his hand, feeling helpless. Why do these sisters want him to be a traitor? With a sigh, he took out the other 4 forehead protectors he had obtained before and placed them together. He has collected all the forehead protectors of the 5 major ninja villages. It's a pity that he can't summon the wishing dragon, but it also makes him feel full of accomplishment. Now the only thing left is the windbreaker of the Akatsuki organization, but the Akatsuki organization has not been born yet, so we have to wait a little longer. Thinking back to those iconic divine outfits that appeared in the Naruto animation, Shimura Gentoi's desire to collect them became stronger than ever before. At the same time, the two sisters, Yuro Rain, who had left, went straight to the Raikage's office, where the third Raikage and others were sitting there waiting for their news. After saying those inexplicable words that Shimura Gentoi had said, seeing that the third Raikage was lost in thought and his face became more and more solemn, Yuro Rain knew that something must have happened between the two men that they didn't know about. Dode, contact the third Kazekage and tell him that I agree to the last few conditions. In exchange, let him send 100 tons of heavy gold. Looking at his bandaged palm, the third Raikage made up his mind and prepared to play a big game. Does the third generation also want to use heavy gold weapons? Touchai was stunned, and he didn't understand why the third Raikage did this. Although heavy gold is very hard and tough, it has a low compatibility with chakra, and it is difficult to circulate chakra, which is far inferior to ordinary steel. Unless you smelt perfect chakra metal like the Tongs Himura family and fuse it in, only perfect chakra metal can fuse with high-density metal like heavy gold. The most important thing is that heavy gold is too heavy and too expensive to be popularized, so few people use heavy gold to make weapons. But looking at what the Raikage means now, it seems that he also wants to use heavy gold to make weapons. Times have changed. If we don't become stronger as soon as possible, we will inevitably be eliminated by the times. With a sigh, recalling what Shimura Gentoi said at the beginning, especially the secrets of those outsiders and the destroyed gods and demons, the third Raikage was worried. Let alone the evil one he faced in the land of water last time the devil was helpless. He used the Black Thunder to perform the strongest Hellthorn and stabbed it with his hand. Not only did he not cause any damage to the evil devil, but he also smashed his fingers and palms into pieces. If Tsunade had not treated him in time, I am afraid that this palm would have been useless. Obviously, the Hellthorn performed with fingers can no longer allow him to stand at the top of the current ninja world. He needs a powerful ninja tool to perform it. In terms of material strength, heavy gold is the best choice today. It just so happens that there is a kid who can use the gold sand magnetic escape in the sand village. I think when mining gold, he will definitely get the accompanying heavy gold, which is what he urgently needs. As for whether the sand village has accumulated hundreds of tons of gold sand, it doesn't a Euro trademark T matter. As much as you can get it. The rest will be owed first. Anyway, no one can default on their cloud village. Tell that kid tomorrow to design a set of armor and a spear for me. This is the first task for him and must be completed. When thinking of making weapons, the third Raikage couldn't help but think of Shimura Gento's flashy battlesuit and big silver sword, as well as the heavy gold bow and arrow. In this regard, the kid's aesthetic taste is still very good. And he is the Raikage, and the kid is now a cloud ninja. As a Reikage, isn't it normal for him to ask a subordinate to do things? Third generation, what does that kid mean, and what are you hiding from us? Hayuri Reinyan couldn't help asking, and the reactions of the two made her feel itchy in her heart, and she really wanted to know what happened. I think you have heard about the evil demon. I guess the appearance of the evil demon is not a coincidence. It is very likely that similar powerful existences will appear in the ninja world in the future. You are not qualified to know the rest with your current strength. Simply explain a little bit, the third Reikage didn't say too much. Although Shimura Gentoi spoke solemnly at the beginning, and his motive of spreading those secret techniques to enhance the overall strength of the 5 major ninja villages was indeed suspicious, he was not a real one after all, and his words could only be believed 30% at most. There is no point in saying it now, and it will make others upset. We are very strong. Heihoki Ino grumbled unhappily when her own strength was belittled again, and she became more curious. What is that kid hiding from the third-generation senior brother? Not only the two sisters of Yuki Ino were puzzled, but Tutai beside them was also very puzzled, but roughly guessed that it was probably that something happened during the time when the third-generation Reikage and Shimura Gentoi were alone after the first blood dragon eye transplantation operation, and since then the third-generation Reikage has often looked worried. 287. Chapter 286 Thunderbolt Slash. The days that followed became monotonous. During the day, Shimura Gento fought with many cloud ninjas on the daughter mountain next to the Reikage building. Black Zetsu took the opportunity to sneak into the various secret places of the major ninja clans to steal the precious secret arts. If he encountered any treasures, he would take them away and disguise them with fake ones. At night, he went back to cultivate immortality and helped the split body of the trip and the split body of the cow ghost to practice the art of meridian A cup ointment reconstruction. It was not until the 10th day that many quasi shadows of the hidden cloud village could not help but intervene. The result did change, but it only made Shimura Gento change from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with 2 hands. Now his normal strength can be close to that of a regular shadow ninja with the blessing of the divine power technique, the speed technique, and the powerful unicorn arm technique, which is enough to deal with all quasi shadows. Even with 2 hands holding the sword, many quasi shadows still failed to break the half-minute limit and were defeated one by one. In the last 10 days, the few powerful shadow-level warriors could not sit still, and even the sisters Yi Union and Yi Laner followed them into battle. The young lady is a double sword style. Looking at Yi Laner holding double swords on the opposite side, Zhiken Xianding did not realize that this girl was really good at double sword style swordsmanship. In Laner's memory, both single sword style and double sword style were practiced, and he did not look carefully in this regard and did not know much. But it was not a big problem. Wait a minute, wait for me to conjure up a double sword. Signing the young lady to wait, Zhiken Xianding took out a number 4 Shengtang sword again, separated and cut it from the middle with the acquired magnetic field attribute immortal energy, and then made a hilt. In this way, 2 1.2 meter long Shengtang swords were formed. I am also good at double sword style. Holding the double swords and playing a knife flower, Zhiken Xianding said modestly. Unfortunately, the young lady was a ruthless person who didn't say a word. She disappeared in an instant without saying a word. When she appeared again, she was already at the side of him, stabbing out with 2 swords in her hands. Ding ding! He swung his sword to block the attack. When he tried to fight back, he found that the young lady had disappeared. When she appeared again, she was on the other side. Speed a euro flow of double swords. He understood, and Shimura Gento released the powerful Kirin arm technique and increased the speed to fight with her. Although the powerful Kirin arm technique can greatly increase the power, it will affect the speed technique and reduce the speed. It will be a bit difficult to deal with the speed flow opponent. Yi Lan Er is obviously a leader in the speed flow. Her delicate and slender figure brings her extremely high agility. At the same time, she has also cultivated the lightning release armor to a very deep level, and has already touched the threshold of the lightning release chakra mode. In addition, Lan Er has mastered some of the power in her body, which can greatly enhance her body speed. This is not the end. The 2 swords in his hands are still vibrating at high frequency under the effect of lightning chakra. They are so sharp that even the expensive Tang dynasty swords are cut into small gaps. Supersonic Thunder Blade. Seeing the name of this ninja sword technique, Shimura Gento is quite curious about it. Although he has obtained the seal book of the hidden cloud village, but the supersonic thunder blade is obviously not a dangerous forbidden technique and is not included in it. He has not had time to read the memories of Yu Laner himself, and only knows that he knows this ninja sword technique. Its essence is to use thunder escape to make the blade vibrate at a high frequency, with a stronger edge, just like the high-frequency daggers in the science fiction movies of the previous life. The extreme speed plus the unparalleled edge is indeed a good combination. But it is just good. Yang escape armor. 8 gates of Dunjia 7 gates open. Realizing that Yu Laner was difficult to deal with, Shimura Xianding decisively exploded the Yang escape armor, and then exploded the 8 gates of Dunjia on the basis of the Yang escape armor, and opened to the 7th gate in one breath. The green immortal energy appeared, rendering his whole body with a layer of forgiveness, especially on the head. Even the gold and heavy gold battlesuit turned green and gold. Without delay, he imitated Yu Laner's swordplay style and showed an optimized version. He quickly defeated Yu Laner with stronger power, stronger speed and more perfect swordplay moves, but still did not let him break his half-minute unbreakable myth. He even cut off the double swords in his hands. Looking at the cut double swords in his hands carefully, Yu Laner said nothing, picked up the broken blade and returned to Yu Lan's back. Miss Ying-Ian, do you want to play? After inserting the heavy gold double swords in his hand into the ground and picking up the number 3 Shengtang sword again, Zhikan Suanding's eyes fell on Yu Ying-Ian, especially the wild sword on his back. It was an extremely slender wild sword, with an astonishing length of 1.8 meters, which was the same as Yu Ying-Ian's height. Don't think about defeating me in half a minute. Leaping in front of Zhikan Xianding, he pulled out the wild sword behind him and held it in his hand, staring at him hatefully. As he spoke, scarlet chakra emerged from his body, forming a layer of outer garment that wrapped his whole body. A chakra tail also appeared behind him, and a pair of bull horns appeared on his head. Even his body shape changed to a certain extent, his feet became bull hooves, and his height increased to 2 meters and 5. This is a kind of tailed beast transformation, or to be more precise, a half-tailed beast transformation, and it is a transformation to the form of a split body of the Ushioki, not the original body. It's a bit rough. Looking at Yu Rain, whose body shape has changed a little, especially the other party's transformed bull hooves, Shimura Gento sighed and thought about how it would feel to use these small bull hooves to step on his back. It's fine if I can defeat you. He spoke fiercely, and then rushed forward with the wild sword. Dang! Holding the sword to block, the wild sword, which was also blessed with the supersonic thunder escape sword, slashed into the Shengtang sword, creating a gap in both at the same time, and then there were continuous slashes. Hago Romo Rain is a strong man at the level of a regular cage. With the increase in strength and speed from the tailed beast transformation and the improvement of the lightning armor, her combat power is quite fierce, not much worse than the 3rd generation Raikage in his prime. That is, she does not have the extreme offensive ninjutsu like the Hell Stab. However, Shimura Gentoi, who performed the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the powerful Kirin arm technique, is not bad either. He wields his idiot-like Shengtang sword, and his swordsmanship style is open and closed, and he keeps colliding head-on with Hago Romo Rain. Ding ding ding! The dull and fierce sound of metal clashing spread, making this place seem like a steel mill and blacksmith shop. Compared with her younger sister Hago Romo Arashi's speed-based double sword style, Hago Romo Rain, as the older sister, has a power-based single sword style, which is more in line with the mainstream of the swordsmanship of the Land of Thunder. Maybe he can last half a minute. Seeing that the two sides were evenly matched, Chuchita clenched his fists excitedly. Maybe Yugi Ryan could help them break Shimura Gento's half-minute unbreakable myth and also break this layer of shame for their hidden cloud village. The other cloud ninjas around him had the same idea as Chuchita, and they were all full of excitement and expectation. Don't be happy too early, that kid should still have a trump card. Yayulan, the most senior person present, spoke coldly. Although he was a bit proud of others, he still didn't think that his apprentice Yayurine could break that kid's half-minute myth. Yugi Rine, who had obtained the power of the tailed beast, had indeed improved a lot, but that kid's trump cards were definitely more than that. Keep watching. The 3rd Raikage who came to watch the battle on the side also showed no joy. Obviously, he didn't think Yugi Rine could last half a minute, but he was more looking forward to what trump card Shimura Gento would use. Do you want to use the 8 gates formation? Seeing that the half-minute time limit was getting closer and closer, Shimura Gento knew that he could not defeat the young lady in this state without using his trump card. Thunder Slash! The golden sword energy passed by, not only cutting off the exquisite wild sword in Yu Jinyan's hand, but also cutting open her tough-tailed beast coat, and even cutting off many ribs, and blood gushed out. Swordsman! This attack made the third Raikage and Yayulan, who were watching the battle, stand up suddenly. They thought that Shimaragento would burst out various possible trump cards, but they really didn't expect that the other party was actually a swordsman. The sword energy slash just now is a unique power of the samurai swordsman. It requires sword zen to be cultivated to a certain level before it can be used. It is also the symbol of the swordsman. The swordsman's sword energy is not only indestructible, but also can attack from a distance, greatly improving its strength. As expected, he is someone that masters Idian swordsman values. The swordsman of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who also came here to watch the battle up close, praised him. The Black Panther beside him was also excited, and his fighting spirit was rising. After hearing that Shimaragento challenged all the Cloud Ninjas in the hidden Cloud Village with his sword, he rushed over to watch the battle. It was worth the trip. Although the daimyo of Wind Country had sent a message saying that Shimaragento had performed a similar swordsman's sword energy slash in Sand Village, he had not seen it with his own eyes after all. Seeing it with his own eyes at this moment was really incredible. You know, he has barely touched the threshold of a swordsman now, but he didn't expect that Shimaragento, who is much younger than him, has already become a swordsman. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Raise the isolation barrier, I want to perform surgery on the little sister. After exiting the Sage mode, Shimaragento quickly called on the surrounding Cloud Ninjas to take action. Soon an isolation barrier separated the two. Shimaragento ignored Yi Ino's resistance and tore open her clothes on her chest, revealing the knife mark. It's a bit miserable. Looking at the knife mark that cut the right chest from the middle, Shimaragento was a little embarrassed. In the state of Sage mode, the attack was indeed a bit cruel. Although he had tried his best to hold back, it still caused a very tricky injury. This is indeed a very tricky injury. Although the structure of the young lady's chest seems to be simple, it is actually quite complicated. The most complicated part is the mammary lobule, which is very troublesome to repair. In comparison, the suspensory ligament, the infusion tube, infusion sinus and the fat body are simple and much easier to repair. Don't move. If you don't want your part to be deformed or necrotized and removed, just be quiet. Seeing that the young lady was still not cooperating, Shimaragento scolded her and entered the Sage mode again to start the operation. Biting her teeth tightly, Yi Rain finally stopped resisting. After all, she is a woman after all. Everyone loves beauty. If she really deforms there in the future, or even necrotizes and is removed, she really doesn't know how to accept it. And there is no way to heal it by itself. After all, it is not a simple muscle structure, nor is it simple fat. If it is forced to heal itself, it is easy to cause deformation and even leave ugly scars. Zhikan Xianding, who had changed his job to become a gynecological expert, performed the operation very seriously. He first temporarily closed the blood vessels, then cleaned up the blood that flowed out, sutured the blood vessels, and then other pipes. Then the fat suspensory ligaments were cut, and finally the most complicated mammary lobules. The operation lasted for 3 hours before it was completed. Most of the time was spent on repairing the damaged mammary lobules, and even some grayer energy liquid was used to speed up the repair. Come to my room for a checkup at night during this period to prevent suppuration inside. After all, it will inevitably be contaminated with some bacteria in the air if it is exposed to the outside air. After suturing the skin on the young lady's chest, and using the innate yang attribute immortal energy and grayer energy liquid to perfectly repair it without leaving any scars, Zhikan Xianding gave a doctor's order. This will make Yi Lingian, who had just closed her chest clothes, stiffen her body, and looked up and glared at it. This bastard little pervert wants to bully her again. Traitor. 288. Chapter 287, A Different Kind of Master-Disciple Bond. You're just an animal. After a whole day of fighting, Shimura Xianding and Black Panther returned to the mansion. Black Panther's first words after returning were that you are not human. This growth rate is too exaggerated. It's just a small improvement. With a modest smile, Shimura Xianding took out a bucket of special edition Shimura Urkuatu and filled it for several people, and then asked someone to get some side dishes. With the wine and food, the atmosphere suddenly became much more lively. Xianding Jun has improved the combat power of the 5 major ninja villages so much. Did something happen? The Swordmaster SOS sent by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning asked straight to the point. He and the daimyo had wanted to ask this for a long time. If they didn't know that Shimura Xianding had completely abolished chakra, and that the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Sword Master of Flame Blade were strongly guaranteeing it, they would have doubted the position of the Shimura family. It's really suspicious. Something has happened. After swallowing the braised beef in his mouth, Zhikan Suinding's face became serious and he said, although there is no clear evidence yet, some signs show that those aliens who destroyed the gods and demons in our world are coming again, and they are likely to confront the ninja village directly. This information immediately dissipated the drunkenness that Black Panther and his companions had just felt. Although they did not know how powerful the gods and demons in myths and legends were, they could see from the murals that were left behind that they were much more powerful than them. Even if such powerful gods and demons were killed, the strength of those aliens can be imagined. About what time? Those swordsmen looked more and more solemn as he recalled the relics of the mythological era collected by their lineage of national swordsmen, especially the murals. The faces of Black Panther and his companions were also very ugly. If those aliens who destroyed the gods and demons came, they would probably find it difficult to resist. This is also a difficult point now. We only got some clues that those people from outer space will come again, but we don't know when they will come. It may be more than 10 years later, or it may be tomorrow, or even they may have already come, but they are hiding in the dark and observing our world. Shimura Gentoi couldn't say for sure. After all, it was unclear how fast the wave transmitted from the moon was, and when it would be transmitted to Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. It was also unknown whether Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others were free at this time. This unknown situation is really not easy to deal with. The only way now is to do our best to prepare for the battle. Take this spiritual space opening artifact back with you. It can help you and others open the spiritual space and practice sword zen better. Take out a perfect energy metal ball that has been prepared long ago and throw it to Black Panther. This is a magic weapon specially made by him. He has been studying the 2 kaleidoscope pupils of the ancestors of the Blood Pond clan, and understood some of the operating principles. Then, based on the spiritual power crystals found in the evil demon's head, he fused the perfect energy metal to create this magic weapon, which can open the spiritual space of others. It can open the spiritual space. Several people stood up suddenly, staring at the perfect energy metal magic weapon inlaid with a crystal stone. They are naturally familiar with the spiritual space. It is a kind of exclusive for swordsman level warriors, which is opened by practicing sword zen to a certain level. And now this treasure can actually open the spiritual space directly. In this way, the practice of sword zen will be twice the result with half the effort, and more swordsmen can be born. This thing is currently a semi-consumable. Don't open it too much at one time. Once a day is the limit. After each use, you have to input mental power into it to replenish the consumption, so as not to really use it up. With a word of advice, Shimura Xianding taught several people how to use this spiritual magic weapon. In fact, this thing doesn't have much technical content. It mainly uses the crystal of spiritual power through the magic formula in the perfect energy metal to make the spiritual space of the caster and the caster resonate and then temporarily merge, so that the spiritual space of others can be opened. In other words, this thing must be used by swordsman level warriors who have opened the spiritual space. To put it simply, it is a connector. It only uses a little bit of the blood pool ancestors' kaleidoscope pupil technique, but it is enough to help people open the spiritual space. Also, don't use this thing on ordinary people. Their mental power can't withstand that level of impact. It's best for those warriors with strength close to swordsmanship. After several people mastered the method of use, Shimura Gento opened his mouth to remind them. This is very important. If you mess around, it will make people idiots at best and vegetative or even brain dead at worst. It must be treated with caution. Although there are many restrictions, it's also very good. Carefully stroking the spiritual space opening magic tool in his hand, Black Panther was full of excitement. There are countless warriors who have been stuck at the threshold of becoming a swordsman. Even with his talent and the guidance of the Purple Lightning Swordsman, he has been stuck for several years. Until now, he has only touched the threshold and has not yet opened his spiritual space. And there are thousands of warriors like him who are stuck in the capital alone. If they can all open their spiritual space, their country of thunder will have thousands more swordsmen in a few years at most. This is a very exaggerated number. The Soth swordsman next to him was also very excited and satisfied. Sure enough, the Shimura family was still on their side. In addition to the Ninja Samurai Academy, I plan to establish a ninja monk system in the 5 major ninja villages, just like the Sand Temple in the Sand Village, so that the ninja monks, ninja samurai and ninjas can form a 3-legged situation. When the time comes, you can support them. I believe I don't need to say more about what to do inside. Speaking of another thing, Shimura Gentoi has already found a candidate, and is waiting for the Lord of Thunder to make a connection and invite the monks of the Thunder Temple to help guide the construction of a Cloud Temple in the Cloud Village. You are going to kill the 5 major ninja villages. Several people looked over speechlessly, and had a further understanding of Shimura Gentoi's insidiousness. They all knew that the entanglement of the 3 forces was the most stable, but also the most troublesome. If they really started to consume each other, it would be almost unsolvable. Not to mention that the Daimyo and Thunder Temple can secretly add fuel to the flames. If this continues, the best future situation for the Hidden Cloud Village is to expel the Ninja Samurai system and the Ninja Monk system, but that will inevitably hurt its vitality. The bad situation makes people's scalps numb just thinking about it, it's too insidious. There is no way. The enemy we have to deal with at this stage is the old silver coin of the Six-Path Sage who has been hiding in the dark for thousands of years. Only by being more insidious than him can we win the final victory. Shrugging, Shimura Gento said that he was also helpless. He can't really force the Six-Path Sage to jump off the wall at this stage. After all, he still needs to develop a little bit, so he can only cut the meat slowly with a blunt knife. And this inspiration comes from the Three Kingdoms era in the history of China in the previous life. At that time, the internal friction between the 3 countries almost consumed the foundation of the entire Chinese nation, which led to the 5 barbarians' rebellion. So although the triangular structure is the most stable, it is also the most unsolvable once the internal friction starts. Of course, destroying the ninja village system is only secondary. The real purpose is to cultivate the ninja warriors and ninja monks, absorb the foundation of the ninja village system and grow rapidly, and finally use the 2nd generation chakra tree to devour their chakra bloodline, turn to cultivating immortal energy and immortal magic power, and become real people. Leave the Thunder Temple to us to communicate. Who do you plan to let lead the ninja monks in the Hidden Cloud Village? After sighing, Soth Swordsman understood that the leader of the ninja monks is the key. He must be someone with sufficient status in the Hidden Cloud Village, and his qualifications and potential cannot be bad. The most important thing is to be able to accept the monk concept of the Thunder Temple. The concept is the most core point. Only with the real monk concept can you have the most fundamental conflict with the ninja system, or even fight. Otherwise, they are just some ninjas with the means of ninja monks. I plan to let my teacher, Hanki Arashi, lead the ninja monk system. Please ask the Master of Thunder Temple to cooperate. Also, in the future, I want another teacher, Hanki Rine, to lead the ninja samurai system in the Hidden Cloud Village. You can watch how it works. Shimura Gentoi had already made a choice in this regard and even started preparing. At the beginning, the Hanki Rine sisters were chosen as the personnel to assist the splitting of the 2-tail and the 8-tail, and to plan the transplantation of the 2. The kaleidoscope was prepared for this. Those 2 women. Thinking of the 2 women who were ruthlessly defeated by Shimura Gento during the day, Black Panther and his men couldn't help but look a little weird. Although they disliked the dark and despicable ways of ninjas, they still recognized the bond between ninjas, among which the master-disciple bond was the most reliable. However, this young man seemed to have a very different way of applying the master-disciple bond. They had lived in this mansion for quite a while, so they naturally knew that the sisters Yi Union often stayed overnight in Shimura Gento's bedroom some time ago, and they always raised an isolation barrier. A man and a woman were alone in the same room for a whole night, and they could imagine what they would do with their toes. This strange master-disciple bond was really speechless, but this bond was bound to be more reliable than the ordinary master-disciple bond, and it would be even more indestructible if they could have children in the future. It seems that the 2 women are indeed very good candidates, and they must be secretly supported in the future. Do you know what happened between the Soechi clan and the daimyo mansion? Thinking of the Soechi clan, Shimura Gendeng asked curiously. There was too little information left about the Soechi clan incident. We only know that the Soechi clan offended the daimyo mansion and was exiled and imprisoned by the daimyo mansion of the Land of Thunder, but the specific reason is unclear. I know a little about this. It seems that the Soechi clan secretly sent people to become concubines of the 2nd son of the daimyo of that generation, and then used ninja methods to secretly harm the eldest son of the daimyo, and supported the 2nd son of the daimyo to succeed to the throne, wanting to use the power of the daimyo mansion to unify the ninja world of the Land of Thunder. But later it was discovered by the contemporary swordsman who protected the country, and then the Soechi clan was exiled and imprisoned. The daimyo mansion envoy, who had been silent all the time, began to explain that his identity was quite special. He was the nephew of the contemporary daimyo, so he knew some secrets of the daimyo lineage and happened to know this. It's really crazy. Smacking his lips, Shimura Xianding was full of admiration. It was indeed a ninja clan that split from a psychopathic family. Even though the Sharingan had mutated into a blood dragon eye, the psychopathic attribute remained the same. Do you think it's possible for the daimyo of your country to order the pardon of the Blood Pond clan, and then I will represent the Hidden Cloud village to recruit the Blood Pond clan to the Hidden Cloud village? Shimura Xianding made a proposal, and felt that this matter was very promising, but this proposal made the expressions of the Sword Master Soth and others strange. Does Xianding have a grudge against the Hidden Cloud village? After hesitating for a while, Black Panther asked in a low voice. Although he had never seen the Blood Pond clan, he had read relevant records, not to mention that the third Raikage had transplanted the Blood Dragon Eye, which made him read the relevant information and knew that the people of the Blood Pond clan were similar to the Uchiha ninjas, all of whom were a group of unruly lunatics. In addition, after so many years of imprisonment, those people will inevitably become more crazy. You want to make the Hidden Cloud village explode by recruiting these people to it. I have no hatred against the Hidden Cloud village, but the Hidden Cloud village, especially my two teachers, have hatred against me. During the last Ninja World War, my father killed their father and tortured their grandfather to death. I heard that their grandmother was too sad because of this, and their mother committed suicide directly. He shook his head to show that he had no hatred against the Hidden Cloud village, but the following words made the expressions of Black Panther and others even more weird. 289. Chapter 288, Measures against Otsutsuki. I will report this to the teacher when I go back. I think it won't be a big problem. Grinning his teeth, Black Panther grinned and agreed to this matter, and was also looking forward to what the Blood Pond clan would do after arriving in the Hidden Cloud village. Okay, you go back and ask the daimyo to give orders first. I will also send a message to my father to ask the people of the Blood Pond clan to be a little more honest. After the rectification is completed, the Hidden Cloud village will take over. Seeing that Black Panther agreed to this matter, Shimura Xianding decided to do it as soon as possible, and even asked Black Zetsu to send a message back and ask his old father to go to Hell Valley. He was not unfamiliar with Hell Valley. He had looked up relevant information before and confirmed that the place was within the territory of the Kingdom of Hot Water, and only some warriors from the Kingdom of Thunder were guarding it. The Uchiha family seemed to be very cruel back then. They slaughtered all the ninjas of the Blood Pond clan, leaving only the old, weak, women and children who were exiled and imprisoned in Hell Valley. It was unknown how many people were left. After discussing with Black Panther and others, Shimura Xianding returned to the bedroom, while Miss Yi Jingyan had already arrived. She sat on the bed with her sister Yi Lanner and looked very uneasy. She didn't want to come at first, but she was afraid that there would be problems there. She even asked the village's medical ninja after the war. If there was a problem there was no other way except surgical removal, at least with the existing medical skills in the Hidden Cloud village. She had no choice but to come here, and even dragged her sister to give her courage. Teacher, do you want to take a bath and relax first? Pushing open the door and looking at the two figures sitting on the bed, Shimura Gento asked with a smile. If you want to touch it quickly. After glaring at someone, Yui Ino skillfully took off her dress and lay on the bed, closing her eyes to turn a blind eye. For the sake of her heart, she endured it. Anyway, she had been touched so many times, it didn't matter this time. Shimura Gento, with that iconic gentleman's smile, carefully copied and updated the body data for the little sister, and then looked at Yui Lanner standing next to her. Miss Lanner, I'll check for you too. The power of the tailed beasts is not that easy to use. Look at your sister's body cells and meridians, they are damaged a lot. But you don't use it much during the day, so the situation shouldn't be that serious. The chakra quality of the tailed beasts is too high, and they all have their own bloodline limits. The Nine Tails has even integrated fire attributes into its own chakra, which can burn others. I just checked and found that there are many damaged parts in Yugi Ryan's body. Even with Yugi Sage's body, it is difficult to completely heal, leaving some difficult to heal hidden injuries. I think Yugi Arashi should be similar. Although this girl does not use much tailed beast chakra during the day, and the increase in herself is not as exaggerated as Yugi Ryan, but because she does not have the Yang attribute, Yugi Sage's body is in a semi-awakened state, and her self-repair ability is very poor. I think her condition is not good. After a silence, Yugi Arashi also skillfully took off her dress and lay on the bed to let Shimura Gentoi do it. Alas! After carefully checking Yugi Arashi's physical condition, Shimura Gentoi sighed with regret. You ninjas are too eager for quick success. The power of the tailed beasts is not used in this way. You must sincerely accept that power until it is perfectly integrated with your own chakra and the chakra is transformed. To forcefully activate the tailed beast chakra is completely hurting the enemy and yourself. You can go and chat with Yuta and Ashiki when you have time. He came to lie down between the two women and embraced them again, enjoying the blessing of having two women at the same time. At the same time, he held the two little tails with both hands and persuaded them earnestly. It is a technical job to use the tailed beast chakra freely. The effect of such rough activation is too poor, and the side effects are obvious. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto, who was the reincarnation of Ashura, was lying down after forcibly using the tailed beast transformation, not to mention Yuki Rine. Resisting the strange feeling of having his tail pulled, Yuki Rine thought about Shimura Gendei's words. Although this traitor is not a good person, his brain is indeed very useful. Last time when she helped the Ashiki split, she had experienced the power of the chakra fusion transformation. She has been trying hard for the past month, but unfortunately, the results are minimal. She only figured out a tailed beast state. Although it has greatly improved her strength, it is far inferior to the original state, and it also hurts her body a lot. Obviously, the method she used is wrong. What is this? Feeling that the immortal energy thread pierced from the tail has built a new circuit in her body, Yi Rain asked with her mind turned back. This is a method of using the power of the tailed beast to absorb natural energy and refine it into chakra, but at this stage it can only be converted into the chakra of the tailed beast, so as to increase the chakra of the tailed beast and speed up the half-chakra cultivation of your body. You can complete the half-chakra cultivation of your body in a month at most, and then you can start to practice the Raise Nan Jinden. She smiled and explained that Shimura Gentoi could not stay in the hidden cloud village for too long. The two women needed to complete the half-chakra cultivation as soon as possible, and then set up a special Raise Nan Jinden condensation method for them. What do you want to do? More puzzled, Yi Jinyan really couldn't understand why Shimura Gentoi was so generous to help her two sisters become stronger. You know, they are enemies. Of course, I want to use the Raise Nan Jinden to control your life and death as soon as possible. Silently replied in his heart, Shimura Gentoi had a little expression of worrying about the village and the people, and said worriedly, we don't have much time. What do you and the third generation know? Unsatisfiedly asked, Yi Jinyan didn't like this feeling of being kept in the dark. Do you think the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who ended the Warring States period and opened the ninja village era, and could press the tailed beasts to the ground with one hand and one look, are strong? Without answering the little sister's question, Shimura Gentoi asked back. Of course they are very strong. Although he didn't know what bad things this traitor wanted to do, Yi Jinyan still answered. Although they had never seen the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, their cloud village had sent people to investigate the intelligence of the Valley of the End. The destruction caused after the war alone showed their combat power. That kind of combat power could destroy the world, and it would not be a problem to destroy their cloud village with one blow. What if an enemy who can crush both of them to the ground appears in the future? That's impossible. Instinctively refuted and denied, Yi Ino did not believe that such a strong person would appear in the ninja world. The strength of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara was already extraordinary. They were the real peak of the ninja world, and there would never be a stronger existence than them. But thinking back to the worry of the third Raikage, he fell into silence. Could it be that a strong person of that level would really appear in the ninja world? Playing with the little tail in his hand, Shimura Gentoi explained, don't use your own vision to measure ninjas. This world is very deep. Apart from other things, a long time ago, the peak existence of samurai could split mountains with a sword and cut rivers with a knife. The samurai now only got a little bit of inheritance and are far less powerful than before. Even so, samurai can suppress ninjas for thousands of years. It was not until the appearance of the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara that ninjas had the opportunity to gather together to form a ninja village, which was almost on par with the daimyo mansion. Since samurai are so strong, why is the inheritance broken? She retorted with dissatisfaction, and even Yi Jinyan's tone was a little disdainful. In her opinion, samurai can only compete with them because of their large number and the full support of the daimyo mansion. If they have the same resources and the same number of people, they are confident that they can beat the samurai group. That's because the warriors of that era, including the monks and onmyoges, as well as the gods and demons in myths and legends, were all destroyed. The evil demon that appeared in the water country last time was just a remnant of the power of the mythological era. Speaking this secret indifferently, although Shimura Gentoi's voice was not cold, but it made the two girls in his arms tremble suddenly. They can think that those myths and legends are fictitious, but the appearance of the evil demon last time showed many problems. Even the third generation of Reikage brought back some blood and even a little bit of flesh of the evil demon. The power contained in that little bit of flesh and blood alone made them palpitate. Even if they tried their best, it was difficult to destroy that little bit of flesh, which shows how powerful the evil demon is. This is enough to prove that the gods, demons, and monsters in myths and legends may have really existed, but now those gods, demons, and monsters have long been extinct. Even if the gods, demons, and monsters broke out in a civil war, they could not be extinct so completely. It could only be that external forces intervened and destroyed them all. Seeing the two young ladies in his arms fall into silence, Shimura Gentoi continued to deceive, "You all have good qualifications. If you can work together with Matatabi and Ashiki to develop stronger bloodline limits, you will have the hope of reaching the true peak of this world. If our world wants to survive in the hands of those powerful enemies, we must have enough powerful people. In front of the entire human race and the entire world, our original hatred is nothing. After repelling or even killing those powerful enemies, if we can still survive, I welcome you to come for revenge at any time. If your claws can be more obedient, this statement is still a little credible." Sensing the movement of the claw that grabbed his tail, Yi Lingyan glared coldly, with a look of contempt without any cover. This guy is cautious if you put it nicely, and cowardly if you put it bluntly. Every time he lies with the two of them, he will assemble the helmet and put down the visor to cover himself tightly. There was even one time when she discovered that guy had an air filter in the collar of his battlesuit. He was so scared of death. But she remembered what he said. No matter whether what he said was true or false, it was right to improve her own strength. When she surpassed this guy and that bastard Shimura Danzo in strength, she would join forces with her sister to take revenge. "I'm shaping the chakra circuit for you. Hurry up and write it down. There will be another set of circuits to memorize and learn after the job is done," he said seriously. How could she, take advantage of the other lady? But then again, the feel of these two little tales is really good. Any other secrets to pass on to us? With her dark eyebrows slightly frowned, Yu Rain once again deeply realized the unfathomable depth of the Shimura family. In the past 2 months, she has obtained many top secrets from this traitor, but none of them has been thoroughly understood until now. The more he studied, the more confused he became. The knowledge involved was extremely profound. Even with the assistance of his teacher Yayuelen and the third Reikage, it was difficult to gain anything. "I just learned a secret technique to absorb and refine natural energy. Now there is another secret technique. How many powerful secret techniques have the Shimura family developed? The next 2 secret techniques are extraordinary. They are specially designed to deal with future enemies. They are also the key targets you need to practice next." With a mysterious smile, Shimura Xianding was ready to show his real skills. 290. Chapter 289 Black Zetsu's True Body. "Really, your physique is too sensitive. You haven't memorized these 2 sets of chakra circulation circuits yet." In the early morning, Shimura Xianding watched the 2 sisters leave like lightning after their outbursts, and shouted a reminder. These 2 sisters were really too sensitive. Just like last time, they had a very violent outburst. Not only the sheets had to be changed, but also the mattress. This is a fatal weakness. We must help the teacher and sister to eliminate it as soon as possible, so as not to be targeted by bad guys in the future. Looking at the 2 marks on the bed beside him, Shimura Xianding suddenly felt a sacred sense of mission. He must make the 2 teachers and sisters perfect. In addition to the fatal flaw of the Rei's Nan Jindan that only he can use, there must be no weaknesses that can be exploited by others. Dinger, this is yesterday's harvest. A group of black Zetsu emerged from the floor and threw a scroll over. Why is there only this much? Looking at the scroll in his hand that was half the size of the last time, Shimura Xianding was a little dissatisfied. Did Black Zetsu slack off? The hidden cloud village has been emptied by us. Hehe, Black Zetsu laughed sinisterly, and he was also very satisfied with this harvest. He not only copied the inherited secrets of all the ninja forces in the hidden cloud village, but also added some private goods, which were the ninjutsu secrets he had collected over thousands of years. After all, countless ninja clans have appeared in the ninja world for thousands of years, and countless powerful ninjutsu secrets have been developed, but not many can be passed down safely. You must know that in the ninja world today, except for the top clans supported by the blood of the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, other ninja clans rarely have 1,000-year inheritance. It's finally over. With a sigh of regret, Shimura Gentoi was really sorry. He could naturally see that there were many private goods added by Black Zetsu in the previous scrolls, and he would naturally not refuse such a good thing. Unfortunately, the conditions are limited after all, and the foundation of the Hidden Cloud Village cannot allow Black Zetsu to add too many powerful private goods, so he can only find an opportunity for Black Zetsu to take action in the future. It's time to end this duel. I believe that the third Raikage and others must have reached their limit of patience. Looking up at the morning sun shining in from the window, since Black Zetsu can no longer find an opportunity to insert more private goods, he naturally has no need to play with those cloud ninjas. Can immortal arts and physical arts really deal with those powerful enemies? Black Zetsu took the opportunity to ask the question in his mind. He had been hiding under the floor and eavesdropping last night, so he naturally heard Shimura Gento finally passed on the secret technique to the two human women, and he was also quite confused. It should work. Judging from the existing clues, the sacred tree should be the core power of those aliens. I have carefully studied the sacred tree and found that the pure sacred tree cannot absorb natural energy on its own, and natural energy is also very repulsive to the sacred tree and chakra. The reason why the first generation of chakra sacred tree can absorb natural energy should be related to it devouring gods, demons, and monsters, and using gods, demons, and monsters as a medium to obtain the ability to devour natural energy. Just like the sage mode of the three holy places, ninjas themselves cannot absorb natural energy to form sage mode, at least ordinary ninjas cannot, but with the help of some of their unique media, they can absorb natural energy and cultivate into the sage mode. However, the God Tree has absolute control over chakra, and ordinary ninjas have no way to resist. Even the powerful tailed beasts are pitifully weak in front of the God Tree and would release. Obviously, the ninjutsu performed with chakra cannot fight against those outsiders, and physical skills and sage techniques mixed with natural energy must be used. However, chakra is not safe after all, and it depends on my sage power in the end. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gento explained his research results like a senior scientific researcher. This is not only his research result, but also important information seen in the original Naruto, which is absolutely reliable. Chakra is indeed not very safe. Nodding in agreement, Black Zetsu also found that chakra is indeed not very safe. After all, the first generation of chakra god tree came from the universe Otsutsuki, and who knows if the universe Otsutsuki clan has left any tricks for that thing. As an old silver coin conspirator Voldemort who has been able to plan for thousands of years, he never mind using the most insidious thoughts to figure out others. In this regard, he is consistent with Shimura Gentoi and his son. They are all like-minded people. Even with the contact with Shimura Gentoi, he has a vague feeling of mutual appreciation. A bosom friend. The matter here in the Hidden Cloud Village is basically settled. You go back and help my father to get the 100 million clones out as soon as possible. We need to establish a perfect intelligence network as soon as possible to monitor the entire ninja world and the world. No corner can be missed. With a worried look on his face, Shimura Gentoi is very worried that the white zetsu will not be enough. Although 100 million white zetsu sounds like a lot, it is a drop in the bucket if it is really put on the entire planet. According to his observations, the planet of the ninja world should be similar to the Earth in his previous life. Judging from the original world map, the land area is about 30%, which is similar to the Earth in his previous life. In comparison, the land area of a this planet is only 150 million square kilometers. If 100 million white zetsu are spread out over 1.5 square kilometers, there will only be one white zetsu. Not to mention that the ocean must also be monitored. In this way, at least 10 billion white zetsu can monitor the entire planet perfectly and discover the arrival of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others in the first time. Lest they not know when they really sneak in. Black Zetsu, you must cooperate with my father to make clones. In the future, at least 10 billion must be cultivated to monitor every corner of the world. Thinking of this, Shimura Gento patted Black Zetsu on the shoulder and gave him a heartfelt admonition. Whether the white Zetsu can be cultivated to 10 billion depends on Black Zetsu. He has absolute confidence in Black Zetsu, and this filial son will never let him down. I'll try my best. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his head, Black Zetsu found that he and his mother had been too narrow-minded before, and only cultivated a white Zetsu army of more than 100,000. But the young man in front of him would spend hundreds of millions of dollars at any time, and now he has even set a small goal of 10 billion. I wonder if those white Zetsu can split so many spore clones? After all, clones are not normal life forms. Even if the body functions well, the soul cannot be worked on. I suggest using the souls of living people to fill them. Recalling the process of his mother making the white Zetsu army, Black Zetsu made a sinister suggestion. Although they can't make an infinite Tsukuyomi now, it is not necessary to have an infinite Tsukuyomi if they just want to cultivate white Zetsu. It's just that human souls are necessary to ensure the IQ of white Zetsu. Otherwise, even if they make more defective products, it won't be of much use. It's too cruel to use the souls of living people as cultivation materials. Shimura Gento refused decisively. As a time traveler from China, how could he do such a thing as taking human life lightly? This decisiveness made Black Zetsu look at him sideways, and he secretly felt that he was just a teenager, with a conscience, and not as cruel as his father. But Black Zetsu soon found out that he was wrong, very wrong. You go find a way to get the death masks and the matching Shiki Fusion techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and I'll see if I can come up with a secret system or something that specifically harvests the souls of the dead. When the time comes, we will set up a death squad to collect the souls of those humans who died of old age and illness, and then make deals with them, such as giving the relatives of those souls some money, or other help, so that those souls will cooperate with us to cultivate perfect clones. Of course, there is no need to be so particular about those bad guys. This world is already too miserable, and there is no need to let those bad guys continue to live and ruin this miserable world. Pushing his glasses again, Shimura Gentoi didn't like forcing others to do things. In comparison, using benefits to lure people to trade is the kingly way, and it can also better mobilize the enthusiasm of those people and do things better. Blinking his eyes cutely after coming to his senses, Black Zetsu was secretly upset. Yet, why didn't I think of it back then? The key to making white Zetsu lies in the spirit of an intelligent creature. As for whether the body is old or young, strong or weak, it doesn't matter. If Mother had done this back then, the two evil sons, Yui and Hamura, would not have turned against each other and been sealed and imprisoned for thousands of years. It's really lucky for me and Mother to meet Xianding. After being upset, Black Zetsu looked at the golden armored boy in front of him and felt extremely fortunate. At the same time, he secretly felt that he was still too kind and his heart was not completely black enough. There was still a big gap compared to this Xianding. I'll go to the whirlpool country now. After saying hello, Black Zetsu drilled into the floor and prepared to go to the whirlpool country to get the death mask. As for the Shiki Fujin technique, he knew it and didn't need to steal it anymore. Wait! Quickly calling out to the resolute Black Zetsu, Shimura Gentoi asked with a fatherly expression, "How is your half-flesh and blood body training going?" After all, Kaguya is also a poor little sister, and a target that he must save. It is possible that Kaguya will be moved and marry him, and he will be Black Zetsu's old father. Is it a problem for an old father to help his son improve his strength? I almost forgot that my half-flesh and blood body has been trained almost. Black Zetsu, who just reacted, hurriedly emerged from the cracks in the floor, and then transformed into a half-flesh and blood body that he had cultivated hard. Then a burly figure like black iron appeared, which made Shimura Gentoi look confused. You are more than 6 meters tall. Looking at the real body of Black Zetsu sitting on the ground with his head touching the roof, Shimura Gentoi rubbed his forehead, and always felt that the style of this Black Zetsu was a little wrong. I wonder if Miss Kaguya will recognize this kid she made after she is released. Dinger has good eyesight. This body is 6,666.66 millimeters high. It's just for good luck. He raised his head proudly, but unfortunately the dark and shiny head hit the beam of the house. The huge force shook the whole room and a cloud of dust fell. Black Zetsu, who was a little embarrassed, performed a wind escape ninjutsu considerately and blew the dust out of the room before it fell. How did you get it to 2 units after the millimeter? His face twitched and Shimura Jondun asked in confusion. Are there such accurate rulers now? This is not important. Doesn't Dinger think this body is very strong? Bending over and carefully doing a few bodybuilding movements, Black Zetsu looked very proud. It's okay that he never thought about having a real body before, but now that he wants to make one, he naturally has to make a flawless one. Now this body is 6,666.66 millimeters tall, 6,666.66 millimeters wide, 4,666.66 millimeters thick, and 1,666.66 millimeters wide. It is absolutely strong and auspicious. 291. Chapter 290, Copycat Eye Technique Bloodline. This is the Meridian A Cup ointment network that best fits your body. Shape it as soon as possible. Resisting the burning feeling, Shimura Gentoi tailored a perfect Meridian A Cup ointment network according to the situation of Black Zetsu's real body and asked him to shape it. Understood. Repressing the excitement in his heart, Black Zetsu nodded, and then the huge Black Zetsu's real body turned into liquid again, ready to set off for the Whirlpool country, but was stopped by Shimura Gentoi again. Wait a minute, I want to do a small operation on myself. You make a space of 10 meters square deep down below. After explaining to Black Zetsu, Shimura Gentoi adjusted himself and prepared for the next operation. Although he didn't know what Shimura Gentoi was going to do, Black Zetsu still obediently used Earth Escape to create a 10-meter-sized secret room under the room, and took Shimura Gentoi into the room. Shimura Gentoi came to the underground secret room and performed the magnification technique developed by the Akimichi multiplication technique, but this time it was not the whole body that was magnified, but the head alone. Soon the head was enlarged to 10 meters in size, close to the surrounding walls, and then began to perform the Meridian A Cup ointment reconstruction technique to transform his own eyes. He really couldn't perform fine surgery at the cellular level, but he could enlarge the surgical site, which was the main reason why he was eager to obtain the innate yang attribute immortal energy through Shimura's big mouth. The meridians in the eyes were also enlarged, and then the Meridian A Cup ointment reconstruction technique was performed on this basis, shaping one eye according to the fine A Cup ointment position of Uchihamadara's eternal eye, and shaping the other eye according to the fine A Cup ointment of the golden 9 Magadama Samsara eye in the original Otsutsuki treasure. This is not over yet, and then he started to transform the pineal gland in the core of the brain. The pineal gland itself is the product of the degeneration of the third eye. Miss Kagaya's Samsara Sharingan is estimated to have evolved from the pineal gland. At the same time, the pineal gland has all the tissues of the eye, so it can naturally evolve into another eye. After condensing the raised Nan Jinden in this key A Cup ointment, he began to nourish and transform it, and finally let it evolve into a complete eye. On this eye, according to the Meridian A Cup ointment layout of the original Tianan Byakugan, he began to shape it. Because it had been simulated countless times in the Black Cauldron space, it went smoothly and quickly. It took only 3 hours to complete the transformation of the 3 eyes. After confirming that the fine acupoints shaped were very stable and the operating circuit was constructed with immortal energy, Shimura Xianding lifted the magnification technique and the head returned to its original state. Without stopping, he quickly transformed the acquired yin attribute immortal energy. The force flowed into the 3 transformed eyes. First, the fake Byakugan evolved from the pineal gland in the head. The fine acupoints are indeed useful. Feeling the blurred vision of 3 meters around him, Shimura Gentoi was quite satisfied. Although he did not use the Byakugan pupil power of the Hyuga family, the pupil power itself was the product of the transformation of Yin-Tun Chakra. In theory, it could also be replaced by Yin attribute power, but the effect would be slightly worse. The operating circuit of the fine acupoints is indeed related to the pupil technique. Now with the help of this fake Byakugan, he has obtained a 360-degree vision of 3 meters around him. Although it is very blurry, it is also very good. If he cultivates the innate yin attribute immortal energy or even yin-tun immortal energy in the future, the effect will definitely be further improved. At the same time, there is the perspective ability of the Byakugan, which is the ability to see through the brain and skull to see the surrounding scene. In addition, there is also a far-sighted ability, but the vision is too blurry and it is not very useful. Finally, there is a pupil technique effect like a microscope or a magnifying glass, which should be unique to the Hyuga Tenon. That is to say, Hyuga Tenon's Byakugan has 144 fine acupoints, which is the same level as the Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder it can save Uchihamadara from death. Next is the copycat version of the left eye's Samsara eye. Unfortunately, those pupil circuits do not have any special pupil effects. Maybe the level of the acquired yin attribute immortal energy at this stage is too low, not enough to manifest the pupil. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi confirmed that the layout of the fine acupoints was correct. Now that there is no effect, the problem must be in the acquired yin attribute immortal energy supplied by itself. Then came the copycat Sharingan. The 3 pupil effects of the 3 Magatama Sharingan were all manifested, among which the pupil effect of dynamic vision enhancement was the most obvious. The 2 pupil circuits at the back have no effect. It seems that the problem is indeed in the acquired yin attribute immortal energy. The situation of the copycat Sharingan made Shimura Gentoi more certain of his previous guess. Are you shaping the pupil eye? Seeing Shimura Gentoi stop trying, Heiju asked uncertainly, and was even more shocked. You should know that the pupil eyes in the current ninja world, whether it is the Sharingan or the Byakugan, or the Red Eye and the Blood Dragon Eye, are essentially bloodlines formed by the fusion of yin attributes. It is fundamentally different from other chakra attribute bloodlines. I have never heard of anyone being able to shape the pupil bloodline alone. I didn't expect this boy to do it. Doesn't this kid have a limit? The effect is a bit poor, but it can be used barely. Nodding slightly, Shimura Gentoi did not mean to hide it. Only by showing his ability to Heiju can this filial son be full of confidence and increase investment. Take me up, and fill this place up to restore it to its original state. After explaining to Heiju, Shimura Gentoi was eager to try it out, wanting to see how the copycat eyes would work in actual combat. Black Zetsu obediently took Shimura Gent back to the room above, and then filled the underground secret room to restore it to its original state. After doing all this, he set out to the Whirlpool country with a shocked heart to steal the death mask. At the same time, in the Raikage office, after listening to the information brought back by Yi Ling-ian and the description of the 3 new secret techniques, the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. The 2 women first learned a secret technique to use the tailed beast chakra to devour and refine natural energy, and then Yi Ling-ian learned a secret technique to absorb and refine natural energy and combine it with yang escape chakra to integrate into the heart blood, and then temper the whole body and quickly improve physical fitness. Yi later learned the ability to absorb and refine natural energy and integrate it into the spiritual space, and integrate yin escape chakra to shape the spiritual dharma. Using yin dun chakra to shape physical energy, how come it is a bit similar to the Susanoo in the intelligence records? Tatoi took back his gaze from Yi Lanner and thought for a moment, feeling that the secret technique Lanner had learned was somewhat similar to the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha family. I have seen a record that yin dun can shape matter from nothing, and the existence of the Susanoo of the Uchiha family can also prove this from the side. The secret technique that Xiao Xianding wants to pass on to Lanner should also apply this. Yayu Lan, who has the most seniority and the most extensive experience, revealed a secret, confirming that this should be a yin dun secret technique, but it is an extremely high-level yin dun secret technique. The 5 major temples all have a secret technique called the Talent of the Immortal Clan, which is more similar to this one, and should be related to it. The 3rd generation of Raikage revealed another secret. Although the monks of the 5 major temples of the 5 major countries rarely acted in the outside world, they did so and left some information. Among them, there is a secret technique called Immortal Talent, which seems to be somewhat similar to the Uchiha family's Susanoo. It can also materialize energy for attack, but its power is far less than that of the Uchiha family's Susanoo. However, the Immortal Talent of the 5 great temples also has advantages. First of all, it has no burden on itself, and it does not need to use Susanoo like the Uchiha family, which will cause bleeding eyes or even spitting blood. In the last Ninja World War, he saw with his own eyes that Uchiha Kagami's eyes bled when he used Susanoo, and even spit blood in the end. Obviously, the cost of that technique is not small. In addition, the Immortal Talent of the 5 great temples seems to be able to absorb natural energy for use, which is considered a fairy technique. Learn these 2 secret techniques as soon as possible. The 3rd Raikage urged enthusiastically, whether it is the secret technique that combines natural energy with yang escape chakra to integrate into oneself, or the secret technique that Yi Laner learned that combines natural energy with yin escape chakra to shape the Dharma image. The secret techniques have infinite potential and have an immeasurable impact on the village. We must get them. We will try our best. Facing the fiery gaze of the 3rd Raikage, Yi Union really had no way to refuse, and could only bite the bullet and agree, while at the same time she was quite crazy inside. When will the 2 sisters really escape from the hands of that traitor? Okay, don't put pressure on them. That kid is very cunning. The secret techniques he gave are all exclusive secret techniques that are incomparably suitable for their physiques. I don't know when we can develop a universal version based on this. Seeing that the 2 disciples were in a bad mood, Yayuelen spoke up to help them out, and she felt very sorry for them. She knew the temperament of these 2 disciples very well. Since they showed this expression, they must have suffered a great loss at the hands of that kid, but for the sake of the village, the 2 disciples could only sacrifice. In the ninja world, strength is everything, and everything else is empty. Don't think too much. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the 3rd Raikage also spoke to comfort them. He was not a fool, so he could see that the 2 sisters Yui and Union must have suffered a great loss at the hands of that boy. After all, they had been with that boy for many nights. But the same thing, Everything is for the village. This is the sage mode training method that our spy stole from the Shimura family at the cost of his life. It should help you further understand that secret technique. As if he remembered something, the third Reikage got up and went to the secret room to take out a scroll and gave it to the two women. This was stolen from the Shimura family by the spy some time ago. Can our people sneak into the Shimura family? Taking the scroll, Yi Yunyan felt it was unrealistic. With the background and power shown by the Shimura family, can people invade their own clan? Yayulan also cast a puzzled look, and also felt it was incredible. Some time ago, the Shimura family sent a large number of people to Lulan, including Shimura Danzo. There were not many people left in the Shimura family, and the main attackers were those disguised ninjas from Konoha. Our people just took advantage of the situation. Hehe, the third Reikage was very happy to see the Shimura family suffer a setback, and from the intelligence sent back by the spies, the Konoha ninja forces suffered heavy losses that time, and even several quasi-cage level ninjas were defeated in the Shimura family, and the loss of the Jonin was even greater. Shaking his head speechlessly, Yayuelan was too lazy to pay attention to this matter. That kid is right, you can try to contact the split bodies of the two-tailed beasts. If you can get them to cooperate and fuse the tailed beast chakra in your body, you will definitely be able to improve your strength. Bringing up another topic, she also felt that what Shimura Xianding said made sense. It was a wrong method to use force on the tailed beast chakra, which could be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt yourself 800 times, which was not worth it. 292. Chapter 291, Quotes from the Dance King. According to the current information, the two-tailed beasts will definitely go to the land of water to travel around the countries with other tailed beasts after Shimura Gendei leaves. Perhaps we can follow the example of the Uegakur, Mist, and Sand villages and let Seniors Union and Laner go there to gain experience. Tottori suddenly made a suggestion, which made the third Reikage and Yayulan fall into deep thought. You can try it. You should go out and take a look. Yayulan was the first to speak up, with pity in her eyes. Although her husband was killed by the fiancé copyright S of these two girls, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, she was not the kind of mediocre person who took her anger out on innocent people. She knew very well that what happened back then had nothing to do with the two girls. These two girls have been staying in that yard with her for more than 10 years, just like being in prison. It's time for them to go out and take a good look at the world. The third Reikage, who was about to say something, saw Yayuelan's statement and could only swallow his words helplessly. There was no way. This woman was not only his master's wife, but also the elder of the family. What could he say when she had spoken? It's better to go there and investigate the strength and secret techniques of the second Tsuchikage lady and the others. After thinking about it, the third Reikage felt that it would be a good thing to let Yu Ino go there. There was no way. The last time the second Tsuchikage lady Yu Guan burst out with a knife, it was really shocking. Even the evil demon that they were helpless against had its skull forcibly cut open. It was more ferocious than the power of the tailed beast. It was estimated that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo at that time could never resist it. I don't know what level the strength of Yu Guan and the others has been improved to now. This is indeed a major unstable factor and must be investigated as soon as possible. Can immortal techniques and physical techniques really deal with such a strong enemy? Recalling another piece of information said by Yu Ino, Yayuelan looked at the third Reikage. The third Reikage was the only person in the Hidden Cloud village who had participated in the war against the evil demons, and he knew it best. I don't know what those powerful enemies he mentioned are like, but the last demon was completely immune to ninjutsu. I used the hell thrust driven by Black Thunder to penetrate his hand without any damage, and even broke his fingers and palms. I always feel that kind of thing is specially used to restrain us ninjas, but physical and fairy techniques can indeed cause damage to it. At that time, the six-tailed beasts confronted the demon head-on, and that kid and Tsunade took advantage of their small size to sneak in and blinded the demon's eyes. Yu Guan cut open the demon's skull with a knife, and then the kid got into the demon's brain, and finally used natural fairy fire to barely burn the demon. The most important thing is that the demon has a high growth potential. It is not clear how high the limit is, but at that time, the size was constantly increasing, as if it could grow indefinitely. He briefly recounted the original scene again. The battle with the demon had a great impact on the third generation of Reikage, and for the first time he saw the demon that was essentially beyond the tail. The existence of the beast. Without exaggeration, in terms of their own hard power, if they don't use the characteristics of absorbing chakra like the main Jikaya and would release, the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara are not necessarily stronger than the tailed beast, especially the strongest 9 tails. If they really face the evil demon that is immune to ninjutsu, they will have to kneel down. Just like the restraint of the Sharingan and would release on the tailed beast, the evil demon can also restrain Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage in turn, making it difficult for them to exert half of their strength. It is estimated that even the ninjutsu that the first generation of Hokage used to defeat Uchiha Madara in the Battle of the Valley of the End may not be able to defeat the evil demon. If you want to deal with such an existence, you must jump out of the original framework of ninja. Is this the main reason why you want to spend a lot of money to build that spear? Yayuelen thought thoughtfully and understood why the third generation of Raikage was obsessed with building that spear. If that kid's plan can really succeed and increase the power of the Black Thunder, my fingers will definitely not be able to bear that kind of power, and I can only rely on ninja tools. Nodding, the third Raikage did build that spear to deal with special opponents like the evil demon, and he also learned the lesson from the last battle with the evil demon. From the information about the 3 holy places, after the fusion of chakra and natural energy, it will transform into a power that surpasses both. The original natural fairy fire was just the power of natural energy after being ignited, and it was not really integrated into the chakra. The temperature was too high, even the chakra of a tailed beast would be ignited and could not be integrated into the natural energy. Perhaps only the chakra that Ino and the others merged with the 2-tailed and 8-tailed that day can be integrated into the natural fairy fire to form a stronger destructive force. Thinking of it, he said a guess of his own, he has always been worried. Taijutsu is one of the means that can act on that kind of enemy, and fairy technique cannot be put down. At first, the natural fairy fire had a very slow effect on the evil demon, and it took a long time to burn it to ashes. Fortunately, Ziken Xianding rushed into the monster's head to mess it up, so that it could not gather strength to attack the 6 red yang formation, otherwise it would be very likely to be rushed out. Or if the evil demon was allowed to devour some more humans to grow, it is estimated that even if the 9-tailed beasts were gathered together to set up a 9 red yang formation, it would not be able to resist, and it might even be completely immune to the burning of the natural fairy fire. Therefore, they need stronger fairy power. In this case, our cloud-hidden village still has a lot of advantages. Proudly puffed up her chest, Yi Union was very proud of the style of their cloud-hidden village at this moment. In fact, their cloud-hidden village has always been regarded as an outlier by other ninja villages, and the fighting style of ninjutsu is indeed very different from that of orthodox ninjas. But now this unique style has brought great advantages. We have received intelligence that the daimyo of the 5 great countries and the general of the Iron Country have been secretly using sealing crystals to build weapons and armors over the past year. If this kind of weapons and armor becomes popular on a large scale, most of our ninjutsu will lose their due effect, just like we were powerless against Xianding Jun. Tsukade was a little worried about this after revealing the latest intelligence. If the samurai group is really armed with weapons with sealing crystals in large numbers, their ninjutsu will be severely restrained, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Even if the mainstream of their cloud village is ninja swordsmanship, it will still be greatly affected. This is not a good thing. It's useless to say more about this. Let's go see that kid first. He was more than 3 hours late today. I think he prepared a surprise for us. Turning his head to look at the top of the mountain next to the Raikage building, Yayulan really wanted to know what Shimura Xianding did this time. It's time to end this farce. Standing up, the third Raikage put on the golden armor hanging in the corner of the office, and finally picked up the spear that was like a pillar. Third generation Raikage, are you going to fight too? Seeing the third Raikage fully armed, Tutai looked worried. He knew the physical condition of the Raikage very well. Although he had recovered a lot after this period of recuperation, he was still not enough to fight with all his strength. It's true that he can't fight a protracted war, but it's not a problem to hit a blow. Let that kid see how powerful and fast this body he has created is. Rubbing the heavy gold spear, the third Raikage laughed, and a cunning and sinister look appeared on his majestic face for the first time. Take it easy. That kid's abnormality today should have prepared a new trump card. Don't fall. Yayuelen didn't think much of the third Raikage. This guy suffered a lot at the hands of that kid. Then I'll have to trouble my master to force out his trump card. He laughed. The third Raikage naturally knew that Shimura Gento must have another trump card, but the opponent's biggest disadvantage was the number of people. They had enough strong people on their side to force out the boy's trump card. Lan Er, go get my thunder. Without refusing, Yayulan signaled the disciples behind her to go back and get the sword, and a desire to fight also rose in her heart. She had watched all the boys' battles in the past month, and her hands were itching. And she couldn't let the boy really leave the 3 words daughter village behind, otherwise it would become a shame for the entire hidden cloud village. Shimuragento didn't know that the third Raikage and others had already begun to plot against him. At this moment, he just came to the top of the mountain, and many ninjas from the hidden cloud village had already been waiting here, and even the surrounding peaks were full of people, setting up large and small telescopes to watch the battle. After a month of observation, they already knew that Shimuragento was openly fighting, but in fact he was teaching them the swordsmanship of the cloud ninjas, and that the strength of all the ninjas who had fought with him had greatly improved. How could such a special and exciting battle be missed? The only pity was the point is that if you want to fight with Shimuragento, you must be at least a special jonin, otherwise you can't even use the Shengtang sword well, and it would be embarrassing to go up. Girls, come on, those at the jonin level can come up and play with me. I hope your progress this month can please me. Haughtily and arrogantly hooked his finger at the opposite cloud jonins, Shimuragento was ready for a real single challenge. He challenged the opposite group alone. Damn! Too arrogant, I want to kill that guy. I want to cut off his pendant and go back to soak it in wine. I don't ask for much, I'll cut off his twin brother and roast it. After a short silence, the cloud ninjas were angry, their eyes became extremely ferocious, and their faces were extremely hideous. This guy was not only insulting them, but also insulting their entire cloud village. This was absolutely intolerable. Needless to say, after a simple discussion of tactics, a group of people decisively surrounded and killed him. Although they couldn't use ninjutsu to maximize their numerical advantage because of the other party's battle suit, the combat power of so many people using ninja swordsmanship would not be bad. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. The time limit is still half a minute, and everyone was smashed away by the back of the Shengtang sword with Shimuragento. It's really disappointing that you have only made such little progress after studying for a month. Don't say that I have guided you when you go out in the future. I can't afford to lose that person. Also, don't say that you are a man in the future. At this stage, the only man in the whole cloud hidden village is me, Shimuragento. You are all girls, including Aunt Raikage. After playing with the sword, Shimuragento was very villain-like and attracted hatred, which made many cloud ninjas glare at him. This is more insulting. However, they were more frustrated. It was embarrassing to have so many people attacking together. Even though they were ninjas who did everything they could, it didn't matter how they did it as long as they could complete the task. But this time it was not a task, but a fair competition. They didn't last even half a minute, which was really embarrassing. The shadow-level cloud ninjas on the side were also uncomfortable. The previous battle results made them feel embarrassed. What made them most unbearable was Shimuragento's venomous tongue. Although the swordsmanship guidance for the past month was indeed a favor, you are too much. Do you want to dance too? Sensing the angry eyes on the side, Shimuragento glanced over, showing undisguised disdain, perfectly reproducing the classic quotes of the Ninja World Dance King during the Fourth War in the original work, which was really domineering. 293. Chapter 292 Zangba Snake Spear. Since you all want to dance, I'll grant you your wish. The rules are the same. Quasi-shadows can come together. Holding the knife in one hand, standing proudly, Shimuragento directly opened the 8 gates to the 5th gate, and the innate yang attribute immortal energy flowing in the meridians and acupoints increased dramatically, and the blessing to physical fitness was also greater. His 8 gates is different from the 8 gates of the Ninja Chakra version. The main feature is not to squeeze the potential to increase the amount of chakra, but to open the 8 gates to increase the flow of immortal energy and strengthen the upper limit of output. Simply put, it is like a pool. He does this not to expand the pool itself, but to increase the outlet of the pool. With his own accumulated immortal energy, it is enough to sustain for a long time. Before the reserve immortal energy is exhausted, there is naturally no need to squeeze the body, and the damage to the body is much less. Seeing that Shimuragento had opened the 8 gates of ninja without any moral integrity, the group of cloud ninja Quasi-Kages who were still hesitant looked at each other, and then stepped forward decisively to surround Shimuragento. They knew very well how strong Shimuragento was. With the protection of his heavy gold battle suit, he was immune to ninjutsu. They could only fight against him in physical skills. If they fought against him alone, they had no chance of winning at all, and even had a problem lasting half a minute. Now the opponent had used the 8 gates of ninja without any moral integrity, and his combat power had increased sharply to the level of the positive shadow. They had to join forces to have a chance of winning. Stab! Without waiting for these people to make a move, Shimura Gentoi took the initiative to attack, and with a thrust of the number 3 Shengtang sword in his hand, he rushed forward and stabbed into the ground under the feet of a Cloud Ninja Quasi Cage. How did you know? The Cloud Ninja Quasi Cage looked incredulous, and before he could react, he was cut in half by the Shengtang sword that Shimura Gentoi had raised, and it turned into a ball of lightning and exploded. It turned out that this was just a lightning clone, and its main body took the opportunity to hide in the ground below and wait for an opportunity to attack. If it was before, Shimura Gentoi would still be hit, but now with the copycat Byakugan, it is impossible for anyone to attack him as long as he is within 3 meters of himself. Without paying any attention to the Cloud Ninja Quasi Shadow who sneaked into the ground, Shimura Gentoi swung his sword at another Cloud Ninja Quasi Shadow. The other Cloud Ninja Quasi Shadows also reacted and hurriedly surrounded him to slash and kill, while using some ninjutsu to assist in the battle. Although the radiation energy on the heavy gold battlesuit can be immune to ninjutsu, ninjutsu is not completely ineffective. The blessing effects of various ninjutsu appeared on everyone, and most of them used lightning armor, and their speed and strength increased sharply. There was even a 2-meter-tall man holding a mace, who blessed himself with a blessing ninjutsu similar to the earth escape hardening technique, which not only increased his body defense, but also strengthened his strength. Unfortunately, these people were all the same in front of Shimura Gentoi who had unleashed the 8 gates of Dunjia. With the powerful insight formed by the fake Byakugan and the fake Sharingan, especially the dynamic vision enhancement of the fake Sharingan, Shimura Gentoi's combat power increased sharply by a level. Originally, he had been using the immortal energy to warm his eyes and enhance the function of his eyes, whether it was dynamic or not. Vision and visual limit are far beyond the level of normal people. In fact, human eyes have great development potential, and can reach a very high level even without the blessing of those pupil techniques. The third Reikage and the future Yayu AI can burst out at that extreme speed, so they naturally have extremely strong dynamic vision to cooperate, otherwise Kakashi's dynamic vision will not be able to keep up with the speed of Chidori's burst, and this aspect can be improved bit by bit through years of training. Before, his dynamic vision was not inferior to the 3 Magatama Sharingan under the blessing of the eyeball itself and the immortal energy, as well as the extreme control of the Sage mode. Now that he has made a copycat version of the Sharingan, his dynamic vision has been raised to a higher level, and it is no worse than the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo, and the improvement of strength is naturally exaggerated. Almost no one can withstand his 3 swords. In less than 30 seconds, more than 20 Quasi-Cage level strongmen were all injured, staring at the golden armored boy in the center with humiliation and unwillingness. Although this kind of fighting venue is not suitable for their ninjas to perform, and the opponent's expensive battle clothes that can be regarded as cheating and immune to ninjutsu make it difficult for them to exert 50% of their combat power, they did lose, and lost completely. Not bad, you can make me have to hurt you hard to win, and you are qualified to dance with me. After all, it is a bit difficult for me to control this strength after stepping on ants without hurting them. But you don't have to worry, I will be able to perfectly master this strength after a while, and I will definitely not hurt you again. Sweeping the injured and bleeding Cloud Ninjas, Shimura Jondun looked approving, saying that I, Master Ding, have recognized you a little bit. But this recognition made all the Cloud Ninjas present angry. They were just a bunch of ants in the eyes of their opponents. And those senior ninjas were even more ashamed and angry. All of them were just knocked out of the battle circle by the back of the knife, and they did not suffer any substantial damage. I didn't feel anything before, but now it seems that I don't even have the qualifications to be hurt by others. It's really hurtful to my self-esteem. Damn it! Yayu AI, who was covering his cheek, was full of anger and humiliation. He had just been on the field, but unfortunately he was hit on the face by the blade before he could resist a single move, and he didn't even have the qualifications to be beaten to death by the blade. At this moment, he was extremely eager for power, and at the same time thought of his old father's current figure. Maybe I can try it. Staring at the figure standing with a knife, Yayu AI had a bold idea in his mind. Little boy, don't be so arrogant. The third generation of Reikage walked up the stone steps to the top of the mountain with a dark face. His old face was scary, and his old eyes stared at the golden armored boy in the center of the battle circle, wishing to hammer him to death on the spot. Do you really think that there is no one in our cloud-hidden village? Sir, his strength has greatly improved compared to the intelligence when he fought with Tsunade Senju, and it seems that his insight has also improved a lot. The speed of GG's swift release and lightning release armor burst could not be hidden from his eyes. A Quasi Shadow who had just been defeated came to the third Reikage and whispered, causing the third Raikage's face to change slightly. You can even see GG's speed. With a shudder in his heart, the third Raikage once again deeply realized the power of Shimura Gendai. GG is a ninja of the same generation as him, and has a bloodline limit swift release that is a fusion of wind and lightning attributes, which has a great bonus effect on the body's speed. Coupled with the increase in the lightning release armor, in terms of speed alone, even if he uses the lightning release chakra mode, he is slightly inferior. But even such an extreme speed could not be hidden from that kid's eyes. Could it be that the kid's eyes are Manjakaya? Sharingan? The old man and others will dance with you. Realizing the strength of Shimura Gento, the third Raikage decisively changed his strategy. Originally, he wanted to have a round-robin battle, but who would have thought that the boy was so strong that he might not be able to force out the opponent's trump card by a round-robin battle. You are indeed qualified to dance with me. Still maintaining that pride, Shimura Gento had no fear on his face. If the third Raikage was in his prime, or had completely adapted to his current non-human body, he would definitely turn around and leave. After all, the Hell Stab ninjutsu was too extreme, and his heavy gold battlesuit could not withstand it. But the current third Raikage should be forgotten. As for other cage-level strongmen, as long as they can't break his heavy gold battlesuit, what is the difference between them and Quasi cages? What a shame! With a sigh, Yayulan took the Thunder Blade from Yilaner. Although she didn't want to attack a young man like this, she had no choice but to do so compared to the failure of leaving the Three Words Daughter Mountain behind and bringing shame to the entire Cloud Hidden village. Everything is for the village. Is this the Thunder Blade? Staring closely at the thick and long sword in Yayulan's hand, Shimura Xianding was very interested in it. It was a 2-meter-long wild sword, but the blade was much wider, a full 10 centimeters wide, and a lot of thunder attribute chakra metal was integrated into it. I haven't used this old friend for more than 20 years. Stroking the dark blue blade, Yayulan felt emotional. Since she and her husband followed the first generation of Raikage to establish the Cloud Hidden village, she has never used this thunder blade again. After all, she has been in charge of the Hidden Cloud village, while her husband and others are responsible for external warfare. For decades, no one has been able to attack the Hidden Cloud village, so naturally there is no chance to take action. But she didn't expect that after more than 20 years, she would use this old friend again to deal with a teenager, and she had to shamelessly fight a group. Since Senior Lan wants to take action, then the junior just be a little more serious. Shimura Gento's face became a little more solemn, and at the same time, he controlled the immortal energy thread to remove the heavy golden wings behind him. Although these wings are indeed very handsome and impressive, they are also very easy to be targeted by others and interfere with their own balance. It's okay to use them to assist in bullying or one-on-one battles, but to deal with the strong men of the Zhengying level, and there are 9 of them, you must be serious. This is not over yet. The Yang Dun armor and the 7th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia are opened, and the combat power is increased to the peak of the current stage. Ant Raikage, come, let me see how you dance. Hooking his finger at the third Raikage, Shimura Gento is looking forward to how strong this old guy can burst out. You will see. With a dark face, the third Raikage stepped into the battle circle with heavy steps, holding the Zangba snake spear, his eyes fixed on Shimura Gento. Yes, the shape of this spear made of heavy gold mixed with perfect energy metal is based on the Zangba snake spear. The spear tip is a twisted snake shape, but it is much thicker. The diameter of the spear body alone reaches an astonishing 18 centimeters. After all, the palm of the third Raikage is also very large now. And this length is not 18 feet, but 28 feet. 13.3 meters, 28 feet is 924 centimeters. With the current height of 250 and the wingspan of 7 meters, the third Raikage can use it freely. Tailed Beast Transformation. The two sisters, Yi Jingyan and Yi Laner, looked at each other and activated the Tailed Beast Chakra in their bodies, allowing themselves to enter the state of Tailed Beast Transformation, and their strength was greatly improved. Yayulan also stood with a knife, with lightning flashing around her body, and her long hair also swelled up, which was the Lightning Chakra mode. She also participated in the development of the Lightning Armor and Lightning Chakra mode, so she naturally knew how to practice and display it. The other several positive shadow-level cloud ninjas present also stepped forward and stepped into the battle circle, each using their trump cards to increase their combat power to the extreme. This is a battle that gambles the honor and disgrace of all the men in the Hidden Cloud village, and there is no room for error. Xianding Jun is really playing bigger and bigger. The Black Panther watching the battle from the outside side, but his heart became more and more excited, and he wanted to replace him. This is the heroic posture that men of our generation should have. It's really fun. The swordsman soft nodded. Although he did not go to Konoha to watch the duel between Shimura Gentoku and Senju Tsunade last time, he had heard about it from Black Panther. Compared to the time when he only challenged Tsunade alone, this time Shimura Gentoku wanted to challenge the entire Cloud Village with his sword. It was much bigger and more exciting than last time. 294. Chapter 293 Thunder Escape Immortal Energy Mode. The third Raikage and others stepped into the battle circle, surrounded Shimura Gentoku, waiting for an opportunity to attack, but just as they were about to attack, they suddenly found that the green light on Shimura Gentoku faded. What? Are you afraid and want to admit defeat? Sensing the weakening of the aura of the boy in front of him, the third Raikage sneered, but he was more vigilant in his heart. Based on his understanding of this kid, since he is so high profile and arrogant, he must have the confidence to fight them, and it is impossible for him to give up halfway. Daydreaming is not a good habit. Glancing sideways, Shimura Gentoku took off his breastplate and this part of the inner armor to reveal his chest, and said with a smile, I have a better idea. As a glorious cloud ninja, it's a bit ugly for me to defeat you with Konoha's 8 gates. In comparison, it's more interesting to defeat you one by one with the lightning chakra mode. What do you think? Can you use the lightning chakra mode? The face changed slightly, and he took off the eye mask covering the other eye. The third Raikage stared at Shimura Gentoku with a pair of blood dragon eyes. Although the energy is different, the usage is similar. You don't mind if I use some external force to assist? Taking off the Thunder Megatama from his neck, Shimura Gentoku tossed it in his hands. He mainly wanted to experience the power of the Thunder Release mode. Although he had experienced it in the Black Cauldron space, it was performed after integrating the data of the young lady, which was quite different from his own. I want to see the difference between your Thunder Release mode and the Thunder Release Chakra mode of our Cloud Hidden Village. The third Raikage was also very curious about the Thunder Release mode developed by the Shimura family without stopping him. Even if Shimura Gentoku did not use Chakra, the usage should be the same. If he could take the opportunity to peek into some of the mysteries inside and add them to his own Thunder Release Chakra mode, he would make a profit. Aunt Raikage is still generous enough. She finally looks a bit manly. With a word of praise, ignoring the murderous look of the third Raikage, Shimura Gentoku split the Thunder Megatama in his hand into 2 and sealed it in the Wound Gate A cup ointment. In the 8 gates, 8 diagrams and 9 palaces, the Wound Gate corresponds to the Thunder, which is a Thunder attribute, and is the best choice for sealing the Thunder Megatama to form a Thunder attribute. As the Thunder Megatama split into 2 halves merged into the left and right rays Nan Jinden in the Wound Gate A cup ointment, it instantly rendered a layer of lightning light, and then all the immortal energy in the body was covered with lightning light. Thunder Escape Immortal Energy Mode. According to the circulation circuit that has been developed long ago, the immortal energy is circulated, and the Thunder Escape mode is instantly entered. The body cells are activated by the Thunder Escape Immortal Energy, and the strength and speed are greatly improved, among which the speed is the largest. Since no one uses these 3 knives, I won't be polite. Simply adapting to this temporary Thunder Escape mode, Zhikan Xianding used the immortal energy thread to pull the number 2 Shengtang sword stuck in the ground and held it in his left hand. The handles of the 2 small Shengtang swords separated to fight against Yu Yi Lanner were connected with the 2 large Shengtang swords and welded together by the Thunder Escape Immortal Energy. This is not over yet. When the 4 swords were welded into a whole, the Thunder Eternal Energy flowed, and the entire blade vibrated violently. The buzzing sound made the Cloud Ninjas watching the battle outside dizzy. After a while, the buzzing sound disappeared, but it made the third Raikage and others more serious. Supersonic Thunder Blade. This is a technique similar to their Cloud Village Supersonic Thunder Blade, which oscillates the weapon at a high frequency, but Shimura Gentoku's is more terrifying, and it even eliminates the vibration. This is not that the vibration stops, but the oscillation frequency exceeds a limit, and the sound enters the field of ultrasound, which is completely inaudible to human hearing. In the history of the entire Cloud Village, only the first generation Raikage practiced the supersonic thunder blade to this level. This time I will cut off all your swords. Proudly announcing a decision, Shimura Gentoku entered the Sage mode, and rushed towards the third Raikage with a flash of lightning, ready to eliminate this old guy first. At this stage in the hidden Cloud Village, the Hell Thrust of the third Raikage is the only means that can break the heavy gold battlesuit. No matter how much strength this old guy has recovered, it is right to knock him out of the battle circle first. Unfortunately, in a flash of lightning, a burly figure blocked the front, and the wide wild sword in his hand slashed down wildly. The blade made a sharp and piercing buzzing sound, which was obviously blessed with the supersonic thunder escape sword technique. Ding! After a dull collision, a golden figure flew backwards. It was Shimura Xianding. However, Yayuelan, who was fighting with him, was not feeling well. His figure also flew backwards. If it weren't for the third Reikage behind him to block it, he would probably be knocked out of the battle circle and eliminated. It's really powerful. Steadying herself, Yayuelan looked at the gap in the thunder blade in her hand that was cut into nearly half, and her fighting spirit rose in her heart. This is the battle she has always dreamed of. Without stopping, he attacked again with a knife, and at the same time, the two sisters Yi Jingyan also attacked Shimura Xianding. The other ninjas of the level of Zhengying were not idle either. Although their physical skills were not as good as those of the three masters and apprentices of Yayuelan, they were not bad either. At least they could assist in the battle and interfere with Shimura Xianding. Dang dang dang! The sound of metal clashing like a storm continued to stir, and pieces of blade fragments flew out, all of which were cut off by Shimura Xianding using the Shengtang sword and the Thunder Sword technique. After all, not everyone's ninja sword has the size of the Thunder Blade, and it can't withstand such a sharp edge. In just 10 seconds, several Zhengying-level cloud ninjas had no choice but to withdraw from the battle circle. They all looked at the ninja swords with only the handles left in their hands with bitter faces. Their physical skills were not as good as that boy's, and they were also much worse in the application of lightning escape. Although the quality of the ninja sword in their hands was not worse than that of the Shengtang sword, it was a pity that the boy's technique similar to the supersonic thunder escape sword was too strong, and the ninja swords in their hands could not resist it at all. Without the assistance of the ninja sword, they could not fight against the blade of others, otherwise they would lose their arms and legs. Without the assistance of several people, the pressure on Yayuelan and the other two doubled. Although the three of them formed a triangle formation to launch a siege, the offensive covered all parts of Shimura Xianding's body. But what made them depressed and shocked was that this guy blocked one by one with the connected Shengtang sword. Even the offensive from the back was accurately blocked, as if he had an eye behind his head. Biren. Tuchai, who opened the Byakugan and watched the battle carefully from the outside, was puzzled. He felt that Shimura Xianding seemed to have gained the ability of Byakugan in this state, and his fighting style was somewhat similar to that of the Hyuga ninja. Did he also transplant the Byakugan into himself? He had a bold guess, but it was rejected by Chuchita in an instant. Although the Byakugan has the ability to see through, Shimura Gento's battlesuit cannot be penetrated by the Byakugan, and there is no Byakugan transplant on his exposed head. It's just that the opponent's eyes do gather a lot of energy, and it is obvious that he is using some secret technique to bless his vision. But the ability to obtain the same vision as the Byakugan is inexplicable. What's going on? Not only Chuchita was puzzled, but the surrounding cage-level ninjas were also puzzled. Did Xianding use this style in the last battle with Tsunade Senju in Konoha? Su Swordsman asked curiously, and was very curious about the tactical style that Shimura Gento showed now. It's okay to fight head-on, but it's too much to block the attack from behind without even turning back. You should know that the slashing speed of Yayuelan and the other two has exceeded the speed of sound, and listening to the wind and identifying the position obviously cannot explain Shimura Xianding's current means. No. Shaking his head, Black Panther was also quite puzzled, and finally could only guess that this should be a secret technique developed by the Shimura family. Byakugan. At the same time, on a nearby mountain, a middle-aged man with wild hair also looked suspicious. That kid also transplanted a Byakugan to himself? But it doesn't look like it. Uchiha Madara was quite puzzled. With the help of the Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja on the face of Hashirama, he could clearly see through the radiation of the battlesuit and see the eye inside Shimura Xianding's brain. The feeling that the eye gave him was somewhat similar to the Byakugan, but it was also very different. However, it is certain that the eye is definitely related to the Byakugan. In addition, the two eyes in the boy's eye sockets are also different from normal eyes. One of them even gave him a feeling of Sharingan. Interesting, I really did come to the right place this time. With a smile on his face, Uchiha Madara originally just came to see how much the boy had grown, but who would have thought that he would find such a surprise? It seems that I have to go and meet that boy tonight. Shimura Gentoi didn't know that the noise he made in the hidden cloud village had attracted the real Ninja World Dance King and wanted to sleep with him and discuss dance, no, to have a long talk all night and enter into a deep exchange. The fierce battle continued. Although he was on the besieged side, Shimura Gentoi had the upper hand, attacking more and defending less, and even the offensive became more and more fierce, gradually suppressing the three masters and apprentices of Yayulan and making it difficult to fight back. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Soon, the situation of the battle changed dramatically. Kill. At the 20th second of the battle, Shimura Gentoi cut off Yu Lanner's left leg with a burst cut, and then kicked him out, eliminating him. At the 25th second, he cut off Yu Ling Ian's ninja sword and right arm, and kicked him out with the same kick, eliminating him. In the Sage mode, he did not have the slightest thought of sympathizing with women, and he had to cut as he should. Not to mention his teacher, even the old father Guo Ying could cut her in front of him. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to kill someone, after all, it was just a duel. With Yayuelan alone, the pressure naturally doubled. At the 27th second, the thunder blade in his hand was finally chopped off by Shimura Gendo, leaving only the hilt, and then his right shoulder and right arm were cut off. You could even see the throbbing lungs through the wound, and blood gushed out. But at this moment, the long-prepared third Raikage used his ultimate move. Hell Stab. Holding the Zangba snake spear, black lightning chakra emerged, most of which gathered on the snake-shaped spear blade, and the rest was fully used to bless the lightning chakra mode. Black lightning flashed and rushed straight to Shimura Gendo. The kid back then has grown a lot. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms folded in the distance, with approval on his face. He naturally recognized the third Raikage. After the second Tsuchikage, the second Raikage also brought people to Konoha to sign a peace agreement. At that time, the third Raikage was just an elite jonin, not even a Quasi-Kage. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, the kid has grown up, and the strength he has burst out has made him pay a little more attention. At least he had to use the perfect Susanoo to block the Hell Stab, which was enough to make him pay a little more attention. Of course, what made him even more concerned was the third Raikage's ruthlessness. In order to pursue stronger strength, he turned himself into a non-human. If it were him, he would not have such great courage. In this regard, Uchiha Madara is willing to call the third Raikage the strongest in the ninja world. 295. Chapter 294 Matchmaker Yayulan. Both the lightning chakra mode and the wind chakra mode can increase the speed of the user, but the way they increase speed is different, and the results are also very different. The speed of the wind chakra mode is suitable for long-distance attacks, while the speed of the lightning chakra mode is more suitable for short-distance attacks. Although the endurance is a bit worse, the burst speed of short distances is more amazing, especially in straight-line sprints. Not to mention that the black lightning used by the third generation of Raikage is one level stronger than the ordinary shadow-level lightning chakra, and the effect is naturally stronger. Almost turned into real lightning, when Shimura Gendo reacted, the spear blade flashing with black lightning had arrived in front of him. If he was really stabbed, his heavy gold battlesuit would definitely not be able to stop it, and his whole body would be pierced with a hole, and it would be a very large hole. At this moment, it is impossible to dodge because the speed is too fast. The most important thing is that the third generation of Raikage is insidious enough. He has been behind Yayuelan's body. With Yayuelan's tall figure blocking him, he can't be discovered at the first time. Even the guy's Zangba snake spear was still stabbed close to Yayuelan's ribs, which was impossible to defend against. This is the battle of ninjas, using all means and killing with one strike. Everyone stared at this attack, wanting to see how Shimura Gentoi would resolve it. Or if he couldn't resolve it, would he be stabbed through? Shimura Gentoi could certainly resolve it, after all, he had been on guard against the third Raikage for a long time, and knew that the other party was waiting for a chance to win. The right leg that had been ready for a long time raised and kicked Yayuelan in front of him away, hitting the third Raikage behind him heavily, and the huge force made the third Raikage stagger. This is not over yet. The Shengtang double swords in his hand crossed and accurately stuck on the forked spear tip of the Zangba snake spear, but the spear blade condensed with black lightning directly pierced a Shengtang sword, and then the next Shengtang sword. However, this obstacle also slowed down the thrust of the Zangba snake spear. Shimura Zhandun quickly switched the Shengtang sword in his right hand to the back and continued to block with the remaining blade. After rotating like this for more than a dozen times, he finally blocked the hell thrust, which was considered a sure kill, and broke the myth of the sure kill of the strongest spear. What a pity! The third Raikage looked unwillingly at Shimura Zhandun's combat boots, which were less than a few centimeters away from the battle circle. Although he wanted to continue to exert his strength, his body could no longer support it. After all, the transformed body has not yet recovered its previous physical strength. This time it was just temporarily strengthened by the earth release hardening technique. Unfortunately, thunder release restrains earth release. Even his own earth release ninjutsu will be suppressed by the thunder release chakra mode. At this moment, his body bones are already full of cracks and may collapse at any time. What do you want to do, kid? Suddenly, the third Reikage found that Shimura Jondun turned over the two swords in his hands, showing the two short blades, and was holding them in his hands. Before he could react, a golden blade flashed and a clanging sound was heard. The third Reikage felt his body go cold. He lowered his head stiffly. When he looked up, he found that he had been cleaned up, with only a pair of flowery shorts left. Damn, is our Reikage so coquettish? It's still a red rose pattern, I like it. Don't you think the part that the shorts support is a little small? It doesn't match the majestic figure of the third generation. The cloud ninjas who reacted were almost blinded by the dazzle. They really couldn't believe that their third generation would be such a Reikage. The words of the surrounding minions made the third generation Reikage even more ashamed and angry. He was already in poor physical condition, and he fell straight to the ground with a black eye in front of his eyes. Teacher sister, don't move, I'll heal you. Throwing away the two swords in his hand and releasing the thunder escape mode, Shimura Xianding immediately changed his job to a gynecological master, enthusiastically stepped forward to put the two teacher sisters side by side and operated on them at the same time. With his current medical skills, the injuries of broken arms and legs are nothing. Go treat teacher Yayu first. Holding the wound to prevent Hikan Xianding from doing anything, Yayu Yunyan looked at her teacher Yayulan with concern. The teacher's injury was much more serious than theirs. Not only was the entire shoulder cut off, but the chest cavity was also exposed, and even the lungs could be seen. Okay. Seeing that the two teachers were very resistant, Hikan Xianding could only do a simple hemostasis treatment first, and then came to Yayulan's side and began to connect the severed shoulder and arm for her. Although the chest cavity was directly exposed to the air, the lung lobe was not damaged, and the chance of infection was not high. In addition, with Yayulan's strong physical fitness, there was no big problem. Don't move. Aunt Reikage's bones are about to break. If you don't want his injury to worsen, don't move. I'll go over and take care of it later. While speaking, Shimura Gento took out the Kagaya puppet from the ceiling scroll, used the corpse bone veins to reconnect the severed bones of Yayuelan, and finally sutured the muscle membrane. Okay, with the senior's physical fitness, it will be healed in a month. After checking again and making sure there was no problem, Shimura Gento smiled and ran towards the two teachers. Lost. Yayuelan, who had been looking at the broken sword in her hand, sighed sadly. Although she had always longed for a real battle, she felt very uncomfortable when she was really defeated. Not to mention that they were defeated under a joint siege, and the opponent was just a teenager under 15 years old. Is the era of their generation finally coming to an end? We still have a future in Kumagakuer. He looked at the two disciples who were treated by Shimura Gentoi, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He had high hopes for these two disciples. Unlike them, these two disciples had great opportunities. Meeting that boy was the greatest opportunity, and their future achievements were limitless. He carefully reattached the severed arms and legs of the two teachers and sisters, and finally touched them carefully. After confirming that the wounds were perfectly healed, he came to the side of the third Reikage. Tisk. Such a big man, but not even half my size, shameful. After uncovering the large coat covering the third Reikage and glancing at the bulge of the flowery shorts, Shimura Gentoi said with disdain, it was too shameful. Xianding Jun, treat him quickly. Dode urged anxiously. He had just used the perspective of his Byakugan to see that most of the bones in the third Reikage's body were covered with cracks and were likely to be broken. You can ask me to treat you. You can inlay the 3 characters of Enviershan on the mountain with luminous stones and light them up every night. While checking the injuries of the third Reikage, Shimura Gentoi made a condition. This stumped Dode. With his status, he could not make such a decision. Although the surrounding Kumo ninjas were angry, they had chosen to fight before, which meant they recognized what others said at the beginning. Not to mention that they chose to fight in groups in the previous 3 duels, which can be said to be a convincing defeat. In this case, there is really no way to regret it. The men of their hidden cloud village cannot afford to lose that person, but those 3 characters are too shameful. I agree. At this time, Yayuelan came over with the help of 2 disciples and agreed to Shimura Gentoi's conditions. Although this matter is indeed quite shameful, as long as it is operated, it can inspire the fighting spirit of the people of the Hidden Cloud Village, so that they can practice harder and avenge their previous shame in the future. Senior Yayu is still heroic, much more decisive than Aunt Raikage. Giving a thumbs up to Yayu Lan, Shimura Xianding then controlled the Kagaya puppet to help the third Raikage repair the broken bones with the corpse bone veins. It didn't take long for him to control the osteoblasts to repair the cracks on the bones. You can carry it back. The newly repaired bones are not strong. Be careful. After sealing the Kagaya puppet again, Shimura Xianding signaled to Tai to take people back. The lightning mode you just used seems to be different from our lightning chakra mode. Yayu Lan, who was pale due to excessive blood loss, asked curiously. She also practiced the lightning chakra mode. In the battle just now, she could clearly feel that the boy's lightning immortal energy mode was very different from their hidden cloud village. It's not the energy that is different, but the way it is used. Shimura Gento, who was using the acquired magnetic field attribute immortal energy to repair the Shangtang sword, smiled and said, "Senior, you want to say that my Thunder Escape mode is more perfect than yours?" His Thunder Escape immortal energy mode is indeed more perfect than the Thunder Escape chakra mode of the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, it was a perfect work deduced by dying millions of times using the trial and error method, and it is naturally not the Hidden Cloud Village's. Maybe if the Hidden Cloud Village perfects it for dozens or hundreds of years, it can go further, but it is still far from its own lightning release mode. It is indeed more perfect than ours. With a sigh, Yayuelen once again realized the horror of the Shimura family. The secret technique developed by their Hidden Cloud Village with the power of a large ninja village is not as good as the result developed by a ninja clan of the Shimura family. What else can people say when their skills are inferior to others to this extent? After Miss Union and the others learn that fairy technique, I will pass on a copy of our Shimura family's lightning release armor and lightning release chakra mode. Before Yayuelen continued to speak, Shimura Xianding spoke up and expressed his willingness to teach the two teachers. Or is it the exclusive version? Yayuelen was not surprised by Shimura Xianding's generosity. After all, this kid has passed on many top secret techniques to the sisters Yayu Yunyin, and adding a set of lightning release armor and lightning release mode is nothing. It's just that the exclusive version that the boy gave them made them feel very painful. It's too difficult to crack it and develop a universal version. During this period, she has been trying to crack it with the third Raikage and others, but unfortunately nothing was achieved. If you force the crack, you must have enough experimental subjects, and the strength of the experimental subjects cannot be bad, at least they must be Jonin, or even Quasi-Shadow, and the number of people required must be in the tens of thousands. This is simply impossible to achieve. Of course it's an exclusive version, so that the training efficiency of the two teachers can be increased to the limit. Showing a sunny smile, Shimura Xianding has no intention of passing these top secrets to the Hidden Cloud Village at this stage, let them be jealous first. Inserting the two repaired Shengtang swords into the ground, Shimura Xianding faced the many cloud ninjas on the periphery. "Girls, I had a lot of fun today. I will find another opportunity to come here to play. I hope you can have a man with a penis by then." After saying that, he ignored the angry eyes of the people present, reinstalled the wings that he had removed before the battle, performed anti-gravity techniques and flew back to the mansion where he lived. "Why are you so arrogant? Without that set of battle clothes, I can beat you like a dog." Staring at the traitor who flew away unhappily, Yi Lingyan was very dissatisfied with today's battle. With that set of battle clothes, the combat power they can exert is less than 50%, and many powerful ninjutsu cannot be used. Even the ninja sword can hardly break through the layer of battle clothes, which is really unsolvable and annoying. External force is also a kind of strength. Don't forget that you also used the power of the tailed beasts. With a kind reminder, Yayulan was very upset about the defeat in this battle, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Shimura Gento wearing that kind of battlesuit. "What do you think of that boy?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at the two disciples beside him with a smile. These two disciples are still very young, only in their 30s, and there is no need to tie them to the two rebels of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. "Teacher, I won't pay attention to you." Originally, she was still very confused, but when she saw her teacher's aunt's smile, Yi Lingyan immediately reacted, her pretty face flushed with shame, and she hurried away, even using the thunder release armor to speed up. Yi Lanner on the side also hurried to catch up, not wanting to discuss this topic. "That guy is really good." Muttering, Yayuelen had a good impression of Shimura Xianding. If he could make his two disciples become husband and wife with him, he could also take the opportunity to dig out more Shimura secrets from him, which would be of great benefit to both the two disciples and the entire Cloud Village. 296. Chapter 295 Stepping on Uchiha Madara. Hiss. It hurts so much. He returned to the bedroom of the mansion with an arrogant expression. After closing the door, Shimura Xianding could not hold it anymore and gasped in pain. After all, the power of thunder release is much more violent and domineering than yang release. Although it can stimulate the body to burst out at a stronger speed, it also puts a greater load on the body, not to mention the pain. I thought you were made of iron. The cold and arrogant voice sounded in the room. Shimura Xianding turned his head and saw a figure sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs arrogantly, and drinking his special edition Shimura Urkuatu. Master, you are here so soon. Have you created a secret technique for crystallizing single attribute energy? Seeing that figure, Shimura Gendo was very excited and hurried over to pick up a bucket of Shimura Urkuatu to fill his empty glass. Yes, the person who came was senile Ban, or middle-aged Ban. With the maintenance of the eternal spring technique, as long as the chakra is not exhausted, he can always stay young. There is some progress. The secret technique for crystallizing Yin-Tun chakra has been developed. It will take a few years for other single attribute chakras to crystallize. Very satisfied with the attitude of this disciple, Uchiha Madara proudly stated the results of his efforts. After understanding the importance of chakra materialization, he began to explore from Yin-Tun chakra. After all, Yin-Tun was created from nothing. Their Uchiha Susanoo is the materialization of Yin-Tun chakra, and it is best to develop it based on it. This is why the results are so fast, but the development of other attributes will be more difficult and will take a long time. Then Master, you have to hurry up, we don't have much time. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi started to fool people. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara looked over curiously, feeling that something might have happened. A few months ago, we sensed a mysterious wave emerging from the moon and then launched into the depths of the starry sky. I'm afraid the moon is not as simple as we thought. The moon ball. His palm tightened, squeezing the wine glass in his hand until it creaked, and Uchiha Madara also realized that things were getting serious. He was not worried about what was on the moon, but it was not good that the other party emitted mysterious waves deep into the starry sky. That was obviously emitted to some existence, and it was definitely not an existence in their world. Are the aliens really coming? We speculate that those aliens who killed the gods and demons and ended the mythological era are likely to come again. That kind of strong man is not easy to deal with, at least more powerful than the evil demons at the beginning. With that expression of worrying about the people and the village again, Shimura Gentoi was really worried about this. He is now in a stage of wretched development, and it is really difficult to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Now it is unknown when Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others will receive the news and rush over. If it is more than 10 years later, it will be fine, but if they come immediately, although it is not impossible to deal with them, the losses will be great. The most important thing is that he can't completely kill those three guys now. The two powers of space pupil technique and time pupil technique are too unsolvable. Are the gods and demons in the mythological era as strong as the evil demons back then? Recalling the memory of the battle between evil spirits and demons that he got from the memories of those mist ninjas in the hidden mist village last time, Uchiha Madara felt apprehensive. The Uchiha family had also explored some ancient ruins and guessed that the gods and demons in myths and legends might not be fictitious. At least the legend about the six-path sage was true, and that stone tablet was the most powerful proof. But he had never had a specific concept of the gods and demons in myths and legends. He only had a general understanding of the reality of the evil spirits after knowing it. Moreover, the evil spirits at that time were really unsolvable, and even if he faced them now, he had no good way to deal with them. The main reason was that the thing was too restrained by chakra ninjutsu, and it was simply the nemesis of their ninjas. Even if they risked their lives and used Hashirama's true thousand hands back then, they might not be able to flatten the thing. From the existing clues, the gods and demons in myths and legends should be very powerful and have special abilities. And the last evil spirit was not only physically incomplete, but also far from growing to its peak. It is not clear how strong the real limit will be. However, we have a new clue that chakra is what those powerful aliens left behind in this world after the end of the mythological era. We guess that they should have a higher control over the power of chakra, just like the Uchiha with the Sharingan has a higher control over chakra, and can easily control the chakra of others and even the chakra of the tailed beasts with their pupil power. Feeling that the time was ripe, Shimura Gentoi revealed new information, which made Uchiha Madara doubt his own chakra. Uchiha Madara did doubt chakra. After Shimura Gentoi had dealt with the meridians and blood vessels on Hashirama's face last time, he went back and tried to practice the sage mode. Although he succeeded in the end, he could clearly sense the strong rejection of chakra by natural energy. As the largest energy source between heaven and earth, natural energy rejects the power of chakra, which is obviously abnormal. If chakra is not a power generated locally, then everything can be explained. And those powerful people from outer space who left chakra would not leave any backup for this power? As a sinister and cold person, Uchiha Madara does not mind using the darkest thoughts to guess others. Is this the reason why you switched to cultivating immortal energy? Thoughts raced, Uchiha Madara looked at Shimura Gentoi, somewhat understanding why this kid decisively turned to cultivating immortality. There are indeed reasons in this regard, but the most important thing is that chakra makes it difficult for people to achieve immortality. I don't want to be like those predecessors, who were glorious for just a few decades and eventually turned into a handful of yellow earth. Nodding and shaking his head, Shimura Gentoi did not hide his fear of death, and Uchiha Madara did not mean to mock him, and even understood it very well. He had aged before, and also wanted to have a longer life to open the legendary eyes and bring permanent peace to the ninja world. At the same time, he was unwilling to die in the end of aging like this. He wanted to keep fighting and embark on the journey of the Sea of A stars, so that the name of Uchiha Madara would spread throughout the entire starry universe. And this requires a long life to achieve. Our Shimura family has developed a method to purify chakra. If you are interested, you can go to my father and ask him to help you purify the chakra in your body. Taking the opportunity to propose this idea, Shimura Gentoi really wanted to see if the second-generation chakra god tree could purify the Indra chakra in Uchiha Madara's body. And what changes will the purified Indra chakra, or the soul, undergo? The question now is whether Uchiha Madara, a dead Tsundere, will lower his face to seek help from his father, the pot shadow? Sure enough, Uchiha Madara did not express his opinion on this, and his eyes fell on Shimura Gentoi's eyes. What's wrong with your eyes and the eye in your head? At close range, with the help of the heavenly ninja Byakugan on Hashirama's face, he saw more thoroughly that there was indeed something wrong with the three eyes. Last time I mentioned that the secret of the pupil eye lies in those fine acupoints. Some time ago, our family's Zero Research Institute developed a corresponding transformation surgery. I did some minor surgery on my eyes and used the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique to imitate the fine acupointment layout of the pupil eye. With a modest smile, Shimura Gentoi said that he was very awesome now. Can this old man restore this eye? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice. He had had enough of this life with only one eye, not to mention the past. Unprecedented strong enemies may come at any time, and he needs to recover his strength as soon as possible. Of course, but it's not convenient here. Master, go downstairs and open up a 10-meter underground space. We will perform the operation downstairs. Without refusing, Shimura Gentoi signaled Uchiha Madara to work, and at the same time he activated his Yang escape armor to quickly repair the damage caused to himself by the previous Thunder escape mode. Uchiha Madara was very fast. After making a seal, a vertical passage leading directly to the bottom appeared on the ground. He jumped down, and Shimura Gentoi followed. Follow this circuit and use Yang escape chakra to operate. Take your time and don't make any mistakes. Put your palm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder and use the Immortal Force silk thread to construct an extremely complex circuit in his body. It is not easy to enlarge the brain to the extreme. The blood supply and so on need to be transformed and changed at all times. Otherwise, if you accidentally block the blood vessels and turn them into thrombi, it will be a pit. He didn't want to let Uchiha Madara die of cerebral thrombosis at this time when he was in need of people. Therefore, the chakra circulation circuit he constructed is many times more complex than the Akimichi secret technique, and is also more stable. Uchiha Madara has a strong control over chakra, and soon it operates according to Shimura Gentoi's circuit. Yang escape chakra flows into the head, enlarging all cells in proportion, and soon the head becomes 10 meters in size, just like Shimura Gentoi at the beginning. I am afraid I am the first person to step on the dance king of the ninja world. Leaping onto Uchiha Madara's forehead, Shimura Gentoi sighed secretly, and then began to operate on the scrapped eye. Although this eye has been scrapped for a long time, Uchiha Madara has never given up, and has been nourishing it with Yang escape chakra, so the cells are very complete, and only local repair is needed. The most important thing is to repair the damaged acupoints, which can be done with the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique. Because there is an original foundation, the repair is not difficult, and the damaged fine acupoints can be repaired in just half an hour. The repaired fine acupoints are still relatively fragile. They need to be nurtured with yin escape and yang escape as well as pupil power for a period of time. As for whether those pupil skills can be restored, I don't know. You are the authority in this regard, Master. Signaling that the operation is completed, Shimura Gento can only do this. As for the subsequent repair, Uchiha Madara can only do it himself. Outsiders can't help. I will solve the problem of pupil skills myself. Experiencing the eyes that have regained their light, Uchiha Madara proudly said that he can handle the next things. As the strongest in the Uchiha family's thousands of years of history, he has a thorough understanding of the essence of pupil skills. Now even without eyes, he can use the previous pupil skills and even Susanoo, at most the effect is worse. As long as the eyes, the carrier, are repaired, he has plenty of ways to restore the pupil skills. Well, Master, please expand this area. I will help you restore the original pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and create more fine acupoints for them in imitation of your eternal eye. Looking at Uchiha Madara's heart, Shimura Gentoi indicated to continue working. Uchiha Madara would naturally not refuse such a good thing. He used the earth escape ninjutsu to expand the underground space. Then, under the circulation of another complex chakra circuit of Shimura Gentoi, the face of Hashirama on the heart was rapidly enlarged. The following operation was naturally smooth. Uchiha Madara's original pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was just overused. The degree of damage to its fine acupoints was far less than that of the Eternal Eye that used the Izanagi forbidden technique. It was naturally very simple to repair. Then it was the shaping of the 36 new fine acupoints of the Eternal Eye. This was not difficult either. It was done in less than an hour. 297. Chapter 296 Sharingan Evolution Route. You should also be able to sense that the newly created subtle acupoints are far less powerful than your original ones. You need to use yin style and yang style and pupil power to continuously nourish them. As for whether they can evolve into the Eternal Eye, it is uncertain. After completing the operation, Shimura Gentoi was also very curious about this. Although the essence of the Sharingan lies in the pupil power, the subtle acupoints also have a certain role. Only when the two are combined can it be considered a complete Sharingan. In addition, Uchiha Madara himself has the pupil power of the Eternal Eye, and there is a high probability that the original pair of Mangekyo can be upgraded to the Eternal Mangekyo. In this way, with two pairs of Eternal Eyes, plus the Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja, Hashirama's cells, wood style, and even the Sage mode, as well as the Raise Nan Golden Core, it should be enough to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Leave the rest to me. Still in the posture of Uchiha Hiten, Uchiha Madara has absolute confidence in himself. He has the pupil power of the Eternal Eye, and now the original Mangekyo has been shaped into the acupoints of the Eternal Eye. If he still can't shape a pair of Eternal Eyes, he will have to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. Master, we have some ideas about the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was in high spirits, Shimura Gentoi continued to fool him. Speak. He simply said a word, and he was also very interested in the ideas of this cheap disciple and the Shimura family. Although Uchiha is a descendant of the Six-Path Sage, there is not necessarily a direct connection between the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye. After all, the two forms are too different, and I have never heard that the Six-Path Sage has a Mangekyo or an Eternal Eye. I suggest that you use a pair of Eternal Eyes to explore the Samsara Eye, and use another pair of Eternal Eyes to explore the path of Sharingan advancement, and the two go hand in hand. After all, the Eternal Eye has not appeared in the Uchiha's thousands of years of inheritance. It can be said that it was created by you, Master. Since you can create an unprecedented Eternal Eye on the basis of the Mangekyo Eye, then why can't we create a stronger new eye based on the Eternal Eye? He said temptingly. He was really curious about this aspect. At this stage, it has been confirmed that the Byakugan Sharingan and the Samsara Eye are three completely different eyes, with completely different pupil powers, and even the growth of the subtle acupoints has different roots. Obviously, the Samsara Eye may not be an advanced form of the Sharingan. The two may be integrated or matched with each other, but they are not mutually inherited. Then the Sharingan can obviously continue to evolve independently, and Uchiha Madara has to try it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work, there is no loss, but if it works, it will make a fortune. It's a good idea, but the evolution of the Sharingan is the evolution of pupil power, which needs to be triggered by stronger pupil power. At this stage, My pupil power has reached an unprecedented peak, infinitely close to the legendary Six-Path Sage. Thinking, Uchiha Madara appreciated this novel idea, but the feasibility was too low. He could still find a way to integrate the power of the Senju and Uchiha families to evolve back to their ancestors, but there was really no way to continue to transform the pupil power of the Sharingan. No, there is a way to continue to strengthen the transformed pupil power, or yin escape. In this regard, we have obtained some research results from the Black Thunder of the third generation Raikage, and have some bold guesses. With confidence, Shimura Gentoi felt that Uchiha Madara, a stubborn old middle schooler, would definitely take the bait. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara became interested and gestured to continue. No longer teasing, Shimura Gentoi said, under normal circumstances, the shadow level escape chakra is the extreme of nature change. At most, it can transform more attributes to affect each other and enhance the quality of chakra, but it has not deviated from the extreme of escape chakra. But the black lightning of the third generation Raikage is a single attribute that transcends the limit of escape chakra. Obviously, it can continue to evolve and transform in escape chakra. The black lightning of the third generation Raikage is produced by accidentally swallowing natural lightning on the basis of practicing the lightning escape chakra mode. Therefore, the conditions for the evolution of this stronger chakra nature should be the chakra mode practiced to the extreme and the corresponding natural energy attribute. Chakra mode is easy to deal with. We can also use this attribute Megatama to transform the natural energy attribute. As he said this, Shimura Gentoi took off the Megatama necklace on his neck, and even took out the lightning Megatama from the wound gate in his body and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Then what? After looking at the Megatama necklace in his hand, he thought about it and felt that it was feasible, but it was not enough. The next step is to swallow the chakra attribute, just like the fire attribute chakra can swallow the wind attribute chakra to increase its own temperature and size. Use yin escape to swallow other chakra attributes to obtain advanced resources. This is another advanced route different from the chakra bloodline. The core of the chakra bloodline is fusion, gaining the advantages of two or more chakra attributes, but the core of this chakra attribute is devouring. Use one chakra attribute to devour another attribute, one by one, until all 7 chakra basic attributes and 9 attributes of space and time are devoured. At that time, the single attribute will inevitably be extremely powerful. This promotion route is more domineering and more difficult than bloodline fusion. It is difficult for ordinary people to do it. Even the third generation Raikage can hardly go far. It is the limit to use the thunder attribute to devour the fire and earth attributes in his body. Speaking out his own thoughts, Shimura Gentoi had this idea after understanding the nature of Black Thunder, but the third generation Raikage was too weak and not a perfect experimental subject. Even if he made an extreme improvement in his body, it would be the limit to devour the earth and fire attributes in this life. Even if he obtained other chakra attributes in the future, it would be difficult to continue to devour and evolve. Sharingan is already invincible, why borrow the immortal body again? After a long silence, Uchiha Madara recalled what Uchiha Madara Tsuyoshi said in the book Perfect World. A strong desire emerged from the depths of his heart, and even the powerful force in his body became restless. Your idea is very good. I will take this path. Uchiha Madara suppressed the excitement in his heart and felt that this promotion route was tailor-made for him. Hashirama took the route of bloodline fusion back then, and once he took this route of attribute swallowing, he would definitely surpass Hashirama. The technique you use to assist the tailed beast to split into a split body is very interesting. Help me with a set. I want a pure Uchiha body. Uchiha Madara is a man of swift and decisive character. After making up his mind, he decided to start. Since he has to take 2 paths of advancement at the same time, he naturally needs 2 complete bodies. The technique that this kid uses to split the tailed beast's bodies is very good. Even those tailed beasts can practice normally, so he can do it. I am happy to serve you. He stepped forward with a smile and put his palm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder. After sensing the other party's current physical condition, he created a set of exclusive splitting technique operation circuits for him. The Yang release chakra was running, and soon a body split from the left side of Uchiha Madara, which was very similar to Uchiha Madara himself, but younger, a young version of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the pair of Manjakaya Sharingan on Hashirama's face were also separated. It's a very strange technique. Uchiha Madara was very satisfied with this state of having 1 consciousness but 2 bodies. Originally, his attributes were only yin, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, but now this new body has the chakra qualification of all attributes, has obtained the yang attribute that was not there before, which should be the influence of Hashirama's living cells on himself. Master, please remember, these are the chakra mode operation trajectories of yin-yang wind fire thunder water earth. Seeing that Uchihamadara was very satisfied with this, Shimura Gentoi stepped forward and pressed his palm on Uchihamadara's shoulder again, but this time it was the shoulder of the split body, and tailored a special version of the chakra mode operation circuit for it. I am more and more curious about your Shimura family's Zero Research Institute. After spending a full hour to write down these 7 sets of chakra mode operation circuits, Uchihamadara was more shocked and more curious about the research and development capabilities of the Shimura family. Don't look at me, the Zero Research Institute is not in the ninja world, but an independent space, even my father can't get in. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi said that you don't think too much, it's useless to think about it. This time he was not fooling anyone. The so-called Zero Research Institute was equivalent to his Black Cauldron space, and the Black Cauldron space was naturally not in the ninja world. Even if Uchihamadara knew about it, he would not have the opportunity to enter. Is it an independent space like the 3 holy places? Suddenly, Uchihamadara thought it was a completely independent spiritual world like the 3 holy places. Unless there was a spiritual contract as a trigger, there was no way to enter that independent space. I have been practicing here during this period. Without further questioning, the 2 Uchihamadaras used earth escape to create 2 stone chairs and sat on them to practice with their eyes closed. He needed to create a raised Nan Jinden for this split body first. After all, what was split was just a simple body and a pair of Manjakaya. Sharingan. The raised Nan Jinden that had been condensed on the main body could not be split together, and needed to be practiced one by one. But this was not a difficult task. His main body had already practiced 361 pairs of raised Nan Jinden completely, forming a whole cycle, and his strength increased dramatically. By feeding back, it will soon be able to assist this split body to condense 361 pairs of raised Nan Jinden. Seeing Uchihamadara fall into a state of cultivation, Shimura Gentoi returned to the upper bedroom through the previous passage. Although this is the Hidden Cloud Village, he is not afraid of being discovered by the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. If he is really discovered, he can only say that the Hidden Cloud Village is awesome. Moreover, before Uchihamadara had the operation, he had also imposed an isolation barrier below. As long as he did not go down in person, he would definitely not be able to sense it, even if Dode came in person to watch with his Byakugan. His Byakugan was incomplete, lacking the ability to see far, and without the special physique of the Hyuga clan, the ability of Byakugan was greatly reduced. Now the underground secret room is 100 meters below, and Dode cannot see it. Sensing that Black Panther and others returned to the mansion, Shimura Gentoi went straight there. Some serious matters should be done. I knew that the lightning mode would be a heavy burden on you. Seeing that it took so long for Shimura Gentoi to come out of the room, Black Panther chuckled. When he came back and heard the maid in the mansion say that Shimura Gentoi had returned to the room and did not allow others to disturb him, he knew that the previous one was not easy to pretend. The power of thunder and lightning is not that easy to use. He did not pretend anymore. Shimura Gentoi frankly admitted that the previous one was not easy to pretend. He came back so quickly just to lick his wounds and not let people see his embarrassed side. Can we use that kind of power? Su Swordsman asked the key point. Although he despised the style of ninjas, he was also full of envy for the ninjas' ninjutsu that controlled wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. And judging from the murals in those ancient ruins, the warriors of that era seemed to be able to slash with sword energy with attributes. But he didn't know whether Shimura Gentoi had discovered the secret. After all, he was a ninja and had ninja chakra. It was possible that the previous Yang escape and the previous lightning escape were the result of chakra. 298. Chapter 297 Continuous/Secret Technique. It should be possible. Although the attributes of ninjas are mainly reflected in chakra, the body also has a certain effect. It is the result of the combination of the two. If we samurai want to have our own attributes, we may have to start with the practice of sword zen, so that the transformed spiritual will and the body can be deeply integrated. Maybe it is possible to stimulate the body's potential and obtain attributes. He made a guess. Although Shimura Gentoi could not create this kind of practice secret technique at this stage, the possibility is not low. The previous Shimura Dazui is an example. Since animals can have some attribute talents, humans, as primates, naturally have some people with attribute talents. However, it is difficult to awaken it. Even the previous Shimura Dazui mainly relied on Grayer's energy liquid. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to cultivate physical attributes by oneself. Practice slowly. With a sigh, the Swordmaster SOS did not hold much hope. After all, he had seen that Shimura Gentoi could only use the Thunder Release mode with the help of the Thunder Megatama. It was an external force, not his own strength. Just like the warriors who can use some magic weapons with attributes to cut out attribute sword energy, such as the inherited magic swords of the sword masters of the 5 major countries. How is the construction of the academy going? Asking about another matter, Shimura Gentoi did not forget that he was still the dean of the Ninja Samurai Academy of the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, he had even accepted the reward from the Hidden Cloud Village, so he naturally had to do something. The progress is not ideal. The main reason is that the Hidden Cloud Village is too high, and there are steep mountain roads everywhere. There is no way to transport construction materials up on a large scale. Using the ninja's sealing scroll is just a drop in the bucket. Distress scratched his head, and the swordsman Soth who was in charge of this matter was also very troubled. The mountain range chosen by the Hidden Cloud Village is the highest in the entire Land of Thunder, even above the clouds. The so-called roads are also some steep mountain roads, and there are even no roads in some places, which are only suitable for ninjas to walk. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to build an academy of the scale required by Shimura Xianding in such a ghost place. I have been here for a month, but there is no result. I don't a Euro trademark T know how the Hidden Cloud Village was built back then. Lead a Euro trademark S go and take a look. Hearing that the academy has not been built yet, Shimura Xianding gestured and walked out. He chose that place specifically at the beginning, right next to the Hidden Cloud Village, and the goal was to build a mountain city that is no smaller than the Hidden Cloud Village. Soon the 3 of them came to the mountain range next to the Hidden Cloud Village. Looking at the student dormitory building that was about to be completed, Shimura Xianding fell into deep thought. This dormitory building is the only one built for the ninja warriors to live in. According to its size, it can accommodate at least 1,000 people. But this number is too small, which is a drop in the bucket. At least a dormitory building that can accommodate 100,000 people should be built, and all of them should be 3 people per room. Xianding, you are here. At this time, 4 cloud ninjas came quickly. The leading cloud ninja politely stretched out his palm to shake hands with Shimura Xianding, but Shimura Xianding did not accept it, but raised his hand and punched him on the shoulder. Your body has recovered well. He knew this person, named Lotte, an elite ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village. He had participated in his fights before and even gave him instructions. However, he heard that he was injured while on a mission. When he came back some time ago, he came to watch the fight even with bandages, so he was deeply impressed by him. Grinning, Lotte stretched out his hand and punched Shimura Xianding on the shoulder, which was a kind of mutual greeting. Thanks to you, Mr. Xianding, for treating me. Otherwise, I would not have recovered without half a year of recuperation. He was very grateful to Shimura Xianding, not only for his swordsmanship instruction, but also for his last treatment. The last injury was very difficult, and it injured the meridians and acupoints. Thanks to Shimura Xianding's help, otherwise it would have been difficult to heal the hidden injuries. Let's talk business. Do you have any way to use earth escape and lightning escape to directly carve out houses and buildings on these mountains? With a serious look on his face, Shimura Xianding pointed to the mountain under his feet, wanting to see if he could imitate the operation of the Hidden Rock Village. Someone has proposed this idea before when we were building the village, but it's too difficult. The mountains in this mountainous area are rich in metal veins and are highly conductive. Even if we use lightning ninjutsu, the lightning chakra will be quickly dispersed and it is impossible to dig. Earth ninjutsu is also not ideal. The mountains here are too hard. Using earth ninjutsu will be ineffective, unless we let the rats from the Hidden Rock Village come over, but this is unrealistic. Shaking his head bitterly, Lotte also knew that using lightning ninjutsu and earth ninjutsu could quickly dig the mountain, but it was obviously not suitable for the mountains here. Lightning ninjutsu is not possible at all, and earth ninjutsu can barely work, but they don't have that many earth ninjutsu in the Hidden Cloud Village, nor do they have very strong earth ninjutsu. Then dig it bit by bit. Go to the Reikage building and issue a task to recruit 200,000 people to dig the mountain. At the same time, prepare a batch of high-strength pickaxes. The reward is that I will teach them a set of slashing secrets equivalent to A-level ninjutsu, and it is a tailor-made exclusive version. Anyone with chakra can learn to use it, and it can also be used to assist in accelerating the practice of strengthening secrets. Looking at the mountain with a metallic luster under his feet, Shimura Gento said hatefully. Yogong in his previous life could move mountains, so he didn't believe that he couldn't dig a few hills. I'll go to the Reikage building now. His eyes lit up, and Lotte immediately rushed to the hidden cloud village, even using the lightning release ninjutsu to stimulate his body to increase speed. Although the A-level swordsmanship secrets don't look good, far less powerful than the S-level ninjutsu, you have to know that the threshold for practicing S-level secrets is very high, and they are generally exclusive to cage-level strong men. The attraction to mainstream ninjas is not as good as the A-level physical swordsmanship, not to mention that they can also assist in the practice of strengthening secrets. The Reikage building attached great importance to the task issued by Shimura Gentoi, and summoned more than 300,000 people 3 days later, including men, women, young and old. The benefits of such a good thing are huge, and it is a bastard not to take advantage of it, so the whole village must be mobilized. They even worked overtime all night to smelt and forge a batch of high-strength alloy steel pickaxes. Anyway, the mountains around their cloud village are rich in iron ore and various mineral veins, and there is almost no cost. It really deserves to be the cloud village where everyone is a soldier. Looking at the dark mass, Shimura Gentoi had a sense of copyright JAVU of looking directly at the infrastructure maniac of his previous life. Of course, this is also related to the style of the cloud village. Since the second-generation Reikage transformed the cloud village into a pure fighting ninja village, the policy of everyone being a soldier has been implemented. This everyone being a soldier does not mean to vigorously cultivate ninjas, but to popularize ninja education, so that everyone in the village can practice chakra, regardless of gender, age, poor or weak qualifications, which is similar to the rock village. Although there are very few people who can reach the standard of genin, it is not difficult to cultivate chakra. I will demonstrate it first, and then tailor a set of exclusive versions of the continuous/secret technique for each of you. After glancing at the third Reikage and others standing in the front, Shimura Gentoi picked up a pickaxe and swung it at the hard rock in front of him. 1, 2. This set of movements looks simple, but it is not. It uses the muscles and bones of the whole body, and it is the strength of the whole body. A concentrated burst. In addition, there is the stimulating effect of chakra on the body, which can not only increase the explosive power and speed of the explosion, but also temper the body with the shock force of the recoil. If you continue to exercise in this way, you can slowly improve your physical fitness. Of course, the secret inside cannot be seen by the naked eye. This demonstration is just a standard action. Then the highlight comes next. The standard action is like this. Everyone must follow the standard. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for lumbar muscle strain. Ant Reikage, you come up first, 360 people. Handing the pickaxe in his hand to a cloud ninja next to him, Shimura Gentoi signaled the third-generation Reikage and others to come forward. The voice of Ant Reikage made the third-generation Reikage's forehead bulge, but he had no choice but to admit defeat last time. He had to accept the title of Ant. He came forward with a dark face, followed by a large group of jonin, most of whom were special jonin. Don't resist, use your heart to comprehend. 360 immortal energy threads were extended to penetrate the bodies of the first group of people, and the physical conditions of these people were sensed first, and then exclusive chakra circulation circuits were designed according to their physical conditions. This time, the chakra circulation circuit was not complicated, and everyone memorized it in just 10 minutes. Then, under the control of Shimura Xianding with puppetry, they swung the pickaxe in their hands and continuously smashed the rocks in front of them. The scene was quite spectacular. I should be no worse than the little scorpion in the original book now, and I don't know if the little scorpion will be born again in the future. While controlling 360 people to adapt to mining, Shimura Xianding thought about the red sand scorpion in the original book. That was a real puppet master. Not only did he make himself a human puppet, but the red secret technique he developed could also control hundreds of puppets to fight at the same time, which was a terrible mess. But now I am not bad either, I can control 360 immortal energy threads at the same time for fine control. After adapting for 20 minutes, Shimura Gentoi retracted the extended immortal energy thread. Okay, the next group of girls come forward. While signaling the third Reikage and others to make way, he asked the next group of people to come forward. The third Reikage and others did not hesitate, and hurried to the side to discuss with each other in a circle. Just now, they were controlled by puppetry to control the body nerves and chakra flow, and deeply experienced the continuous slashing secret technique. It was really taught until you learn it, which was faster than learning by yourself by reading the practice method. It is very exquisite in the use of force. It can use the rebound force to save the consumption of physical strength and chakra to the maximum extent. As long as the physical strength and chakra supply are continuous, it can almost keep hitting, slashing. An old man at the level of Zheng Ying swung his sword to adapt, and was surprised and satisfied with this continuous slashing secret technique. This exquisite method of using force alone was enough to improve his swordsmanship. It can indeed cooperate with Shimura's body strengthening secret technique to practice, and the efficiency has increased by at least 10%. The improvement of the palms and arms is particularly obvious, and the practice efficiency can be increased by at least 20%. Another old man also spoke out the key points he found. With the help of the recoil force of hitting the rock, it can indeed better assist the practice of Shimura's body strengthening secret technique. Obviously, Shimura Xianding did not deceive them in this regard. Although it seems that the efficiency ratio is not much, it will be a considerable improvement if it persists for a long time. In addition, the Ninja World War will break out in 1 or 2 years. If you can practice Shimura's body strengthening secret technique earlier, you will have more guarantee of survival. Not to mention that it can increase the practice efficiency by 10%, even if it can only increase by 1%, they will be happy to come here to practice. In addition, this continuous slash secret technique itself is also very good. It can increase the speed of slashing. It is estimated that it can be slashed continuously when practiced to a high level. If the increase of Thunder Release Armor or Thunder Release Chakra mode is added, the effect will definitely be more considerable. 299. Chapter 298 Star Destroyer. After the third Raikage and his companions confirmed the effect of the continuous slashing secret technique, the ninjas of the entire Cloud Village were excited. Except for the necessary personnel to guard the village, everyone came to dig the mountain. Even the little brats in the ninja school came with a pickaxe. In short, anyone in the entire Cloud Village who had cultivated chakra, even if they had only cultivated a little bit, came to participate in the mountain digging task. In the end, the number of people reached an astonishing 400,000, filling up the surrounding mountains. Shimura Gentoi trained new miners at a rate of 360 people every half an hour, and could train more than 17,000 people almost non-stop 24 hours a day. It took nearly a month to train these 400,000 miners, so that the 10 surrounding mountains were filled with people, and the sound of knocking was endless, which was extremely spectacular. Miss Lanner, you are not doing this right. You should know that you are a dual-blade player, so you have to hold one in each hand. Swing 2 pickaxes. Big brother over there, lend me your pickaxe. After completing the training task, Shimura Gentoi started the inspection with the look of a construction site supervisor. When he saw his teacher, he hurried forward to give instructions. He took the pickaxe from the big brother next to him and let Yi Lanner hold it in his left hand. Then he came behind the little sister, held her hands, swung the 2 pickaxes and smashed the rocks in front of him. The efficiency was immediately increased by nearly 1-fold. Okay, just do it this way. After completing the demonstration and pinching the teacher's white little hand, Shimura Gentoi left with satisfaction. Yi Lanner was left blinking cutely, looking at the 2 pickaxes in his hands, and then looking at the stone mountain in front of him. After a moment of silence, he swung 2 pickaxes and smashed wildly, as if the stone mountain in front of him was a traitor. At this rate, the academy will be completed in a year at most. Su Swordsman, who was also one of the supervisors, was extremely satisfied with this. At least it was much faster than the previous construction method, and all the people used were from the Hidden Cloud Village. Although this can enhance the strength of everyone in the Hidden Cloud Village, the degree of increase is only so much. Compared with this, it is more cost-effective to let these people stay in the mountains and not go to the Land of Thunder to make trouble. At this stage, their daimyo can fully popularize the samurai vitality cultivation method throughout the country, strive to cultivate more samurai, and then select the best ones to cultivate immortal vitality and expand the samurai group. After the construction of these mountain cities of the academy is completed, they will be more solid and durable, basically at the level of a 1,000-year project, and even try to promote them in the Land of Thunder. Scanning the 10 hills full of people, Shimura Xianding was also very satisfied with the current construction progress. This kind of high mountain terrain was almost impossible to build in the previous life. Even mechanical equipment and materials could not be transported up. How could it be done? However, this world is different. Ninjas can be called human excavators with high work efficiency under the blessing of chakra. Ida Euro trademark s just that the pickaxe is a bit useless. Basically, each person has to use up one every few days. Those ninjas are even more exaggerated. One has to be scrapped every few hours or even dozens of minutes. Fortunately, the rocks here are all high-quality ores. After digging them out, they are smelted on the spot, which allows the forging of the pickaxe to keep up with the consumption. General Shiden is here. Speaking of business, SOS swordsman signaled Shimura Xianding to follow, and the group headed towards the hidden cloud village. On the other side, Shiden swordsman came to the mansion set up by the daimyo after meeting with the third-generation Reikage, waiting for Shimura Xianding's return. "What's the urgent matter that you asked me to come over?" As soon as he saw Shimura Xianding enter the room, Shiden swordsman couldn't help asking. Before, Black Panther not only told him about the Blood Pond clan, but also said that Shimura Xianding invited him to come here in person to discuss important matters. The Six-Path Sage has taken action again. A few months ago, our Shimura family sensed a mysterious wave emerging from the moon and emitting into the depths of the starry sky. It is possible that the strong men who destroyed the mythical era will come again. We must speed up our pace to improve our own strength and deal with the strong men from outer space who may come at any time. Shimura Xianding did not waste any words and reported the situation directly. In fact, he had long wanted to inform the daimyo mansion of the 5 great countries and the general mansion of the Iron Country about this matter, but he was always busy and could not leave, so he asked Zidian Jianhao to come here in person. It seems that the legend is true. His face suddenly darkened, and Zidian Jianhao did not doubt Shimura Xianding's words, because the other party had no need to lie to him about this matter. Shimura Xianding knew very well what the legend Zidian Jianhao was talking about, and sneered at this. It is indeed possible that the moon was created by the Six-Path Sage. The material used should be a continent, and the number of people who died during this period is simply uncountable. The existence of the moon is not simple. There must be a backup plan left by the Six-Path Sage. We must be on guard against this. Since he can create the moon, can he control the moon to fall down? Thinking of a possibility, the purple lightning swordsman's face became even gloomier. If the moon falls down, it must be a force that can destroy the world. All humans and species will be destroyed. The most important thing is that this weapon that can destroy the world is still in the hands of the enemy. There is no worse situation than this. Don't worry too much. The hidden cloud village is researching a chakra cannon with great power. It should be enough to blow up the moon. As long as the chakra cannon is manufactured, the moon will no longer be a threat to us. Speaking to comfort, Shimura Gentoi was actually not too worried about the Six-Path Sage brothers. The old shaman didn't show up in the last Lulin incident. I guess he must have been scared by his future self and only dared to do some small things behind his back. As long as he doesn't do anything that touches the other party's bottom line, such as releasing Miss Kagaya immediately, he basically won't come back to life. But they can't let the other party do anything. They must master the means to counter it. At least the threat of the moon must be eliminated. Is the hidden cloud village researching that kind of big killer? His face became more gloomy, and the purple lightning swordsman's heart surged with murderous intent. If the hidden cloud village really develops a chakra cannon that can blow up the moon, their lightning country daimyo mansion will definitely be within the opponent's range. This is really not a good thing. This is the blueprint of the Star Destroyer cannon. Our Shimura family modified it based on the chakra cannon and can use immortal energy to drive it. You should build it as soon as possible and improve it in practice, and then store immortal energy inside, so that you can catch the opponent off guard at the critical moment. Take out the Star Destroyer blueprint that he had prepared long ago and hand it over. This is the result of his hard research. Of course, this is just a sketch. After all, it is not suitable to develop this thing in the Black Cauldron space. He was not a physics master in his previous life, and his ability was limited. He could only modify the blueprint of the hidden cloud village. This is really expensive. Scanning the blueprint, and then looking at the list of materials at the back, looking at the list of materials in tons, Zidian Jianhao couldn't help but complain. Even if their daimyo has a rich family background, they have to think carefully about building this thing. However, this kind of killer must be built, and more than one, at least 3. This information is very important. My husband needs to rush back as soon as possible to discuss with the daimyo and make preparations as soon as possible. Rolling up the blueprint and putting it away, Zidian Jianhao did not stay for long and stood up to return to the daimyo's mansion. Such important information cannot be delayed for even a second. Getting up and sending Zidian Jianhao away, Shimura Xianding turned around and returned to his room. Pulling a silk thread, Uchiha Madara in the secret room deep underground heard the sound of the bell and performed earth escape ninjutsu to create a passage leading directly to the bedroom above. In order to avoid being discovered, every time Shimura Xianding left the underground secret room, he would use Earth Escape to seal the passage, and use Earth Escape to create another passage when necessary. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village already has a Byakugan, and who knows if the other party will come over and use the Byakugan to see through it once. If they find a passage below, it will be a bit troublesome. Although Uchiha Madara is not afraid of the Hidden Cloud Village, it is important to practice at this stage, and there is no need to interrupt his own practice for some trivial matters. Done? Coming to the side of Uchiha Madara's split body, feeling the stronger pupil power in the other's eyes, Shimura Suand was overjoyed. I am Uchiha Madara. Still with the posture of Uchiha Yushin, Uchiha Madara was also very satisfied with the results of this experimental training. Although the previous path of attribute swallowing was just a guess of the Shimura family, he did it. What attribute did the master swallow with the yin attribute? Although he had a rough guess in his mind, Shimura Suand still asked. It swallowed the fire attribute, but it also made the fire attribute disappear completely. He explained with a little regret. Uchiha Madara was really sorry for losing his fire attribute talent. The Uchiha family is best at fire escape. They are the best in the ninja world. Now that they have lost the fire attribute, it will be difficult to perform fire escape ninjutsu in the future. Even if they practice a postnatal fire attribute, it will be useless. However, after swallowing the fire attribute, yin escape has indeed improved, and by the way, his original Mangekyou Sharingan has also been upgraded to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and his strength has increased instead of decreased. After all, even if it is an S-level fire escape ninjutsu, how can it compare to Uchiha's god power Susanoo? Not to mention the complete Susanoo. The most important thing is that this proves that the path that the Shimura family guessed is correct. It is indeed possible to enhance one attribute by swallowing other attributes. This is not a big problem. My splitting technique originated from the second generation of Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village. In addition to the splitting technique, there is also a fusion technique that can fuse the split bodies back. We can use this as a basis to split the body again, and then use the complete body to merge with you to obtain full attribute qualifications again. Speaking of a solution, Shimura Xianding had thought of almost all possibilities when he thought of this new path of improvement, including the problem that the swallowed attribute will disappear permanently from the body. Since it is a permanent and fundamental disappearance, it is unrealistic to cultivate it again with one's own body, but we can find a way to reassign the attribute, which is not a big problem. Can you still play like this? Blinking his eyes cutely, Uchiha Madara was really shocked by the brain of this cheap disciple. He thought about it for a long time before and couldn't think of a way to restore the fire attribute, but he didn't expect this cheap disciple to think of a solution in a blink of an eye. Is the education of the Shimura family really that good? There is another problem. The improvement of yin done after swallowing the fire attribute is not large. According to this calculation, even if all the remaining 5 attributes are swallowed, yin done will hardly be able to be improved to a level sufficient to drive the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to upgrade. Calming down, Uchiha Madara asked another question. He was looking forward to this cheap disciple being able to come up with a solution. 300. Chapter 299, Senju Hashirama's Secret. That is only the first stage of training. The subsequent training is the key point. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gendo did not disappoint Uchiha Madara, indicating that there is still a way to solve it. After all, the pupil power used to upgrade the Eternal Eye was accumulated by Indra after countless reincarnations. It is unrealistic to want to surpass the accumulation of countless reincarnations by simply devouring other attributes. Another way must be found. Without a word, Uchiha Madara gestured to continue. After seeing the brain hole of this cheap grandson and the research and development capabilities of the Shimura family, he has a clear understanding of his own positioning. He has decisively given up on the brain hole and just needs to practice. This is his strength. It is difficult for yin done to have a significant improvement or even a qualitative transformation after devouring other attributes. That is only because the other attributes are not strong enough. We just need to enhance the other attributes and then devour them. Speaking of his own ideas, Shimura Xianding was not very sure about it. After all, he had never tried it, and the replicas of the young ladies in the Black Cauldron space were not qualified to try this path of cultivation for the time being, so Uchiha Madara could only be the guinea pig. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara was strong enough, and it was not so easy to kill himself. Do you mean to use other attributes to devour like this? With a gleam in his eyes, Uchiha Madara understood Shimura Suending's idea, and it seemed very feasible after thinking about it carefully. This kind of practice cannot be concentrated on the same body. I suggest that you use that main body to split into 6 split bodies and practice separately. Finally, use the fusion technique to merge into one, and then use the ultimate Yindun on the final fusion body to devour other ultimate attributes. Of course, it would be even better if we could obtain the 2 attributes of space and time. Our Shimura family learned through certain channels that there are 9 basic attributes. In addition to yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, there are 2 types, space and time, but these 2 attributes are difficult to obtain. Nodding, Uchiha Madara agreed with this statement. It is indeed difficult to obtain. There are very few recorded Mangekyou techniques with space attributes in the Uchiha for thousands of years, and there is no one with time attributes. Even the Izanagi forbidden technique is not the power of time. He naturally knew how unsolvable the power of time and space was. He wanted to kill Senju Tobirama many times back then, but the other party escaped in time with the Flying Thunder God technique, and he had no chance to do it. And that was just the power of space. In comparison, the power of time is even more unsolvable and more rogue, and it is even difficult to detect. There is a saying in Uchiha that the Sharingan is the eye of the soul, which will shape the eye technique ability that best fits the user's heart. Can we start from this aspect? When Yindun devours other attribute talents to obtain enhanced transformation and drive the Sharingan to upgrade, take the opportunity to obtain the eye technique of space and time? Speaking of a new idea, this is also an experiment of Shimura Gentoi. Although the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons may have inherited the time power of the Spring Dove Divine Beast, we can't really keep staring at it. What if the Shrine Maiden's time talent cannot be transferred to themselves? Both Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze do have strong space talents, but he has studied Tobirama Senju's cells and found that the space talent is a property of the chakra bloodline itself, and its foundation lies in chakra. But there are too many pits in chakra, and he dare not put that thing into his body again. But Sharingan different, the power inherited by the Sharingan is the gods and demons of the mythological era of the native world. You can see this by looking at the names of the eye techniques, which are all named after gods. However, among so many gods and demons in mythology, only the main god of Tianzimian is known to control the 2 major powers of time and space. It is not easy to rely on the Sharingan to awaken the power of that great god. But it is not impossible. After all, they only need a space talent as a seed for cultivation, not directly obtaining the Tianzimian eye technique of Miss Kagaya that can shape space at will, which is much easier. I'll try it. This time, Uchiha Madara did not dare to guarantee it. Maybe other abilities can be induced to awaken through certain means, but space and time are really difficult to deal with. There is no rush for this aspect for the time being. In addition, I feel that there is a problem with the way the Sharingan itself is upgraded. It cannot always rely on intense negative emotions to stimulate the transformation and upgrade of eye power. The improvement of Yindun is the foundation. For example, the Eternal Eye does not need that kind of strong mental stimulation. It only needs the fusion of 2 Mangekyou with similar blood genes, plus a stronger Yindun pupil power as a trigger. In addition, relying on negative emotional stimulation to upgrade the Sharingan in the past will make the pupil power impure, fused with that kind of negative power, and will always affect the user in the opposite direction. To put it bluntly, the negative power in the pupil power has become a further obstacle. If you want to get better improvement, you must purify the pupil power. Shimura Gento has always believed that the way to upgrade the Sharingan is wrong. The essence of the pupil power is still Yindun. If you want to improve or even transform the pupil power, you have to start with Yindun. The negative emotional stimulation method of the Uchiha family is obviously a shortcut, but the shortcut is not so easy to take, and it must pay a big price. Are you referring to the blood dragon eye transplanted by the 3rd generation Reikage? Thinking, he watched the battle from afar, and naturally found that the 3rd Reikage had transplanted the blood dragon eye of the Blood Pond clan. As the former patriarch of the Uchiha family, he knew the origin of the blood dragon eye of the Blood Pond clan and the Uchiha clan. To put it bluntly, that thing is a mutated Sharingan. But the blood dragon eye pupil power used by the 3rd Reikage did not have that kind of cold and evil feeling. I was still wondering at the time, but I didn't expect it to be purified. This time I will go back to Konoha with you. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara finally decided to meet that kid Shimura Danzo. After all, it is related to the invincible road of the Sharingan, so you can't be careless. Then you must restrain your own chakra at that time. Miss Midu's perception is very strong, especially for those with malicious targets. With a kind reminder, Shimura Gentoi didn't mind bringing Uchiha Madara back to Konoha, but he had to hide it well. After all, there were many perceptive ninjas in Konoha. Let alone Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyaga's Byakugan, Uzumaki Midu's blood secret technique, Kagura Heart Eye, inherited from the Uzumaki clan, was very tricky. Midu? It's Mito, right? What's your relationship with Mito? The corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. Uchiha Madara knew that this cheap disciple was a pervert, and Uzumaki Mito seemed to have practiced yin seal, which could keep him young all the time. When he left Konoha, Uzumaki Mito's appearance had always been maintained like a 28-year-old girl, plus that top-notch appearance. He didn't believe that this kid didn't have some bad intentions towards her. Is this kid really going to cuckold Hashirama? Don't get me wrong, there has always been nothing between me and Miss Midu. Sensing the strange look, Shimura Gentoi quickly explained, proving his innocence and purity. Haven't you got a chance yet? Yes, Mito is still very strong, and can also borrow the power of the fox, and has reached the level of me and Hashirama back then. With a look of realization on his face, Uchiha Madara realized that this kid hadn't found a chance to attack yet, otherwise he would definitely have taken action, at least he wouldn't have missed out on the advantage. Looking up at the sky in silence, Shimura Gentoi was helpless. How come these people know him so well? No, it's a misunderstanding? Don't be too stressed. Mito is actually quite miserable. Don't look at Hashirama's tall and strong body. In fact, his thing is only the size of an acorn. I now doubt whether Mito's chastity is still there. She needs a real man to understand the happiness of being a woman. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's style suddenly changed. He winked in a very obscene way. He was also very happy to see this disciple cuckold Hashirama. Just thinking about it was very exciting. Speechless again, but Shimura Gentoi did not doubt Uchiha Madara's words. After all, this was a man who had competed with the first generation of Hokage in how far he could pee. He must have seen the pendant of the first generation of Hokage. Do all the tall men in Naruto have hidden diseases in that aspect? Recalling the Emperor Kai in the original work, it seems that Kakashi once said that Emperor Kai's pendant was only the size of an acorn. Might Guy is 1.84 meters tall, while the first Hokage is 1.85 meters tall. They are indeed likely to have the same attributes. By the way, there seem to be 2 shallow scars on both sides of Miss Mito's belly. Did she have a cesarean section back then? Or did she use in vitro fertilization or test tube babies like Miss Yuguan? The more he thought about it, the more intense the gossip fire in his heart burned, and he had a sacred sense of mission. Sure enough, Miss Mito also needs to be saved. Why does this kid have such a strange expression? Looking at the cheap disciple who suddenly became sacred, Uchiha Madara was confused about this change. Could it be that this kid really has no thoughts about Mito? Ahem. Xianding, make me taller. He was too lazy to think about it, and his mind turned and he thought of an important thing. Increase height. Shimura Gentoi came back to his senses and was stunned. Then he asked tentatively, does Master also want to become the domineering figure of the third Raikage or the third Tsuchikage? He is very experienced in this regard. It's okay to help Uchiha Madara change his appearance, but he always feels that Uchiha Madara's style will be very eye-catching. I don't know if Hashirama Senju will be able to recognize his good friend Uchiha Madara's new appearance after he resurrects in the future. Not that kind. According to the proportion of my current figure, my height must reach 195.1 centimeters. Uchiha Madara gestured and said that he just wanted to increase his height, not to become a non-human square warrior like the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. Is it necessary to be accurate to millimeters? Is it even more puzzled that this request made Shimura Gentoi feel a little tricky? He can only be accurate to centimeters at most now. Millimeters are difficult to deal with because there are too many unstable factors. Standing posture, joint curves, hair quality and quantity, and even the soft discs between the vertebrae will affect height. So it is really difficult to increase height by millimeters. It is an objective problem and cannot be changed by subjective will. It is necessary. Uchiha Madara expressed his serious attitude. He attaches great importance to this requirement. In the past, he had to look up at that bastard Hashirama because of the height difference. Although that guy is dead, he still wants to change this defect and must be 10 centimeters taller than Hashirama. 1 meter 95, could it be related to the first generation of Hokage? Thinking about Uchiha Madara's strange request, Shimura suddenly remembered that he had visually estimated Hashirama's body last time and his height was about 1,85 m. Now Uchiha Madara wants a 1,95 m body. If he said it had nothing to do with Senju Hashirama, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, the only person in this world who can make Uchiha Madara change himself, besides the long-lost Odoudou and Uchiha Izuna, is Senju Hashirama. 301. Chapter 300 Earth-Style Chakra Mode, thanks for the recommendation. Uchiha Madara is 1.79 meters tall, and the increase to 1.95 meters is not large, and there is no need to prepare, just take out the Kaguya puppet and it will be done on the spot. Uchiha Madara's main body and split body are all increased to 1.95 meters. As for the 1 millimeter, he really has no way, and Uchiha Madara does not continue to force it. After further tricking Uchiha Madara, Shimura went to the Raikage building. He knew that the third Raikage must be waiting for him. Aunt Raikage. After greeting, Shimura sat on the sofa in the office very familiarly, and even put his legs on the coffee table in front of him. The posture made Dode and others twitch their faces and feel speechless. When did you start plotting against the Blood Pond clan? Glazing at someone unhappily, he put the document aside. The third Raikage always felt that he had been plotted against by this guy again. Before, Zidian Jianhao came to meet him and mentioned that the daimyo prefecture had ordered the pardon of the Blood Pond clan and asked them to go to the Hidden Cloud village to receive and restrain the Blood Pond clan. He felt that this was not the style of the daimyo prefecture, and it was probably related to the boy in front of him. Just tell me whether you want those poor people of the Blood Pond clan. Shimura directly signaled the third Raikage to express his position. There was no point in telling the detailed process and reasons. As long as the third Raikage was a qualified shadow, he would definitely not miss this good opportunity. After all, although the Blood Dragon Eye was inferior to the Uchiha Sharingan and difficult to upgrade to the Mangekyo level, it was also a large clan, not worse than the Hago Romo clan. Yes, but the transplant of the Blood Dragon Eye must also begin. The third Raikage answered decisively. Even if this kid really has a plan, well, the Hidden Cloud village must also eat this fat piece of meat. Although they have obtained a lot of Blood Dragon Eyes and are about to start the transplantation plan, only the pupil technique of dynamic vision enhancement of the purified Blood Dragon Eyes can be preserved, the one that controls blood is gone, and the pupil technique of illusion amplification has also been cut off by most of the time, becoming an enhancement of illusion resistance. They need a complete Blood Dragon Eye in the Hidden Cloud village to fight against the Sharingan of the Uchiha of Konoha, so the Blood Pond clan is very important to them. However, the Blood Pond clan is as rich in mental illness as the Uchiha clan, and they must have enough countermeasures, such as transplanting those Blood Dragon Eyes, so that at least they don't Euro trademark T have to worry about the Blood Pond clan ninjas using illusions to cause trouble in the village, and they can suppress them at any time. You can start at any time. By the way, give priority to transplanting those ninjas with yin attributes, so that they can better exert the power of Blood Dragon Eyes. Shimura Xianding spread his hands indifferently, and he didn't care about it. The transplantation of Blood Dragon Eyes is not difficult for him, at most it will be a bit useless for the second senior brother. Tutai, you cooperate with him in the transplantation plan, get a group of people as soon as possible, and follow me to the Hell Valley of Hot Spring Country in 3 days to assist the migration of the Blood Pond clan. He signaled the male secretary Tutai to cooperate. The third Raikage had never trusted the boy in front of him, and Tutai must keep a close eye on this matter to prevent him from doing anything. Yes, third generation lord. Tutai accepted the order and was very clear about his mission. Auntie, your body has almost recovered. Do you want to start the Black Thunder upgrade plan? After negotiating the matter of the Blood Dragon Eye transplant, Shimura proposed the upgrade plan for Black Thunder. Originally, this plan could have started a long time ago, but the third Raikage used the Hell Stab regardless of his physical condition last time, and his bones were broken all over his body. He needed to recover and nourish again, and now he barely met the standard. How long will it take? How much can it increase? The blood-colored Blood Dragon Eye flashed with blood light, and the third Raikage was very tempted by this, but also very defensive. After all, that kid is not a good person. According to the principle of attribute restraint, Auntie, you should first use lightning release to devour the earth release attribute. After devouring it, your black lightning will probably be doubled, and it should be completed in 2 days. In fact, your son is more suitable for this kind of practice. He has 3 attributes of lightning, earth, and water, which can just restrain them in a series. Using the data obtained from Uchiha Madara, Shimura Gentoi thought that the black lightning of the 3rd generation Raikage should be able to double the black lightning after devouring the earth attribute. After all, there is a big gap between the 5 escape attributes and the yin and yang attributes, and Uchiha Madara has the accumulation of countless reincarnations of Indra. After devouring a single fire attribute, the increase is not large, but the 3rd generation Raikage is far worse than Uchiha Madara's yin release. Lightning release itself is not as advanced as yin release, and in addition, lightning restrains earth, and earth can also stably condense the lightning attribute, which should be able to achieve a doubling of enhancement. Go and ask the master's wife to come over. Without hesitation, the 3rd Raikage ordered the Anbu ninja to ask his master's wife, Yayulan, to come and take charge, and stood up and walked towards the laboratory below. Shimura Gentoi also stood up and followed. He was also looking forward to this experiment. After all, Uchiha Madara himself was too special and did not have much reference value. In comparison, the 3rd Raikage was much more ordinary and could obtain a lot of valuable data. The group quickly arrived at the laboratory in the mountain below, and Yayulan also arrived quickly. Although he was severely injured in the last fight and lost too much blood, he has recovered after a month of recuperation, and his strength has even improved. With Yayulan in charge, plus the 2 sisters Yu Union who came later, and several other veteran regular cage level strongmen, plus more than a dozen quasi cages, the 3rd Raikage was very relieved and was not afraid that Shimura Gentoi would do something small. Glancing at the group of people around him, Shimura Gentoi was quite helpless. How could these people misunderstand him so much? It seems that I have to be more serious. If I want to cripple the Raikage, I may have to open the 8 gates of ninjutsu to rush out. Secretly alerted in his heart, Shimura Gentoi became more serious. Next, learn the Earth Escape Chakra mode and sublimate the Earth Escape Chakra into the same level of power as Black Thunder. With a simple explanation, Shimura Gentoi pressed his palm on the back of the 3rd generation Raikage and used the Immortal Energy Thread to tailor a set of exclusive operation circuits according to his physical condition. The 3rd generation Raikage was also unambiguous and mobilized the Earth Escape Chakra in his body to operate. He has 3 attributes of thunder, earth, and fire, and he has cultivated them to the peak level of escape technique changes. Among them, the thunder escape has transformed into a powerful black thunder. Coupled with his strong physical fitness, this is the only way to be on par with the shadows of other ninja villages with 3 attribute qualifications. As the Earth Escape Chakra operated according to the extremely complex circuit, it gradually turned into an Earth Escape Chakra mode equivalent to the Lightning Escape Chakra mode. The Kaki Chakra wrapped the whole body, giving the 3rd generation Raikage the illusion that he was indestructible. No, it's not an illusion. Looking at the body wrapped in Kaki Chakra, he clenched his fists and collided with each other. Ding! The dull sound of metal and iron clashing was agitated, and the collision of the 2 fists was like 2 hammers hitting each other, which showed how strong the 3rd generation Raikage's body was now. Bring a knife. With interest, the 3rd generation Raikage was ready to test the physical defense limit of this Earth Escape Chakra mode. Clang! Auntie, I'll do it. He pulled out the big silver sword behind him neatly, and Shimura Gentoi also wanted to try the defense limit of the Earth Escape Chakra mode. Although he had tried many times after merging with the young lady's body data in the Black Cauldron space, that was the data after merging after all. The superimposed state is far inferior to the reality of the 3rd Raikage. But looking at the silver sword that kept shaking in front of him, the 3rd Raikage's old face darkened and he glared angrily. Go aside. Just kidding, that big silver sword can even cut off Tsunade's huge gold sword. My current Earth Escape Chakra mode is absolutely unstoppable. Feeling disappointed and regretful, she hung the big silver sword on her back again, and Yi Jingyan on the side stepped forward and handed over the Shengtang sword in her hand. After her own sword was cut off, she used the heavy gold the village traded from Tsunagakure village mixed with perfect chakra metal to create this enhanced version of the Tang sword. The blade is 3 times the size of the Tang dynasty sword that Shimura Xianding used before, and it is naturally heavier. Taking the Shengtang sword, the 3rd Raikage waved his hand and slashed at his left arm, but there was a loud trembling sound, and then he gradually increased the force until he used 80% of his strength to cut through the skin. You must know that his current body shape already possesses strong strength, and with the blessing of the Earth Escape Chakra mode, his strength is at least 10 times stronger than before. Coupled with the sharp edge of the heavy gold Shengtang sword, not to mention 80% of the power, even only 10% of the power is enough to cut open the previous Thunder Escape Chakra mode. Of course, this is also related to the defense method of Thunder Release Chakra mode. Although it has a certain blessing effect on physical defense, the more important thing is to use Thunder Release Chakra to defeat the enemy's ninjutsu, which is an offensive defense method. It is mainly aimed at ninjutsu attacks and has very average defense against physical attacks. However, the current Earth Escape Chakra mode is just the opposite. It is pure defense and has stronger defense against physical attacks. Concentrate. Now I am going to guide the natural energy of the Earth attribute to merge with your Earth Escape Chakra mode. Please cooperate. After the third Reikage finished mutilating himself, Suin Shimura took out the Megatama he had obtained from Madara Uchiha, held the Earth Megatama, and used it as a guide to attract natural energy, and then transformed it into natural energy with Earth attributes. Incorporate these Earth-attributed natural energies into the body of the third Reikage to promote the fusion with its Earth Escape Chakra. The Earth Release Chakra in the Earth Release Chakra mode is already extremely strong, stimulating some of the potential of the chakra itself, barely reaching the standard of swallowing natural energy. As the Earth Attribute Chakra was devoured bit by bit, the Earth Escape Chakra gradually transformed from earthy yellow to gold. After a whole day passed, it completely turned into gold, making the body of the third Reikage look like it was cast in gold. Chiang! Auntie, are you coming, or am I coming? Pulling out the big silver sword from behind again, Suin Shimura looked eager to try. I'll do it myself. The third Reikage, who was feeling this new earth-bending power, was shaken by the big silver sword in front of him. He suddenly felt bad, but he didn't refuse. After all, this new Earth Escape power must be stronger than the previous one. It just took 80% of the power to cut through the skin. Now it has become even stronger. It is obviously not possible to use the heavy gold tang sword again. At present, apart from some legendary magical weapons, this guy's big silver sword is the only one with enough sharpness. Instructing Xianding of Will Village not to move, the third Reikage put his arm on the big silver sword and pulled it, and then blood spurted out. That's it. Looking at the arm spurting out golden blood, Shimura Xianding was filled with disappointment. I originally thought that the transformed Earth Escape could withstand the sharp edge of the big silver sword, but who would have thought that it could be cut through so easily? At most I would feel a little resistance. What did you use to forge this broken sword? The third Reikage was unhappy to see his indestructible skin being scratched so easily. Now he was confident that he could explode the psychic beast monkey hammer of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he could not withstand the edge of this big silver sword. If you really have to face off against this kid in the future, your chances of winning are slim, unless you use a chakra cannon or the third Tsuchikage's dust escape to kill him from a distance. Don't waste time, use Black Thunder to follow this circuit. Without explaining, he hung the big silver sword in his hand on his back again. Suin Shimura used the innate Yang attribute immortal energy to heal the gash on the third Reikage's arm, and then constructed a set of equally complex circuits in his body. Although he really wanted to experience this new Earth Escape power more, the third Reikage knew that Black Thunder's promotion was the real thing. A euro. Thank you to Kidian Chuangshi and Penda for the recommendation, thank you very much. 302. Chapter 301 Otsutsuki Attacks. The Black Thunder followed the complex circuit and instantly turned on the Thunder Escape Chakra mode, covering the golden body with a layer of Black Thunder and lightning. Nearly twice as strong as ours. Experiencing this new Thunder Escape Chakra mode, the third generation Reikage was shocked. The trajectory of the Shimura family's Thunder Chakra mode is more than 10 times more complicated than that of their hidden cloud village, but its power is also nearly twice as powerful. The Shimura family is really terrifying. Stop talking nonsense, quickly use Black Thunder to devour this golden Earth Escape. Your current physical fitness cannot carry 2 chakra modes at the same time for too long. With a serious reminder, Shimura Xianding used the Sinai Yuan power thread to sense the physical condition of the third Reikage, and at the same time used the Sinai Yuan power thread to connect the kaleidoscope Sharingan between Hagoromo's eyebrows. With the help of the sand-hidden villages, the secret eye technique provides a kaleidoscope of vision, allowing for further insight into the body changes of the third Reikage, and allows for real-time modification and guidance. Although Uchiha Madara has talked about the fusion process before, Uchiha Madara is different after all and does not have much reference value. The third Reikage is more suitable to be a guinea pig, and the data obtained will be more realistic. You really won't use the third generation for experiments? Sensing that the traitor was controlling the brow kaleidoscope, Yi Lingyan said dissatisfiedly, always feeling that the traitor was courting death. Although it is an experiment, we already have a successful example and some experience to refer to, so it's not a big problem. After a casual reply, Shimura Gento carefully observed the physical condition of the third-generation Reikage and the process of the Black Thunder swallowing the Golden Earth escape, while gradually adjusting the operating circuit in his body to assist the swallowing. But what he said made everyone speechless. This kid was really arrogant and unreasonable. He actually used their Reikage for experiments directly, but then he became wary. Since the Reikage was the second experimental subject, who was the first successful experimental subject? Was it the shinobi and Shimura Danzo? How strong was he? These unknown speculations made everyone feel heavy, and the pressure doubled, but the murderous intent in their hearts became stronger. Such a terrible family must not be allowed to grow and develop further, otherwise the ninja world will be unstoppable. With the ambition shown by the Dark Ninja, their Cloud Village will inevitably be annexed and destroyed in the future. Shimura Gendo didn't care about everyone's thoughts, and he didn't need to care. It was almost the same as he had estimated before. After another whole day, the Black Thunder finally swallowed up the Golden Earth escape and strengthened itself by nearly one-fold. Why is my Earth attribute gone? Sensing the completely disappeared Earth attribute in his body, the third-generation Reikage didn't care to experience the strengthened Black Thunder and cast a bad look at Shimura Gendo. He didn't say there would be such a change before. Didn't I say that this is a different kind of attribute swallowing from bloodline fusion? Since all are swallowed, only one can be left. Isn't it normal for the Earth attribute to disappear? And the previous Earth escape Chakram mode and Golden Earth escape also tempered and strengthened your body, especially the bones, which are stronger than in the heyday. You are not at a loss. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gento looked like I had already said it, you are just stupid and didn't see it. And the third Reikage is indeed not at a loss. That kind of Golden Earth escape is very good for body strengthening, which greatly improved the physical fitness of the third Reikage. There are no more physical defects and he can burst out with the strongest strength at any time. By the way, that kind of Earth escape Chakram mode is a special version tailored for you. Don't teach it to others, otherwise don't come to me if you die. A kind reminder, Shimura Gento had long seen that these guys were coveting the Chakram modes of their Shimura family, but now is not the time to hand those Chakram modes to these guys. Unless Otsutsuki Momoshiki really comes, then there will be such a strong external enemy to ensure that the ninja world will stop fighting and unite against the outside world. That will be the best time to spread the powerful secret technique of Chakra mode. As for the current stage, we can only make a few exclusive versions to play with, just to whet the appetite of these people, just like the hunger marketing in the previous life. Are you really not afraid that we will study this Chakra mode thoroughly? Yayuelen on the side was dissatisfied. This kid looked down on their Cloud Village too much. If you can do it, I have no objection. Shrugged indifferently, he was not afraid that the Cloud Village would develop a universal version of that Chakra mode, because there were countless problems involved. Moreover, these Chakra mode secrets inherited the previous style, all of which were dangerous. If they made a slight mistake, they would either die or be disabled. There was no way to try to modify them. If they really wanted to force the modification, they would be prepared to sacrifice millions of people, and the experimental subjects must be at least quasi-shadow level. It is unknown whether there are millions of cage-level strongmen in the history of the entire ninja world, let alone the current Kyumigakuer. This anti-theft method is absolutely impossible to crack in the current ninja world, unless the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage are willing to come out. Confidence is a good thing. Looking deeply at the golden armored boy in front of her, Yayuelen was really unconvinced. Although the exclusive version of the secret technique is indeed a bit difficult, they can take their time. I don't believe that 10 years of painstaking research will not yield results. And Shimura Gento responded with a gentle smile. He could naturally guess what these people were thinking. Maybe they would gain something after 10 or several decades of research, but by then, under his leadership, the Shimura family might have 6 paths per capita. What's the use of studying these secret techniques? Besides, it is unknown whether these people and even the Kyumigakuer can survive until that time. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others come to the ninja world, they will definitely collect the tailed beasts as soon as possible, which will confront the 5 major ninja villages. The overall strength of the 5 major ninja villages is definitely not enough to resist Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. After all, in the original work, Uzumaki Nagato alone destroyed the strongest Konoha, and other ninja villages are naturally more difficult to resist. I just hope these cannon fodders can hold on a little longer. With his mind racing, Shimura Gento looked at the increasingly ugly third Reikage, and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you that the circulation circuit I gave you before is only suitable for the Black Thunder at that time. Now the Black Thunder is twice as strong, and it can't be restrained at all. It will directly destroy your internal organs. It's still the same style. The operating circuit of the previous lightning chakra mode was carefully built by him, and it can't adapt to the Black Thunder with doubled power. After all, lightning itself is very violent and difficult to control, and the lightning chakra mode also puts a lot of load on the body. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself. If you want to use it well, there can't be any mistakes. Humph! The third Reikage, who failed in the attempt, snorted coldly and turned tossing the lightning chakra mode of the hidden cloud village. It really worked this time, but it was also very reluctant. The load on the body was too great, and it needed to be shared by external forces. Little boy, compete with me again. Pick up the Zangba snake spear that was brought with him, condense most of the Black Thunder in his body onto the spear blade, and the third Reikage sneered. He was very unwilling to lose last time. Now the Black Thunder has doubled. If he uses it as a basis to perform the Hell Stab, this kid will definitely not be able to resist it. Clang! Okay. Pulling out the big silver sword behind him again, Shimura Gendo was eager to try, and even had a hint of fighting spirit. He was also very curious about the Black Thunder after the evolution of the third Reikage. However, the third Reikage on the opposite side looked at the silver shining big silver sword, then looked at the Zangba snake spear in his hand, and threw it aside angrily. There was no way. The sharpness of the big silver sword was too terrifying, and his Zangba snake spear could not resist it at all. This was the difference in weapons, not the fault of war. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar accompanied by vibrations came, and the sturdy laboratory collapsed abruptly. Then there were continuous roars. In just 10 minutes, the entire cloud-hidden village was covered by a terrible offensive. When the roar and vibration stopped, a golden light suddenly rushed out from the rubble, holding two figures, Shimura Gento and the two teachers. As soon as the change occurred, he pulled the two teachers into his arms and protected them with his heavy gold wings. At the same time, the two women also activated the tailed beast coat to protect themselves, which avoided being smashed to death and buried alive. Then dozens of figures rushed out from the rubble below, and the first one was covered by black lightning. It was the third-generation Reikage who used the black lightning chakra mode. Who is it? Looking at the village that was almost in ruins, the third Reikage roared angrily, his blood-red eyes swept around, and his face became extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to choose someone to eat. As the head of a village, it was an indelible shame for the village to be destroyed under his leadership, and what he could not accept was the casualties of the villagers. Meteorite. Looking at the meteorite that collapsed the entire Reikage building and the mountain, Shimura Gento looked up and found that there were indeed several figures floating in the air. Reincarnation I Chakra mode. The green chakra on those people made Shimura Gento's pupils shrink suddenly, and he thought of Otsutsuki Tonari who appeared in the original work and the movie version. After Otsutsuki Tonari entered the Reincarnation I Chakra mode, his body was covered by a green chakra coat. Sinner, you really know about my clan. 5 figures covered by green chakra landed, and the man in the lead looked down at Shimura Gento indifferently, obviously having just heard the low cry. It's not the real Samsara I Chakra mode yet, it should be just Samsara I Chakra, and it hasn't evolved into Samsara I yet. After carefully looking at the 5 people, especially their eyes, he saw that there was no strange pattern, and they were only wrapped in green chakra, without forming a chakra coat, and he felt relieved. These people don't have Samsara I, and their strength should not reach the level of Otsutsuki Tonari in the original book who could cut the moon with one blow, but they should not be underestimated. It should be the Samsara I Chakra obtained with the help of the giant Samsara I, which is a temporary blessing effect. With a rough guess, Shimura Gento gave up the idea of a euro running away. As long as the Samsara I is not in front of him, he is sure to deal with these people. You all go to hell. The furious third Reikage also saw that it was these 5 people who destroyed his village, and he attacked decisively in a rage. Hell thrust. The black lightning gathered on the spear blade, and his body turned into a flash of lightning, rushing straight towards the middle-aged man in the lead. The shield of the Seeking Jade. A small black ball appeared, turning into a shield to block the black lightning of the hell thrust, and even slowly melted and decomposed the spear blade as a carrier. This is the Seeking Jade, a terrifying power that transcends the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination in the current ninja world, second only to the bloodline net. It is not as fast as the original work, and it is not fast for high-density materials such as heavy gold. With the help of powerful dynamic vision, Shimuragento saw the changes in the confrontation between the Seeking Jade Shield and the Hell Thrust, and realized that his previous assumption was correct. 303. Chapter 302 Susanoo's Wooden Man. Damn it! Seeing that the shield of the Seeking Truth Jade could not instantly dissipate and decompose the Hell Spike and the Zangba Snake Spear, the Otsutsuki Dojin looked gloomy and signaled to his companions beside him. Chakra Devour. The old Otsutsuki man next to him understood and activated the Samsara Eye Chakra to activate the power obtained from the giant Samsara Eye, condensing a green chakra light ball in the palm of his hand. An invisible swallowing force appeared, and the chakra in the bodies of all ninjas within a radius of hundreds of meters broke out of their bodies uncontrollably and rushed towards the green chakra light ball. Without chakra, everyone was unstable, and some even knelt on the ground, panting and very weak. The chakra in the body of the third Reikage was also instantly devoured, and his legs swayed and he almost knelt on the ground, and then he was nailed to the ground by the Otsutsuki Dojin with the black stick transformed by the Seeking Truth Jade. Immediately, an old man stepped forward and placed his palm on the head of the third Reikage, as if searching for the third Reikage's memory. It's a bit like the power of wood release, but even more bizarre. Two figures appeared beside Shimuragendo, with their arms crossed and looking at the five Otsutsuki Dojin opposite them. They were none other than Uchiha Madara. He naturally couldn't continue after causing such a big commotion. Practice, and even if he hadn't reacted in time to use Susanoo to protect himself, he would have been buried alive. That black thing is called the Seeking Truth Jade, which is a creation made by integrating the 7 chakra attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. It is a bit similar to the tailed beast jade, but more powerful and can decompose any chakra ninjutsu, including matter. Don't play close combat with them. After a brief explanation, Shimuragento was not sure whether Uchiha Madara could defeat the 5 lunar Otsutsuki. Are they the people who live on the moon? Tilting his head, Uchiha Madara had more fighting spirit in his heart, and some new tactics also needed powerful enemies to verify. However, since the death of Hashirama, there has been no strong enemy in the world that he can face, and he hopes that these people in front of him can make him happy. Descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Uchiha Madara's figure immediately attracted the attention of the Otsutsuki fans, especially after seeing the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekaya. Summoning technique. Not underestimating the enemy, the Otsutsuki raised his hand to seal, and finally slammed it down on the ground. Roar! A hideous stone statue 100 meters high rose from the ground, and the roar it made set off a gust of wind. The huge figure gave everyone present an indescribable sense of oppression. The stone statue raised its huge claws and slammed down heavily, making the people who had lost their chakra feel desperate. Not to mention now, even if they were in their prime, they would not be able to resist this attack. It was difficult to dodge it because the range of the attack was too large. It's just right to use you to try one of Hashirama's ninjutsu. The fighting spirit increased, and Uchiha Madara's body put his hands together, using Hashirama's face on his heart as the foundation to absorb and condense the fairy chakra. Sage Modia on. Sage Wood Stylia Bokujin Jutsu. Power Armor Susanoo. The moment the stone statue's claws fell, an equally huge wooden claw rose from the ground and lifted up the stone claw. Then a wooden giant crawled out from the ground. It was the wood style of wood style, and it was an enhanced version of the sage wood style wearing Susanoo armor. The next thing was the battle between the 2 behemoths. The power of each punch was comparable to that of an S-level ninjutsu, destroying the already ruined Cloud Village even more thoroughly. On the other side, Shimuragento was not idle either. He used the immortal energy thread to pull up Yugi-Rin and others and flew away. He flew out of the Cloud Village and came to the top of a mountain where the Ninja Samurai Academy was being built and put everyone down. Organize people to evacuate the crowd and let them hide. Don't go to the battlefield. You are not their opponents. After giving instructions, Shimuragento drew the big silver sword behind him and prepared to fly back to join the battle. Since the Moon Otsutsuki clan has appeared in the world, some plans must be advanced. It just so happens that he needs to study the physique of the Moon Otsutsuki to see if he can find a way to create the reincarnation eye. Are those the powerful enemies from outer space you mentioned? Stepping forward to grab the hand of the traitor, Yi Lingyan suppressed her anger and asked, and Yayulan and others who barely recovered also cast inquiring eyes. They all seemed to know the identities of the 5 people, and whether they were the powerful enemies from outer space that Shimuragento had mentioned before. Those 5 people were too powerful. Not only did they resist the hell stab of the 3rd generation Reikage head-on, but they also drew away the chakra of all of them in one blow, and they had no power to resist at all. I guess so. Although they are not the powerful enemies from outer space that I know of, they are descendants of powerful enemies from outer space and have the same surname. Even though their strength is far inferior to those powerful enemies from outer space, they are almost invincible in the ninja world. After replying casually, Shimura Gendo quickly flew back to the battlefield of Kumigakure village. Call all the senior ninjas to sneak into the village and rescue the villagers and companions who stayed behind. Be careful not to get close to their battlefield. Save your life as the first priority. You should restore your chakra as soon as possible. In 1 minute, follow me to sneak into the village to rescue the third generation. Yayuelin, the most senior person present, gave the order and took out a secret ration pill to swallow to quickly restore chakra. Even if they could not restore too much chakra in a short time, it was barely enough. After all, their current goal was to rescue the third generation Reikage. Dode and others took the order and swallowed chakra while notifying the many Kumigakure ninjas gathered at the construction site of the Ninja Samurai Academy. We are really too weak. Heihoki Inu punched the rocks next to her, feeling unwilling and angry. Originally, she didn't believe the traitors' words that they were too weak, but today's battle made them realize their own weakness. They didn't even have the strength to fight back against such a strong enemy. Others were also full of unwillingness and anger, but more of them were terrified and fearful. Those mysterious people were too strong. Also, why is Uchiha Madara still alive? And appeared at this time? Could it be related to those mysterious strong men? Just as Yayu Inu and others were trying to recover, Shimura Gendo on the other side quickly flew back to the hidden cloud village. Oh my god, how did they become 3 stone statues? And they became so big, did they take hormones? Falling on Suzaki's head, Shimura Gendo looked at the 3 stone statues that were frantically besieging around him and was a little confused. The stone statues summoned by the leading moon Otsutsuki are very similar to those summoned by the Otsutsuki in the original work. They should all be creatures of yin-yang escape, and their combat power is quite strong. However, in the original work, Otsutsuki Tonari could only use the power of his own pair of reincarnation eyes, while this time the opponent used the power of the giant reincarnation eyes, which was at least more powerful in terms of quantity. Not only did he summon and control 3 stone statues at the same time, but the size of the stone statues was also very crazy, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000 meters. Each stone statue is no taller than the 1,000 stone statues in the Battle of the Valley of the End. The 1,000-armed giant Buddha used by Hashirama is small, and the tailed beasts are tiny in front of such a behemoth. If Uchiha Madara had not recently cultivated a complete set of Raise-Nan Jinden and his strength had increased dramatically, it would have been difficult to deal with it. Uchiha Madara, who was in the crystal of the Susanoo helmet, opened a channel to signal Yumura Shending to come in, and he also felt a little tricky. The chakra in his body is very strange, pouring out from his eyes continuously, as if something is transmitting chakra to him through his eyes. If you don't cut off his chakra source, it will be difficult to win. He said the information he saw with the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan. It is really difficult to deal with such a powerful enemy with almost infinite chakra. The most important thing is that the quality of the opponent's chakra is 1 level higher than his. If he didn't have a complete Raise-Nan Jinden blessing in his body and enlarged the fairy art Sozaki man to 1,000 meters, he would have been defeated long ago. To capture the thief, first capture the leader. Only by killing the leader can the battle be truly resolved. With his eyes locked on the moon Otsutsuki strongman who was the leader, Shimura Gentoi took off his upper body battle suit, revealing his chest and abdomen. Yang Magatama seal. Take off the Magatama necklace on your neck, untie the Yang Magatama and seal it into the Death Gate A cup ointment in your heart, and merge it with the left and right Raise-Nan Jinden inside. Although the Yang Magatama was broken in the last battle against the evil demon, he used enough grayer energy liquid to repair it, which came in handy this time. Yin Magatama seal. Press the Yin Magatama between the eyebrows, and then seal it into the Zongmen A cup ointment in the pineal body, and merge it with the left and right Raise-Nan Jinden inside. Then there is the Earth Magatama at the Life Gate A cup ointment, the Thunder Magatama at the Injury Gate A cup ointment, the Wind Magatama at the Dew Gate A cup ointment, the Fire Magatama at the Jing Gate A cup ointment, and the Water Magatama at the Shock Gate A cup ointment. Are you sure you can withstand the 7 attribute modes? Seeing Shimura Gentoi's intention, Uchiha Madara looked sideways. Although the 7 attribute modes can coexist in theory, that is only in theory. If this one is not good, the whole body will be blown to pieces. It's a bit reluctant, but with the 8 gates formation, I should be able to be a real man for 3 seconds. After replying, taking a deep breath, Shimura Gentoi decisively opened the 7 attribute modes one by one. Yang Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Yin Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Earth Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Lightning Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Wind Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Fire Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. Water Escape Immortal Energy Mode A open. 7 attribute modes, in which yin and yang flow mutually. The 5 attributes of earth, thunder, wind, fire, and water also form a closed loop according to the principle of mutual generation, and the various characteristics carried are mixed together and blessed on the body. Wind escape modes windbreaker flying ability, lightning escape modes electric current stimulation, earth escape modes indestructible body, water escape modes water film defense, fire escape modes scorching heat counter injury, yang escape modes immortal body, yin escape modes brain cell activation. All these characteristics are combined in one body, making Shimura Gendo more powerful than ever before. This is not over yet. After the 7 attribute modes are barely stabilized, the 8 gates of Dungia formation is decisively opened. 8 gates of Dungia formation are open. With the opening of the 8 gates of Dungia formation, the immortal energy accumulated in the body seems to be ignited, rapidly consumed, and also provides unimaginable power. Swish! Shimura Gendo, who has completed all preparations, did not delay at all. He swung his sword to smash the helmet crystal of Susanoo and shot out. The explosive power of the lightning escape mode and wind escape mode, the anti-gravity of the earth escape mode, and the flame behind the fire escape mode pushed his speed to an unimaginable level. Shield of the Dao Seeking Jade. The pupils of the Otsutsuki Dojin shrank suddenly, and he instinctively turned the Dao Seeking Jade into a shield to block his eyes, but it was useless. A silver sword flashed, and the indestructible Dao Seeking Jade barrier was forcibly cut open, and even a sword mark was cut in the space. Although the Dao Seeking Jade was powerful, it was naturally difficult to resist such a slash that could even cut through space. The most important thing was that the big silver sword forged with meteorite alloy was too hard and sharp. It was stronger than the Dao Seeking Jade in terms of hardness, and the extreme density also made the sword body fearless of the Dao Seeking Jade's decomposition ability. The unparalleled hardness and sharpness, coupled with the extreme speed and extreme power erupted by Shimura Gendori, forcibly cut the Dao Seeking Jade open and cut off the body of the Otsutsuki Dojin behind him. Without giving him a chance to resurrect, the big silver sword in his hand was swung rapidly, and it was cut into pieces along with the Dao Seeking Jade. Then he looked at the remaining Otsutsuki elder, but after this delay, the Otsutsuki elder also reacted and immediately used his ultimate move. Super Chakra Devouring. 304. Chapter 303 The Kiss of the Thunder Shadow. The powerful fighting power displayed by Shimura Gentoi frightened the remaining Moon Otsutsuki elder, but his strong fighting qualities allowed him to suppress his inner fear and resolutely surpass his own limits. He used the Byakugan as a medium to draw the power of the giant Samsara Eye to bless himself. Countless cracks spread across his body in an instant, and green light shone from the cracks, as if it would explode in the next moment. He resisted the pain of his body collapsing and activated the power obtained from the giant Samsara Eye. Super Chakra Devouring. The swallowing power, which was countless times stronger than the last time, appeared, covering a radius of thousands of meters, covering the 3 stone statues and the Suzaki man who were fighting. Under the powerful suction force, all the chakra that did not belong to the descendants of Hamura was swallowed up. Even Uchiha Madara, who was strong, had difficulty stabilizing Susanoo. It collapsed in an instant, causing it to suffer a huge backlash, and the chakra in its body went out of control. At the same time, the Otsutsuki Dojin who was originally chopped into pieces appeared behind Uchiha Madara's body and the split body, and the Tao Seeking Jade in his hand turned into a ninja sword and slashed at their necks. Uchiha Madara's body and the split body, who were being restrained by the chakra runaway in their bodies, could not react at all, and could only force the pupil power of the Eternal Eye to condense Susanoo. An energy sternum protected the body and the split body, but the Susanoo, which was known for its absolute defense, was like paper in front of the Tao Seeking Jade ninja sword. It was cut open with one knife, and then the heads of the 2 Uchiha Madaras were cut off, and they died extremely aggrieved. This eye does not belong to you. Reaching out and grabbing into the heart of Uchiha Madara's body, he grabbed the Tianrenbun from the center of Hashirama's face. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan who also possesses the Byakugan, he had long discovered that Uchiha Madara had a Byakugan transplanted into his chest, and it was a very special Byakugan, which made him instinctively desire it. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, the Otsutsuki fan grabbed the wild hair of Uchiha Madara's head, and then grabbed the head of the split body. The Uchiha family's Mangekyo is a good thing, not to mention that these two pairs of eyes seem to be more powerful than ordinary Mangekyo. But before he could grab it, his face changed drastically, his body suddenly disappeared, and at the same time a silver sword light flashed. Time power. Standing next to the two corpses of Uchiha Madara, Shimura Gendo released the 8 gates of Dungia and the 7 attributes mode, and was very suspicious. He was very sure that he had just chopped that guy into pieces, and he was dead, but he came back to life in the next moment and attacked Uchiha Madara. The sneak attack should be a spatial means, similar to the power of the Sky Hand of Hirudesuke in the original work, otherwise it would not be so difficult for Uchiha Madara to react. However, the resurrection used before had nothing to do with spatial power, nor was it the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Just now, he saw that guy's body seemed to be reversed in time, and the chopped body was restored to its original state, even the chopped clothes and the shield of the Seeking Truth Jade were restored to their original state, and then he sneaked attacked Uchiha Madara. You run pretty fast. With a sneer, Shimura Gendo picked up an ear that fell on the ground and sealed it carefully. The guy ran really fast just now, but he also cut off an ear at the end. With this ear, it is enough to study the bloodline secrets of the Moon Otsutsuki clan. I don't know if the bloodlines of the Moon Otsutsuki, Hyuga clan and Kagaya clan can make the Byakugan evolve into the Samsara Eye. He turned his head and saw that the body of Uchiha Madara's split body was becoming illusory, and then a complete body reappeared next to it, but the headless body of the original body did not move, as if it was really dead. Not awake. Seeing that the recovered Uchiha Madara split body did not wake up, Shimura Gendo squatted down curiously to check. The change just now was the phenomenon of performing the Izanagi forbidden technique. Obviously, Uchiha Madara's split body launched the Izanagi forbidden technique before death. According to the Izanagi forbidden technique, he should wake up immediately, so why is this guy still unconscious? It seems that his spirit has suffered a severe blow. Is it because of the Seeking Jade, or some other reason? Sensing that the mental fluctuations of Uchiha Madara's split body were almost non-existent, Shimura Gendo had a few guesses. His ears trembled slightly, and he took out a fairy energy version of the sealing scroll to seal the headless body of Uchiha Madara's original body, and inserted the fairy energy thread into the body of Uchiha Madara's split body, and used puppetry to control it to evolve the fire chakra, burning the blood on the ground. After doing this, several figures rushed over, and the first two were his beloved sister flower teacher sisters, and there were several cloud ninjas behind. After looking around and seeing that there were no enemies, Yi Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the pale-faced traitor. You won't die, right? Thank you for your concern, the disciple is very tough and won't die. He smiled and replied. Shimura Xianding was a little happy that these two teacher sisters could take the risk to come. It seems that the previous teacher training plan still has some results. Who cares about you, you thousand-year-old scourge? She rolled her eyes and then looked at the Uchiha Madara split lying on the ground, her expression becoming unfriendly. What is the relationship between your Shimura family and Uchiha Madara? Others didn't see it, but she happened to see Uchiha Madara coming from the direction of the mansion where the traitor lived, which means that the legendary existence had been staying in that mansion before. In addition to the previous communication between Uchiha Madara and the traitor, it is obvious that the two have a close relationship. She shuddered at the thought of the legendary brutal man staying in the village. He is one of the important researchers of our Shimura family's Zero Research Institute. Without hiding anything, she frankly expressed Uchiha Madara's identity and the relationship with their Shimura family. This time, she didn't fool the little sister. Uchiha Madara is indeed a non-staff member of their Shimura family's Zero Research Institute. He is responsible for the research of some difficult projects and is also responsible for being researched. He has multiple duties and is very hard. No wonder. With a look of realization on her face, Yi Rain did not doubt that this traitor was lying this time. This was the only way to explain why the number 0 Research Institute of the Tongzi village family was so awesome. After all, even Uchiha Madara, a super-standard being, was a researcher there, so it made sense that they could develop so many amazing secret techniques. The first fire could it be that the Hokage is not dead either, and has become a member of your Shimura family's Zero Research Institute? Suddenly thinking of another legendary existence, I couldn't help but panic. Since the rumored Uchiha Madara who had long been dead could reappear, it is not impossible for the first generation of Hokage to pop up again. That's not the case. The first generation of Hokage really died. I have seen his body with my own eyes. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura decided to be an honest young man today and no longer fool the lovely teacher sister, but unfortunately he was slapped in the face soon. Are you very weak now? Looking at this traitor, Yi Rain's expression gradually became ferocious. If this traitor is weak enough, she doesn't mind showing her dignity as a teacher now and training him severely. As the only real man in the hidden cloud village, how could I be weak? You underestimate me too much. He held his head high and chest puffed out. Shimura patted his chest, but his heart was a little nervous. He had used the 7 attribute modes in succession before, and the 8 gates formation had increased his combat power to an unprecedented limit, which was a heavy burden on him. Not only was the immortal energy reserve in his body almost exhausted, but even the energy of the raised Nan Jinden in the 9 gates was exhausted and dissipated, and his body was also severely damaged, especially in the meridians and acupoints. At this time, his combat power was only 1/100th of what it was, and it was difficult to maintain an anti-gravity technique to reduce the weight of the battlesuit and the big silver sword. At this time, he could only rely on lies to fool the teacher, so as not to be hung up and trained by her. Staring at the traitor in front of him, Yin Yin's expression was uncertain, and he was not sure how much strength this traitor still had. If the opponent had a lot of strength left, he would only humiliate himself if he took action, and he might even be humiliated in public in return, but he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Just as he was hesitating whether to take action, a group of people rushed over quickly, and the first one was Yayuelen, with a big gourd hanging around his waist. Unlock! Running quickly, Yayuelen unsealed the red gourd and released the 3rd generation Raikage who was temporarily sealed inside. At this time, the 3rd generation Raikage was quite miserable. Not only was there a big hole in his chest, but there were also countless scars on his body, and there was not a single piece of good meat on his body. But even so, he still had good strength, and the most important thing was that this old guy was in a very abnormal mental state. Kill! The freed 3rd Raikage roared and immediately targeted a young man in golden armor. Who made that golden armor so bright and outstanding, like a firefly in the dark night? Who else should I hit? Then Shimura was in trouble. He was already in a bad state, and was thrown to the ground by the out-of-control 3rd Raikage, who rode on him in an extremely ambiguous posture. He wanted to swing his hands and hit him, but his arm bones were broken. However, this did not stop the 3rd Raikage. After all, as the strongest martial artist in the human body, the weapon was actually a tooth. He immediately opened his mouth and bit down. Facing this flaming red lip, Shimura was so frightened that his soul was trembling, and his face became even paler. He quickly turned his head to avoid it, and used the immortal force thread to control the helmet parts hidden in the collar of the battlesuit to quickly assemble and put down the visor. The first bite was on the ground, and the second bite was accurately on the heavy gold visor by the 3rd generation Raikage, and then he bit wildly, and blood and saliva kept flowing down. Asshole, you are lying to me again. This scene made Yi Lingyan stomped her feet in anger, and Yi Laner next to her also had a regretful and annoyed face. They were deceived by this traitor again. Sometimes it's like this. It's hard to tell the truth from the false. Bang! Yayulan, who had just reacted, quickly stepped forward and kicked the 3rd Raikage away. Several powerful cloud ninjas behind him also stepped forward to restrain the 3rd Raikage. It was a close call. I almost lost my first kiss. Sitting up and taking off his helmet, Shimura was still in shock. It was a terrifying moment just now. If he really lost his first kiss to that old guy's flaming red lips, he didn't know if he had the courage to live. Even if he lived, he would definitely have a psychological shadow that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Don't worry about that little thing. Hurry up and treat the 3rd's injury. His condition is not good. Seeing that Shimura was still obsessed with the fact that his first kiss was almost taken away, Yayuelen couldn't stand it anymore and urged him. The 3rd Raikage's physical condition was very bad and he could die at any time. This was why they rushed here immediately after subduing him. Now only Shimura has the ability to treat the 3rd Raikage. Otherwise, if the 3rd Raikage has an accident, the loss of their cloud-hidden village will be great. 305. Chapter 304 Cloud-Hidden Secret Treasure. To be honest, Shimura was very reluctant to treat the 3rd Raikage's injuries. He was very scared when he saw the other party's flaming red lips covered with blood, and he almost had a psychological shadow. However, under the urging of the 2 teachers, he finally treated his injuries. It's a bit serious, but it's not a big problem. Go find a second brother. Forget it, go find some corpses and I'll match them up. He made a detailed inspection of the third raikage and looked at the big hole in his chest. It was nailed and decomposed by the seeking the way jade before, with a diameter of 30 centimeters. If the third raikage's body shape had not been transformed into a non-human one, and the width of his chest cavity was nearly 2 meters, it would really be fatal. However, the right lung lobe has been completely destroyed and needs a transplant. It is not easy to find a second brother at this time. Fortunately, this is a disaster site, and many ninjas have died completely. As long as we find a match, it will be fine. After giving instructions, Shimura Gentoi the palm was pressed on the forehead of the third raikage, and the thread of immortal energy penetrated into it to guide the chaotic chakra inside. The third raikage should have been controlled by those people, but fortunately, he had transplanted the super blood dragon eye, which was very resistant to illusions, otherwise he would not be frenzy, but become someone else's puppet. After the chaotic chakra in his brain was sorted out, the third raikage quickly regained consciousness, and then he couldn't help screaming. The pain in his body was too unbearable, especially the big hole in his chest that was decomposed by the seeking Dao Jade. It's really a girl, you can't even bear this little pain. He gave a look of contempt without concealing it, which made the third raikage scream stop abruptly, and glared at him with an extremely ferocious face. This kid's words are too irritating, if you have the ability, try it, I'll see if it hurts you. What did those 3 people take you to do? While dealing with other wounds on the third raikage, Shimura Gento asked curiously. When he came back, he found that the third raikage was missing, and 3 Otsutsuki warriors were missing. It was obvious that the other party had other goals, not coming for him and Uchiha Madara. Tell me where those people came from first? Are they the powerful enemies from outer space that you mentioned? Resisting the severe pain in his chest, the third raikage said with hatred, his face became more ferocious, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. However, this resentment was not directed at Shimura Gendo, but at the 5 mysterious warriors. This time, their cloud village suffered heavy losses. Most of the village was smashed into ruins by the other party with meteorites, and even the most solid raikage building was destroyed. Fortunately, because of the construction of the Ninja Samurai Academy, 90% of the people and ninjas were at the Ninja Samurai Academy construction site, which was a blessing in disguise. But there were still many people and ninjas left in the village, and these people were in great danger under such a catastrophic attack. I guess so. They are the direct descendants of those powerful enemies from outer space who destroyed the mythological era. They have been living on the moon to monitor our entire world. A few months ago, our Shimura family observed a mysterious wave from the moon to the depths of the starry sky. Those real powerful enemies from outer space should come soon. After organizing his words, Shimura Gento selectively revealed some information. This is not wrong. Miss Kagaya comes from the universe Otsutsuki clan. As a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, the moon Otsutsuki inherited the power of the Byakugan and is indeed a direct descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, worthy of the name of Otsutsuki. Even in the original work, Otsutsuki Urashiki recognized Otsutsuki Tonari's identity and classified the universe Otsutsuki as the main family, while the moon Otsutsuki was classified as a branch family. The moon. Looking at the sky angrily, the third generation raikage hated it very much. Unfortunately, it is broad daylight now, and the existence of the moon cannot be seen. Instead, there is a big sun hanging brightly in the sky. They took away one of our secret treasures. Resisting the murderous intent in his heart, the third raikage also selectively revealed a piece of information. He was previously controlled to go to the treasury and opened a top-secret treasure, which was then taken away by those 3 guys. They all have space ninjutsu, which is very similar to the second raikage's flying thunder god, and they disappeared in an instant. Yayuelen also spoke out a piece of information. They rushed to the third raikage's location as soon as possible and had a brief fight with those 3 people. Although they were suppressed throughout the whole process and did not hurt the opponent at all, fortunately they saved the third raikage. At the same time, those people seemed to be frightened and directly used space ninjutsu to retreat, otherwise they would definitely be in danger. Thinking of this, Yayuelen took a deep look at the golden armored boy in front of her. Just now, she also sensed the extremely terrifying aura that erupted here, which was more terrifying than when Uchiha Madara used Susanoo's man. It was probably the work of this boy. I had guessed that this guy had a stronger trump card before, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. The 3 people must have been scared away by this guy. Just a bunch of rats who are afraid of the strong and eat the soft. Shimura Gentoi curled his lips in disdain, and was not surprised that the other three people would directly use space ninjutsu to escape. After all, in the original work, Otsutsuki Tonari used the giant reincarnation eye to perform space means, but the guy who used the truth-seeking jade before actually had a means that seemed to be time, which was really beyond his expectations and was not shown in the original work. But that's right. The original movie version was only a short time long, and there was only Otsutsuki Tonari. How could he show the thousands of years of heritage of the Moon Otsutsuki clan? Not to mention that the giant reincarnation eye was broken by Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata at that time. Why is Uchiha Madara in our village? Looking at Uchiha Madara lying next to him, the third Raikage was extremely afraid, and immediately looked at Shimura Gentoi unkindly. Since those people came directly from the moon, they must not be in the same group as Uchiha Madara. The two met by chance. Uchiha Madara may have stayed in their cloud village, which is very scary. He is an important researcher in our Shimura family's Zero Research Institute and the first successful person in the attribute swallowing plan. Your Black Thunder was able to successfully advance thanks to Uchiha Madara. While checking the corpses brought by the Cloud Ninja and looking for matching lungs, he explained with a smile, and at the same time glared at the old guys who wanted to get close to Uchiha Madara. If you don't want him to destroy your cloud village after waking up, then be honest. There are some things you are not qualified to touch. You want to stop us? An old man approaching Uchiha Madara spoke gloomily, and several old generation cage-level strongmen beside him also cast cold eyes. The body of the ninja itself, it is a huge treasure trove, especially the bodies of those bloodline ninjas, and Uchiha Madara, as the pinnacle of the Uchiha family, has greater value, especially the pair of eternal eyes. If they can get the pair of eternal eyes, they may be able to create such a superstandard existence. Tisk. You are just some cowards who are afraid of the strong and eat the soft. Seeing that he and I are in a bad situation, you are ready to do something dirty. Pa, as expected, no one in the Hidden Cloud Village is a man. If you have the ability, you can arrest us now, or kill us directly. Let's see if my father can wipe out your entire Hidden Cloud Village after he comes here. Putting down the lung that was about to be transplanted to the third generation of Raikage, Shimura Gentoi came to Uchiha Madara and gave those old guys a mocking and disdainful look without disguising it. These old guys dared to jump around when Uchiha Madara was in a coma, but they didn't dare to fart when he was awake. Get out of the way, aren't you ashamed? After scolding a few people, Yayuelen glared at Ziken Xianding and said unhappily, if you want to scold, then scold, can you not bring us women with you? As an extremely strong woman, she has always advocated that women are no worse than men, but it is obvious from the boy's words that women are weak, and even a little insulting. Don't be angry, senior, I don't mean to insult you women, and I also firmly believe that women can hold up half the sky. I just said that they didn't bring a penis, maybe they don't want to be men anymore, and they cut the pendant with a kunao, becoming something neither male nor female. Shrugged, Ziken Xianding said that he really didn't insult women, but this explanation made the old man furious, and even showed murderous intent. No man can bear such public humiliation, especially being humiliated by a junior. If you don't accept it, take off your pants and let us see if you have cut off the pendant. Ignoring the murderous eyes of several people, Shimura Gentoi was not afraid at all, because the third Raikage would stop them. Sure enough, the third Raikage couldn't stand it anymore. All of you retreat, Shimura Danzo has reached the level of the first Hokage. Glazing at the old guys with dissatisfaction, the third Raikage didn't want to fight Shimura Danzo at this time, otherwise the Hidden Cloud Village would really become history. This remark shocked everyone present, and the old men were even frightened and took a step back. Before, they saw that Shimura Gentoi was in a bad state and Uchiha Madara was in a coma, thinking that there was an opportunity, but who would have thought that there was an extraordinary existence behind them. With Shimura Danzo's ruthless and even crazy style of doing things, it is indeed very likely that he would destroy the entire Hidden Cloud Village. In the face of the village and their own lives and opportunities, they wisely chose the village and their own lives. After all, no matter how good something is, it must be used with life. If you don't even have a life, even if you get the best things, it's useless. They still have this brain. A bunch of softies. Given another contemptuous look, Shimura Gentoi looked down on these old guys. They really don't look like men from the Hidden Cloud Village. Stop talking, treat the third generation's injuries quickly. Hayuri Ryan urged, the aura of the third generation Raikage was weakening little by little, and if it continued like this, he would really have to wait for the feast. Let those old guys apologize to me first. They just showed their murderous intentions to me, which made me very unhappy. Sitting on Uchiha Madara's chest, Shimura said that he was very unhappy and had no mood to treat illnesses and save people. Boy, don't push it too far. Several people were furious and even showed their murderous intentions again. 10 minutes, Aunt Reikage can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, we will wait for the meal. By the way, how many people are there at each table in our hidden cloud village? Still ignoring the murderous intentions of several people, Shimura Xianding was very curious about how many people were there at each table in the hidden cloud village, and what dishes were served at the table. Could it be beef hot pot? Apologize to him. Said coldly, Yayuelen motioned for several people to apologize. There were many wounded in the village this time, and many of them could not be treated by their hidden cloud village. Next, this kid would be needed to treat them, and there was no time to delay. But naturally, several old men refused. They were all respectable people and wanted to save face. What are you talking about? He just helped us beat back the enemy, and you have the nerve to attack him from behind. And I remind you that this guy is as narrow-minded as his father. If you don't want your descendants to be remembered and die outside one day, apologize quickly. Staring at them, Yayuelen couldn't stand what these people did. The three mysterious strong men who took away the secret treasure before proved that they were coming for their cloud village, and had nothing to do with Shimura Gentoi and Uchiha Madara. He helped beat back the strong enemy, but the people on his side wanted to attack him from behind. It was really unbearable to watch. But these words made Shimura Gentoi on the side speechless. He didn't understand why this senior knew him so well and knew that he was narrow-minded. He even guessed that he had already started to plan how to kill the whole family of those old guys in his heart. Is this another mysterious sixth sense of women? 306. Chapter 305, Urging Marriage Again. Sorry, we offended you just now. Looking at the increasingly weak third Reikage, and then at the cold-faced Yayuelen, the old men finally bowed to Shimura Gendo unwillingly as an apology. Then they turned around and left without looking back. They never wanted to see that hateful boy again. Don't forget to bring 100 kilograms of chakram metal as compensation. Don't let my father go to your house tomorrow to ask for it. Shimura Gentoi kindly reminded the old men, causing them to stagger. They turned back and glared at him angrily before leaving quickly, even using the instant body technique. Aunt Reikage, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's very dangerous to let such an old guy become a village cotter. It doesn't fit the style of our hidden cloud village. We should let young people take the position, so that we can be more motivated. Look at the ugly faces of those old guys who bully the weak and fear the strong, and are greedy. It's really embarrassing. Fortunately, I'm not an outsider, otherwise I would be embarrassed outside the village. After driving away a few old guys who he didn't Euro trademark T-like, Shimura Gentoi was not done yet, and he came to the third Reikage to seduce him. This shameless operation made everyone present twitch their faces. Those old guys may be lame, but you are also a real dog. However, the third Reikage seemed to be thinking about something. Those old guys' Euro trademark performances have been a bit bad recently, and they have done a lot of small things behind the scenes. They are no longer as decisive and upright as they were when they were young. Look, I saved the village from danger this time, so you should give me some rewards, such as a promotion or something. It doesn't a Euro trademark T need to be too high, just an assistant or consultant to the Reikage will do. At the end, Shimura Gento revealed his true intentions and said that he wanted to be an assistant to the Reikage or a consultant, so that he could be on the same level as his father, the pot cage. There was no other way. There were too many shady people in Konoha, and the main power of the village was controlled by the Senju clan. Even his father did not have much substantive power, and he, a young man, could not get promoted. But it was different in the hidden cloud village. It should not be difficult to become a Reikage consultant with some effort. The Reikage consultant is too low. How about I abdicate and let you be the fourth Reikage? He sneered, and the third Reikage looked like you wanted nothing. It's the limit for you to become a glorious cloud ninja, and you still want to get involved in the power of the village. You really think we are idiots? I'm so sorry. He rubbed his hands embarrassedly, and then said with a touching face, Thank you for your trust, Aunt Reikage. I will definitely protect the village. You can go with peace of mind. At the same time, he was thinking whether to create a medical accident, send the old guy away directly, and then take advantage of his last words to succeed the fourth Reikage. The third Raikage, who felt a toothache, simply closed his eyes, not wanting to see that face again. Stop talking nonsense, and do the operation quickly. Heiri Reinyan couldn't stand it anymore, and urged again. If he delayed any further, he would really have to wait for the feast. Well, let's make a deal in advance. Although I am a glorious cloud ninja, as the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Those civilian wounded and children under 10 years old can be treated for free, but ninjas have to pay. Genin 10 grams of lightning attribute chakram metal, Chunin 100 grams, Jonin 1 kilogram, Quasi Cage 10 kilograms, and regular Cage 100 kilograms. While picking up the lung that had just been matched, Shimura Gentoi began to negotiate the conditions. The performance of those old guys just now broke his little heart, and the next treatment must be charged. Why don't you go and rob? Yin Yin was annoyed. You know, 1 kilogram of chakram metal on the market is 100 million, and the chakram metal added to the ninja forging tools is in grams. This trader is good, and he uses kilograms to calculate. This is much faster than robbing money, and didn't you find a lightning attributed chakram metal vein here in the hidden cloud village? The lightning attributed chakram metal mined and stored in these years must be 80 tons, if not 100 tons. Compared to this, my treatment fee is not even a drop in the bucket, why be so stingy? Responding with a gentle smile, Shimura Gento had long been eyeing the small treasury of the hidden cloud village. Chakram metal, that is, energy metal, is bred by natural energy. The natural energy with attributes constantly renders the matching metal materials, and finally gives those metal materials attributes, which become chakram metals of various attributes. And the energy metals with attributes in nature have certain special origins. For example, there are fire attribute energy metals in volcanic lava, earth attribute energy metals in the depths of the earth, and water attribute energy metals in lakes and seas. The mountains here in the hidden cloud village are covered by thunderclouds all year round, and the mountains are rich in metal veins, which have a strong traction effect on lightning. Over the years, a large amount of thunder attribute energy metals will naturally be produced. At the same time, the first generation of Raikage insisted on building a village here mainly because of this. How do you know that we have discovered thunder attribute chakram metal veins here? With his eyes fixed, Yayuelan became serious, and even the third Raikage opened his eyes, with a cold light flashing inside. The large lightning attributed chakram metal vein they found here was a top secret among the top secrets. No one in the entire cloud hidden village knew more than the 10-finger technique. How could this kid know it? My teacher told me. He confessed honestly and leniently, with a sincere expression on his face. This time he really didn't lie. This information was indeed told to him by the two teachers. It was not easy to find this information from the memories of the two sisters' clones. He even speculated whether the future chakra cannon of the cloud hidden village was made of lightning attributed chakram metal, otherwise how could it be so awesome? Don't talk nonsense, when did I tell you this? Yin Yin was furious, and really wanted to kill this traitor who was talking nonsense with a knife. You are not the one who framed others. Yayuelan and the others looked at the two sisters Yan Yuyi and Yin Yin continued to look back at Shimura Xianding. They didn't believe that the two would leak such a secret. It's easy to guess. Although your first generation Raikage chose this place with the slogan of building a village that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, this is not in line with the tough style of your cloud village. There must be other reasons. Just now, I tried to test those old guys and asked for 100 kilograms of chakram metal compensation for each person, but those old guys didn't object. Obviously, there is a lot of inventory, which also confirms some problems from the side. Seeing that everyone didn't believe his big truth, Shimura Xianding could only start to fool. But sometimes people are very mean. They don't believe the truth, but they believe the lies. At least in the eyes of Yayuelan and the third generation Raikage, this explanation is more reliable. After all, no one in the village who knows this information is likely to leak the secret. Deal. Sensing that he was getting weaker and weaker, the third generation Raikage agreed, and then signaled Shimura Xianding to have surgery quickly. If he delayed any further, he would have to let these people eat his own food. As for the secret of the lightning chakram metal, since it had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding it. He was even thinking about whether to use the lightning chakram metal accumulated in the village to make a deal with the Shimura family, such as trading for the Shimura version of the lightning chakra mode. Shimura Gentoi, who had no idea what the third Raikage was thinking, began to perform the operation seriously, transplanting the lung, and then stimulating the division and proliferation of lung cells, and soon adapted to the chest cavity. Then he took out the Kaguya puppet sealed in the sealing scroll, regenerated the ribs decomposed by the seeking Dao Jade, and then the muscles, blood vessels, etc. In just 10 minutes, the scary wound on the third Rakich's chest was basically repaired. The strength here is not high, and it takes a month to recuperate. Leaving a doctor's order, Shimura Gentoi got up and came to the side to deal with the seriously injured. At this time, the hidden cloud village also reacted. A large number of ninjas returned from the construction site to rescue the injured. Those with less serious injuries were treated by the medical ninjas of the hidden cloud village, but those who were too serious or even dying were carried to Shimura Xianding. There were many injured in this disaster, especially those with fatal injuries, and Shimura Xianding also felt a lot of pressure. In order to save immortal energy, he even took off the outer armor of the battlesuit and the large silver sword on his back, and only wore a set of inner armor, so that he didn't need to maintain the anti-gravity technique. At the same time, he took out the grayer energy liquid and swallowed it to quickly restore the consumption of immortal energy. Mr. Xianding, this child's liver was pierced and the situation is critical. A cloud ninja ran quickly with a little loli in his arms, and a steel pipe was inserted in the little loli's abdomen, piercing her petite body. You take over the next wound suturing. Quickly completing the heart repair of the patient in front of him, and handing the subsequent wound suturing task to a cloud ninja medical ninja who was assisting next to him, Shimura Xianding quickly came to the little loli and checked it with immortal energy. No big problem. After confirming that the little girl's liver still retained about a quarter, he pulled out the steel pipe that pierced the little loli's abdomen, cleaned out the broken part of the liver, and then stimulated the remaining quarter of the liver to regenerate. When it grew to half the size, he immediately sutured the wound. The liver has regenerated to half the size. It only needs to be well rested for a few months and supplemented with more nutrition to grow to its original size. Leaving a medical order, Shimura Xianding came to another dying injured person and began to treat him. I said that kid is a good person, you guys consider it. Yayuelin, who was sitting next to him and commanding, looked at the busy boy with a smile on his face and mentioned it to the two disciples behind him. Putting aside the other party's identity, the boy's character is really good and worthy of their wooing. Teacher. Yayu Yunyan, who was assisting in the command, immediately blushed with her fair face, and Yi Lanner next to her also blushed. She really couldn't stand the behavior of her teacher. And even if you want to urge marriage, don't you look at who the target is? The things that the traitor did to them are fine, but his father killed their father and tortured their grandfather to death, causing their grandmother to die of excessive grief, and their mother also committed suicide for love, leaving their family broken. With such a big grudge in front of them, how could they be good to the traitor? Even the reason they accepted the traitor was mainly for the benefit of the village, and they were just master and apprentice in name only. What's there to be shy about? Men and women should get married when they are old enough. You are not young anymore. And you were only engaged to those two people back then, but you didn't get married. Now the Yi people have also integrated into the village. You don't need to keep restraining yourself. Persuading with the tone of a person who has experienced it, Yayuelin really doesn't want these two disciples to be lonely for the rest of their lives. The past is over, you young people should look forward, there is no need to cling to the hatred of the past. Thinking of the hatred between the two disciples and the Shimura family, Yayuelin did not think it was an irreconcilable contradiction. After all, even the two great ninja clans, the Senju and Uchiha, who were sworn enemies, could put aside their blood feud and join hands to create the era of ninja villages. What hatred can't be put aside? The most important thing is that times have changed. Their cloud village needs the help of the Shimura family, especially those powerful secret techniques. 307. Chapter 306 Rich Thunder Shadow. After assisting the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to suppress the Blood Pond clan in Hell Valley, Danzo Shimura did not return to Konoha, nor did he go to Lulin. Instead, he explored some ruins and ancient tombs in the Land of Lightning. This is the top secret information that Black Zetsu obtained from the hidden cloud village. Those ruins and ancient tombs existed was long ago, and had great research value, so it was worth him to go and dig it up in person. But a few days later, a meteorite was found falling, and the landing point was exactly the location of the hidden cloud village. He immediately realized that this was probably not a coincidence, and immediately used the wind-style chakram mode to fly quickly to the hidden cloud village. He arrived at the hidden cloud village in the evening when the meteorite fell, and then saw a ruin. Meteorite. He came to a meteorite crater, looked at the huge meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters in the crater, and looked up at the moon in the night sky with a gloomy face. This is unlikely to be a natural disaster, it can only be a man-made disaster. Someone manipulated the meteorite from outer space to accurately fall into the hidden cloud village. Either the group of powerful enemies from outer space have arrived, or those who live on the moon, no matter which one, they are the enemies they need to face in the future. Mr. Danzo, Lord Raikage invites you. Mr. Xianding is also over there. Several cloud ninjas came over and cautiously invited him. They were also very afraid of this dark ninja. Yes. Retracting his gaze, Shimura Danzo nodded and followed several ninjas to the temporary hospital where the third Raikage was. He also saw his son who was performing a kidney transplant on a little boy. Seeing that his son was fine, he was relieved. The group of people on the moon came, and their goal was to take away a secret treasure of the hidden cloud village. I drove them away, but they ended up seriously injuring Uchiha Madara, and he is still in a coma. Without waiting for the old father to ask, Shimura Xianding explained briefly while performing the operation. Those 3 piles of stones are also their relics. Looking at the 3 piles of stones around the 1,000-meter wooden man not far away, Shimura Danzo roughly guessed that the wooden man was made by Uchiha Madara. After all, the other party transplanted Hashirama's living cells, so it was not surprising that he could use wood release. And the 3 piles of stones next to the wooden man looked very strange, probably a kind of earth release creation. Those are 3 stone men, they should be made by them using yin-yang release and earth release, and they seem to be able to absorb the surrounding stones to increase their size, and their combat effectiveness is not bad. He was quite clear about the combat effectiveness of the 3 stone statues. Their single combat effectiveness was definitely not weaker than that of the wooden man and Susanoo Gundam. If Uchiha Madara had not used Susanoo to set the wooden man and added the blessing of fairy art, he might not be able to withstand it. The most important thing is that those stone statues have strong self-repair ability, even if they are cut in half, they can be repaired quickly, which is disgusting. Even Uchiha Madara is not his opponent. Seeing Uchiha Madara lying dead not far away, Shimura Danzo was very surprised. Although it was speculated that the beings on the moon would be very powerful, they didn't expect that even Uchiha Madara was no match for him. It was a pity that they had regarded Uchiha Madara as a protective S before. It was too useless. It was a sneak attack. I guess it was a chakra problem. After completing the kidney transplant surgery on the little boy in front of him, Shimura Gentoi signaled the assistant next to him to take over the remaining suture and finishing work. While operating on the next wounded, he explained. He didn't think that Uchiha Madara's strength was bad, but he was mainly cheated. He even suspected that the Six-Path Sage secretly affected Uchiha Madara's chakra. Otherwise, with Uchiha Madara's strength, it would not be so easy to be attacked, not to mention that the other party had transplanted a white eye. What's the problem with chakra? Unable to help but interrupt and ask, the third Raikage felt that this topic was very heavy and deadly. Dad, show them a lesson. Shimura Gento, who was performing surgery, signaled to his father. Since the Six-Path Sage brothers had already taken action, don't blame them for further poaching, at least cut off the chakra supply of the ninjas in the hidden cloud village. Everyone's eyes turned to Shimura Danzo, and they saw Shimura Danzo flick his finger and shoot out a wind blade. Everyone's eyes followed the wind blade, and then they saw that the wind blade naturally dissipated. This is a very normal phenomenon. After all, ninjas use chakra to release ninjutsu, that part of the chakra will dissipate with the ninjutsu. But everyone present felt something was wrong, as if the chakra of the wind blade did not dissipate as usual, but returned to Shimura Danzo's body. The chakra of the wind blade did return to Mr. Danzo's body. The earthen platform with the Byakugan open was full of incredible colors. It was the first time to see such a phenomenon. Everyone present was also shocked. This phenomenon was too scary. If it was true, it was equivalent to saying that Shimura Danzo was a perpetual motion machine, and the chakra in his body would never be consumed. This kind of person is more terrifying than the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Your chakra now has an owner. Theoretically, after using chakra to release ninjutsu, this part of chakra can return to your own body, or dissipate into the air and be assimilated by the natural energy between heaven and earth. However, in fact, that part of the ninjutsu chakra did not return to your body, nor did it dissipate into the air and be assimilated by natural energy. It disappeared strangely. Just like after the shadow clone is released, the chakra inside directly returns to your body. If you want to completely master the chakra, you need to purify it. Smiling, Shimura Gentoi is very optimistic about these brothers in the hidden cloud village. They are all good leaks. Can you do it to the same level as your father after purification? After thinking for a while, the third generation of Reikage was a little moved, but unfortunately this idea was decisively denied by Shimura Gentoi. No, but it can prevent your chakra from being controlled by someone with ulterior motives. At least the chakra swallowing trick used by the old guy before will not work on my father. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi never thought of turning the people of Kumagakure into a perpetual motion machine. It's not that he is stingy, as long as these people have a bad conscience, and their ambitions are bigger than each other, if they really turn them into perpetual motion machines, they will definitely be the first to turn against their Shimura family. To be honest, he is very conflicted now. He has to guard against the guys from the Hidden Cloud Village, and he also wants to turn this place into a leak field to harvest merit energy. Now he has an additional task to cultivate leaks for his old father. Because after research, as long as the second generation of Chakra God Tree has purified the Chakra bloodline of the people, the Chakra after performing ninjutsu will be directly taken back by the second generation Chakra God Tree, which is equivalent to stealing the Six Path Sage's job. In the past, he would definitely not dare to do this. After all, he couldn't force the Six Path Sage brothers into a corner, but now that the other party has taken the initiative to test, he must give a strong counterattack to prevent the other party from making an inch. After all, showing weakness to the enemy cannot deter the enemy. Don't doubt it. My father's chakra has an owner now. The real owner is not him. Seeing the doubt on the face of the third Reikage, Shimura Gentoi explained calmly. This time, he really didn't fool people. The second chakra god tree was developed based on the spiritual imprint of the universe's Otsutsuki ancestor. He is the real owner, or more accurately, the owner of all chakras. At this stage, they are just borrowing it temporarily and using it to fight against the Six Path Sage. Leng Ying, let Mr. Danzo try. Looking at Shimura Gentoi, and then at Shimura Danzo who has always maintained a high and cold male god style, the third Reikage gave an order. An Anbu ninja wearing an eagle mask appeared and came to Shimura Danzo. Obviously, he was the test subject. Dode also turned on the perspective ability of the white eyes again to observe. If the chakra can really be purified, it will be a good thing for them. At least they don't have to worry about facing the previous opponents who can swallow chakra from a distance, otherwise there is no way to fight. He can fly and swallow your chakra from a distance. He is simply an unsolvable existence. Shimura Danzo was not vague. He pointed his finger at the navel of the Anbu ninja. The roots of the second generation chakra tree extended into it and quickly spread throughout the body along the opponent's meridians, and even deeper into the cell level. All the spiritual imprints of the Six Path Sage and Kagaya in the chakra bloodline were removed, and restored to the purest chakra. The control over chakra has improved a lot. When Shimura Danzo retracted his finger, the Anbu ninja mobilized the chakra in his body and immediately felt a lot lighter. He even made a seal with one hand, and soon a ball of electric light appeared on his palm. Make a seal with one hand. With shock on his face, the third generation Reikage and others clearly recognized the changes before and after this Anbu ninja. Because the mainstream attack method of the ninjas in the village is ninja sword techniques, in order to cooperate with ninja swords in combat, they are all practicing the skills of making seals with one hand. After all, you can't throw away the ninja sword every time you perform ninjutsu. But the technique of one-handed seal is very difficult. It doesn't matter for low-level simple ninjutsu, but it is difficult to practice one-handed seal for high-level ninjutsu. The requirement for chakra control is too high. This seriously limits the strength of their ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village. But now that Leng Ying has purified his chakra, he can directly seal with one hand and use sea-level lightning ninjutsu, which shows how great the improvement is. Resisting the shock and excitement in his heart, the third generation Reikage looked at the earth platform. Seeing him shaking his head to indicate that he did not find anything unusual, he immediately decided to do it. I beg Mr. Danzo to purify chakra for my Hidden Cloud Village. I can pay 10 tons of thunder attribute chakra metal as a reward. He gave the reward decisively. He didn't think that this ninja would help them purify chakra for free. Sufficient reward is necessary. And what they can show now is only the thunder attribute chakra metal mined in secret. Yes. Shimura Danzo, who still maintained his cool male god style, agreed. After all, he could cultivate a field of chives and harvest chakra continuously, and he could also cheat the Six Path Sage. Now he could get 10 tons of thunder attribute chakra metal. How could he refuse such a good thing? Mr. Danzo, I wonder what the price of the noble's lightning armor and lightning chakra mode secret technique is. After reaching a deal, the third Raikage continued to work hard and talked about another deal. After experiencing the perfect lightning chakra mode of Shimura Gendo, he immediately felt that the lightning chakra mode that his village had worked hard to create was not so attractive. The gap was too big. He didn't ask Shimura Denzo if he would sell it, but asked what the price was. Anyway, everything in the ninja world has a price, it's just a matter of price, but he must get the perfect lightning chakra mode of the Shimura family, no matter what the price. Talk to Dinger about this kind of trivial matter. Shimura Danzo, who maintained his aloof male god style, didn't even look at the third Raikage, but turned to Uchiha Madara and began to check his physical condition. He had been very curious about this man for a long time, and now he had the opportunity to check it carefully, so he naturally couldn't miss it. He even wanted to slice it and study it. Trivial matter. The third Raikage's face turned black after being ignored, and he was shocked by the domineering aura of Shimura Danzo. Could it be that his pattern has not kept up with the times? 308. Chapter 307 The First Base of Hokage. Both Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gentoi like to make friends with local tyrants. The Hidden Cloud Village, which owns a large mine of Thunder Attribute Chakra Metal, is obviously a super local tyrant. Finally, after some discussion, at the cost of a total of 15 tons of Thunder Attribute Chakra Metal, the Hidden Cloud Village obtained the perfect Thunder Release Armor and Thunder Release Chakra Mode training method from Shimura Gentoi, and it was the Chinese version. This means that if the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village want to learn the two most perfect secret techniques, they must first learn Chinese, a new language. The third Raikage naturally protested against this, and even said that he could add a ton of Thunder Attribute Chakra Metal as a reward, and asked for the common language version of the secret scroll directly, but unfortunately the protest was ineffective. Even as a first-generation time traveler, Shimura Gentoi could not perfectly translate Chinese into a language similar to Japanese in this world. As the most difficult and profound mainstream language in the world in the previous life, Chinese is not exaggerated. After the transaction was completed, disaster relief naturally continued. With the existence of ninjas, which can be called human cranes, the rescue work was carried out very quickly. In addition, various perception ninjas went into battle to conduct the most detailed exploration, and even Tutai went into battle to search for survivors with a white eye. It was not until a week later that the search and rescue work of the entire village was completed, and all the seriously injured who were dying were also rescued by Shimura Gentoi without sleep, and many of the second brothers were sacrificed for this. But it also improved everyone's food. Those second brothers really worked hard. Finally completing the stomach transplant surgery for the last dying patient, Shimura Xianding picked up the slightly cold braised pig's trotter next to him and gnawed it, then walked towards a barrier not far away. Sensing the arrival of his son, Shimura Danzo opened a door in the barrier, and in front of him was a body, a clean male body. "Dad, I'm not saying anything bad about you, just check it, why do you have to take off so much?" Looking at the clean Uchiha Madara, Shimura Xianding speechlessly pulled off his white coat to cover Uchiha Madara's shame. His soul is very weak, not even half of that of an ordinary person, and both of his eternal eyes are completely blind. Ignoring his son's ridicule, Shimura Danzo told the results of the examination. "Are you sure your soul is less than half of that of a normal person?" After nibbling the pig's trotter, Shimura Xianding realized that things were serious. Although the truth-seeking jade is powerful, it is not enough to destroy more than 99% of Uchiha Madara's soul in one blow. You should know that the soul of a ninja is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and the soul of a ninja with Ijutsu bloodline is even more powerful. Uchiha Madara, who is the peak of Ijutsu ninja, has a soul nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person. But now the remaining souls are not even as good as ordinary people. The truth-seeking jade is not that powerful. At least the truth-seeking jade that the Otsutsuki strongman indirectly condensed with the help of the giant reincarnation eye is not that powerful. In other words, Uchiha Madara's soul is still there, but not here. It should have been taken away by the Six Paths Sage. Maybe the next time I see Uchiha Madara, it will be Uchiha Madara with the Samsara eye. After thinking for a while, Shimura Gentoi thought of a detail mentioned in the original work and made a rough guess. In the original work, Uchiha Madara awakened the Samsara eye when he was about to die or had already died. Something must have happened during this period of time, allowing the other party to obtain a portion of the Samsara eye pupil power as a trigger to awaken a pair of Samsara eyes. Because the Samsara eye and the Sharingan are two completely different systems, that is why Kagai's vertical eye is called the Samsara Sharingan, not the 9 Megatama Samsara eye. It can be seen from this that the Sharingan is an independent eye technique that can be on par with the Samsara eye. At the same time, he used the Eternal Eye and Indra Chakra obtained from Uchihamadara, as well as the Ashura Chakra replica in the Black Cauldron space to make various attempts, but he could not awaken the Samsara eye. It was not until the Six Path Sage's 6 Megatama Samsara eye replica was separated from a portion of the pupil power as a trigger that the Samsara eye without Megatama was obtained. In the original work, Uchihamadara could not awaken the Samsara eye out of thin air, nor could he fuse the Samsara eye power with Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra, so the pupil power used by the other party to awaken the Samsara eye was very suspicious. In addition, the Six Path Sage is suspected to be hiding in the Pure Land space, and Uchihamadara awakened his own Samsara eye when he was about to die. Then everything is much easier to explain. Now Uchihamadara's soul has not returned to his body, and it must have been taken to the Pure Land by the Six Path Sage. As for the residual soul in the split body, it is estimated that it was forcibly separated from the soul of the main body by relying on the Izanaga technique. Could it be an enemy? The old eyes narrowed slightly, and Shimura Danzo also understood that the matter was serious. Although he has never really seen the Samsara eye, as the unique eye of the Six Path Sage, it must have terrible power. This can be seen from the many legends about the Six Path Sage that have been passed down, such as the legend that the Six Path Sage shaped the moon. You must know that the moon has a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and the power required to shape such a celestial body can be imagined. The Six Path Sage's plan was indeed good, but he never expected that Uchihamadara would split into a split body and use the Izanaga technique on himself before he died. Looking at Uchihamadara who was still lying dead, Shimura Gentoi chuckled and released the headless body sealed in the scroll. Although it was sealed for several days, Uchihamadara's body was transplanted with Hashirama's living cells, which could provide vigorous vitality, so that the body showed no signs of decay, and even the blood did not coagulate. "Dad, clean it up." Signing his old father to do it, Shimura Gentoi began to check Uchihamadara's eyes that were blinded again. After driving away those Otsutsuki strong men, he started to check Uchihamadara's body and naturally found the abnormality of his eyes. It seems that the price paid to get a little remnant soul from the soul of the main body is not small. On the other side, Shimura Danzu's the second-generation chakra god tree to remove the spiritual imprints of the Six Path Sage and Princess Kaguya in the blood of the remaining body of Uchihamadara, making it pure, leaving only the spiritual imprint of the Ten Tails God Tree. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi dug out Uchihamadara's eyes, performed the magnification technique on them, and began to repair the damaged fine acupoints and cells inside. After this period of training, especially the previous use of the 7 attribute mode, he has a deeper understanding of the 2 attributes of yin and yang. Now he can directly enlarge the eyeballs in his hand without the assistance of Uchihamadara. Quickly repair the fine acupoints and damaged eye cells, and finally transplant them back. This is not over yet. Use the puppet secret technique to control the body of Uchihamadara's split body and merge the remaining body of the original body into it. The split body itself can be merged back, which is not difficult, but the control is a bit high, otherwise it is likely to become a deformed body like a 2-headed troll or a conjoined person. "Dad, do you still remember the voice of the first Hokage? Imitate it and wake him up." After completing the physical operation, Shimura Gentoi motioned his father to take over. "Can it work?" Giving a puzzled look, Shimura Danzo didn't understand his son's operation. Why could the voice of the first Hokage wake up Uchihamadara? "You don't know this. I heard that Uchihamadara and the first generation developed a super friendship relationship. Even Uchihamadara never married for the first generation of Hokage. Unfortunately." With a mysterious smile, Shimura Gentoi shared this top-secret information with his old father. The gay relationship between Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama has been certified by countless sand sculpture netizens in the previous life. It is definitely the first gay relationship of Hokage. And now Uchihamadara is like a vegetative person. He needs the person who has the most profound impression in his consciousness to wake him up. There is no one more suitable than Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by a cold voice before he finished speaking. "Don't insult the friendship between me and Hashirama with your dirty thoughts." Opening his eyes, Uchihamadara glared at the cheap disciple who dared to make up stories about him, and struggled to sit up. "Why did I become so weak?" Looking at his weak hands, Uchihamadara was not used to his current body. "Your original soul was taken away by someone, and now there is only a remnant soul in your body. It is naturally difficult to control a strong body. Once this remnant soul is nurtured, you will slowly adapt." Shimura Gento explained, while thinking about whether to confess some secrets to the current Uchiha Madara and turn him into a real one of his own. Who took away my soul? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was naturally furious. There was actually someone in this world who dared to plot against him. Then he seemed to remember something and his face became extremely gloomy. You seem to have known something. Asked curiously, Shimura Gento understood that Uchiha Madara must have known something, otherwise there would not be such a change in expression. The state at that time was very wrong. Although the collapse of Susanoo could indeed cause a considerable backlash to me, it was definitely not that strong. And the Byakugan transplanted on Hashirama's face at that time also lost its effect, and he did not immediately notice the guy's sneak attack. You must know why, right? Staring at his cheap disciple and cheap grandson in front of him, Uchiha Madara felt that these two people must know the secret. He even had a vague guess in his heart, a subversive guess. I said, Master, why did you behave so badly before? It seems that the two brothers made a move in secret, just as we guessed. Looking at his old father, Shimura Gentoi was more certain of his previous guess. This story starts with the brothers of the Six Paths Sage. They are descendants of powerful people from outer space. The Six Paths Sage spread the energy of chakra and established the ninja clan, which then evolved into the current ninja world. I don't know if he is kind or has some conspiracy. He left a spiritual imprint in the chakra. The specific function is not clear for the time being, but one thing is certain, the chakra released by the ninja when performing ninjutsu did not merge into the world, nor was it assimilated by natural energy, but disappeared strangely, as if it was taken away by some existence. And we used the chakra developed by the second generation of Hokage. The impure world reincarnation has been tried, but it can only summon the souls of ninjas and descendants of ninjas with chakra blood. Even if ordinary people are killed on the spot, it is difficult for them to come out of the impure world, which means that only the souls of ninjas can enter the legendary Pure Land, and the souls of ordinary people will eventually dissipate between heaven and earth. The one who plotted against me was the Six Paths Sage, and my main soul was taken to the Pure Land. With a gloomier look, Uchiha Madara basically believed the words of this cheap disciple, because his original body had also used the Izanaga technique before, but failed to perform the technique successfully, and must have been stopped by someone. In the thousands of years of history of the ninja world, there are not many people who are qualified to plot against him and stop the Izanaga forbidden technique. After counting them, the legendary Six Paths Sage is the most suspicious. 309. Chapter 308 Six Paths Sage. Not only the Six Paths Sage, but also his brother Otsutsuki Hamura. The Six Paths Sage has three bloodlines, the Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki clans, while the Hago Romo clan and the Blood Pond clan separated from the Senju and Uchiha clans. Otsutsuki Hamura passed down the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan, as well as the Otsutsuki clan that live on the moon. The five people before were the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Otsutsuki Hamura. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and muttered the name, remembering it. He will pay this debt back 10,000 times in the future. Before he was wondering why the eyes of the five mysterious strong men looked a bit like the Hyuga Byakugan, but they were wrapped in that green chakra, rendering their eyes green, so he couldn't recognize them. Unexpectedly, they were really related to the Hyuga clan. Tell me everything you know. He forced himself to calm down, he needed to know more. If you want to know more, you have to start from a more distant time. The gods and demons in myths and legends do exist, but they were slaughtered by the powerful enemy from outer space, the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki used a chakra sacred tree to devour the corpses and souls of the gods and demons, and used them to nourish the growth of the sacred tree. The sacred tree also used these gods and demons as a medium to devour the natural energy in our world. 1,000 years later, the sacred tree gathered all the energy to condense a fruit. The Otsutsuki who was responsible for guarding the sacred tree swallowed the fruit, then ruled the world, and gave birth to the six sage brothers. In the end, the six sage brothers had a conflict with their mother, and they joined forces to seal her, and then the Six Paths Sage founded the ninja clan, while Otsutsuki Hamura went to live on the moon. The Six Paths Sage had two sons. The eldest son, Otsutsuki Indra, was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and the son, Otsutsuki Ashura, was the ancestor of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. The two brothers had conflicts again, loving and killing each other, and they did not stop even after they died. Their souls continued to reincarnate and continue to love and kill each other, thus creating a blood feud between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. And Master, you should be the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra of this generation. Briefly telling the story, Shimura hoped to trick Uchiha Madara into becoming his own man, and then use him to fight against the Uchiha Madara body that was taken away by the Six-Path Sage. The reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura is Hashirama. The expression was particularly wonderful. Uchiha Madara did not expect that he and Hashirama had such an identity. Although it was absurd, he believed it. Only in this way can we explain the powerful power that both he and Hashirama possess. Yes, this is the truth and reason why you and the first generation love and hate each other. Nodding, Shimura said that you are born gay friends. Don't use your dirty thoughts. Forget it, you can think whatever you want. Just about to correct him, Uchiha Madara suddenly lost the mood. Originally thought that he and Hashirama were truly gay. Bah, friendship, who would have thought that it was the result of external guidance? Then what is he, a puppet controlled by others? No matter what the Six-Path Sage plans, whether he stands on the side of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe or on the side of our world, it is an indisputable fact that the natural energy in the world is constantly decreasing because of the ninja in him. And natural energy is closely related to our practice. Whether it is the ninja's refinement of chakra or the immortal energy I am practicing now, it is inseparable from natural energy. The continuous reduction of natural energy is fatal to us. From this aspect, the Six-Path Sage is our enemy. Now there is a new question, which side do you want to stand on, Master? With his hands folded across his chest, Shimura waited for Uchiha Madara's decision. If I say I don't stand on your side, will you and your son kill me on the spot? Uchiha Madara looked at his cheap disciple Shimura on the left, and then looked at his cheap disciple Shimura Danzo on the other side. These two people are not easy to deal with. That's not the case. It will just deprive you of your status as a researcher at the Zero Research Institute, and you will only be left with the status of being studied. He kindly expressed his plan. He couldn't bear to kill such a perfect experimental subject as Uchiha Madara. Even if he really wanted to kill him, he would have to die from slice research. Do you need to sign a contract? Glazing at the two of them unhappily, Uchiha Madara spoke up. After all, he had no choice now. Either go along with these two guys, or be caught and used as a guinea pig for research. Is there any need to choose? The contract will be signed later. Now we need to face your true body. According to our estimation, your true body soul should open the samsara eye after being taken away by the Six-Path Sage, and there is a great possibility that you will become an enemy. A very powerful enemy. We need a powerful fighting force that can fight against it. In this world, only Uchiha Madara can fight against Uchiha Madara. At the end, he flattered a little bit, and Shimura even began to plan how to quickly enhance Uchiha Madara's strength. Don't fool me, you and your father have a lot of cards. Glazing at him again, Uchiha Madara looked down at his body and said helplessly, although I want revenge, my current state is too bad. Not only are my eyes scrapped, but my pupil power is gone, the power of Indra in my body is gone, and the living cells of Hashirama are gone. It is unrealistic to become stronger in a short time. The loss this time is quite serious, among which the loss of pupil power and Indra power is the most important. Without these two powers, my own combat power is only 1/10 of what it should be. Not to mention the extremely weak soul, it is very difficult to even control this body, let alone fight with the original body or even the Six-Path Sage. It is not easy to cultivate again, at least 10 years of hard work. Master, your pupil power is not innate, but cultivated bit by bit. We can start from the beginning, and we can also lay a more solid foundation. Besides, it is not so easy for your body to be compatible with the samsara eye and the Reis-Nan Jindan system. He smiled. Shimura had already been on guard, have seen this situation. It was just to be on the safe side, but I didn't expect it to be used. What do you mean? Raised his eyebrows and motioned to continue. Uchiha Madara was not surprised that this cheap disciple would keep a trick, but was curious about what kind of trick he would leave. The Reis-Nan Jindan condensation method that I gave you was based on the pupil power of the Sharingan, and it can only be based on the pupil power of the Sharingan. Other pupil powers will not work. Unless your main body has been using the eternal Manjakaya. Sharingan, once you switch to the Samsara Eye, it will conflict with the Reis-Nan Jindan operation system in your body, and that will not be a pleasant experience. Pushing his glasses, Shimura smiled cunningly. The increase in strength of the Reis-Nan Jindan system is very exaggerated. The original Uchiha Madara could only raise Susanoo to 200 or 300 meters even if he overloaded it. But before, in order to fight against the 3 stone statues, he raised the fairy art wooden man and Susanoo armor to 1,000 meters, which was not weaker than the real thousands of hands that the first generation of Hokage desperately exploded. If Uchiha Madara used the raised Nanjinden and the Samsara Eye, his combat power would be quite crazy, and it is estimated that he would not be worse than the 6 Paths Madara in the 4th war in the original work. This is not what he wants to see, so he left a backup early. In this regard, even if the 6 Path Sage wants to find a raised Nanjinden condensation method that fits the Samsara Eye, it is unlikely, unless the other party can try it hundreds of thousands of times. Your insidiousness and viciousness really suits my appetite. His face first turned black, and then he laughed heartily. He admired Uchiha Madara for this kind of ruthless and insidious mentality. After all, he himself is such a person. In this case, I can only continue to open up the invincible road of Sharingan. After laughing, he sighed. He was not disgusted with this result, and it was even considered very good. While Shimura Gento was fooling Uchiha Madara's split body, the 6 Path Sage in the Pure Land space on the other side also completed the transformation of Uchiha Madara's original soul. There was no way. The originally set script was changed too much, and even Uchiha Madara, the key chess piece, was fooled. He could only take action in advance to take this chess piece back and put it on the right track. Brother, this is too risky. Seeing his brother sending the transformed Uchiha Madara soul out of the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Hamura looked worried. Although their original plan was disrupted by that variable, his brother's new plan was really too risky. If he was not careful, he would be doomed, and even the whole world would be destroyed. You know what kind of people that kid and his father are. If they are allowed to grow and develop, the whole world will inevitably be shrouded in darkness, and even treat the whole world as a nursery, just like my mother did back then. The concentration of power will only lead to the degeneration of the dictator, which is a disaster for the whole world. But we can also use them to deal with those people that my mother is afraid of. We just need to watch quietly in the dark. Speaking indifferently, the 6 Path Sage did not agree with Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gento from the beginning. And from the intelligence brought by Beiju and Lushan from the future, the father and son will mess up the whole world, all national forces will enter the arms race, and the power they possess is extremely terrifying, and the world may be destroyed. That is not what they want to see, and they must stop it. But the other party will be too powerful in the future, and we will offend that kid to death. The worry on his face remained, and Otsutsuki Hamura still disagreed with this plan. The main reason was that the future Shimura Gendai was too strong, making them feel like they could be crushed to death at any time. He was 100 times or 1,000 times stronger than their mother back then. Even though they relied on the chakra accumulated by the descendants of the tribe and the tailed beasts for thousands of years, they were still like ants in front of the other party. If they hadn't hidden deep enough, and the other party didn't seem to be very interested in the two brothers, they would have been beaten to death that day. When it comes to this, the 6 Path Sage can no longer maintain his indifference, and he is extremely wary and even frightened in his heart. Maybe we were really wrong at the beginning. The cultivation system of this world is not that weak, and the chakra is not as strong as we thought. With a sigh, the 6 Path Sage admitted that he had misjudged the local cultivation system. It does have great potential, at least not weaker than chakra. That's not wrong. Even the gods and demons of the mythological era were slaughtered by my mother's tribesmen as nutrients for the growth of the sacred tree. Compared with chakra, the cultivation system of this world itself is too weak. It can only be said that the human junior is too rebellious. He comforted, and Otsutsuki Hamura was helpless about this. As the sons of Kaguya, they are naturally hostile to Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and there is no possibility of easing. Back then, they also considered the local cultivation system of this world, but unfortunately, even the gods and demons of the local peak products were slaughtered by Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and developing local forces would not have any chance of winning. Not to mention that the inheritance of the samurai monks in Onmyosis was already incomplete, and it was difficult to cultivate to the peak. In order to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, they could only spread chakra and develop the ninja system. You should also let them awaken the reincarnation eye as soon as possible. The future of the world depends on us. Calming down, the 6 Path Sage said resolutely that they must protect the future of this world. 310. Chapter 309 Awakening the Samsara Eye. Patriarch, the rebellious white eyes of the clan have all been integrated into the eyes of the ancestors, and are currently stable. In the space at the core of the moon, an old man kneeled on one knee respectfully to report the situation, and in front of him was the Otsutsuki Dojin who led the team to attack the hidden cloud village last time, and was also the head of the Moon Otsutsuki branch clan of this generation. How much chakra did the ancestors' eyes consume before? Looking up at the golden giant eye in front of him, the Otsutsuki Dojin asked with a gloomy face. The strength displayed by Uchiha Madara shocked him greatly. If it weren't for the ancestors' eyes that could provide chakra blessing from a distance, he would have been defeated long ago. The power that the young man burst out made him even more terrified. Even the indestructible Seeking Truth Jade was chopped into pieces by the other party. The power of those sinners in the ninja world far exceeded their expectations, which was very abnormal. It consumed 1%, half of which was consumed by the clan leader's time-forbidden technique. The old man's attitude was still respectful, but he was also very puzzled that there was someone in the ninja world who could force the clan leader to perform the time-forbidden technique, and that an elder had died in the ninja world. What happened in the ninja world? Gather the rebellious corpses of the main family and squeeze them to the limit to produce chakra to supply the eyes of the ancestors. Hearing that the last battle actually consumed 1% of the chakra, after a little hesitation, Otsutsuki Dojin made a crazy decision. The power of the ninja world far exceeded his expectations. High-intensity battles in the future are definitely inevitable. He needs to prepare more chakra for the eyes of the ancestors. Yes, clan leader. Looking up with horror, the old man lowered his head and responded after seeing the gloomy and ferocious face of Otsutsuki Dojin. Go down. Waving his hand to signal the old man to go down, Otsutsuki Dojin continued to look up at the giant reincarnation eye emitting golden light, his eyes full of heat. He will soon have the same eyes as his ancestors. Cough cough. Suddenly, his face changed, and he knelt on one knee and coughed wildly, with blood gushing out of his mouth. Damn you, ninja sinner! It took a while for Otsutsuki to recover, and he cursed angrily, but he couldn't help but feel frightened when he thought of the silver sword light that enveloped him. That kind of power was too strong. Unless he could awaken the eyes equal to those of his ancestors, he would not be able to resist it at all. Although he used the forbidden time technique to recover from his injuries last time, he paid a heavy price, which was why he retreated decisively at that time. Even though he knew that the opponent was only in a temporary burst state and could not hold on for long, he could only choose to retreat, otherwise he would not be able to leave. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's body, who was brought back by Otsutsuki, suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood-colored three Magatama Sharingan appeared, and then turned into the Eternal Eye. Finally, a series of ripples spread from the pupils and turned into a pair of purple circle eyes, which were the legendary Samsara eyes. Rinnegan? Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage. The Otsutsuki clan member who was studying Uchiha Madara's head exclaimed, and then his face was full of fanaticism and greed. According to the clan's classics, the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage is at the same level as their ancestor's reincarnation eye, and they only have one eye of their ancestor, but now there are two Rinnegan here, and the value is completely different. Unfortunately, before he could make any move, a powerful pupil power illusion surged from the Rinnegan in front of him, making him become sluggish. Then he stretched out his palm and pressed it on Uchiha Madara's head, and the abundant chakra in his body was quickly devoured, and in the end it even began to squeeze the body's vitality and potential. At the same time, granulation quickly grew from under Uchiha Madara's neck, and a complete body was regenerated in a short while. Too weak. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and was extremely dissatisfied. It was much weaker than his previous body, and there was no Raise Nan Jinden in the new A-cup ointment. The moon, the Otsutsuki clan, interesting. Looking at the Otsutsuki who had been devoured into a mummy, Uchiha Madara sneered sinisterly, with murderous intent surging. No one could have calculated that Uchiha Madara could still survive in the world. This group of Otsutsuki on the moon was like this, and that damn disciple must also die. Little devil, no one can be alive after betraying me. When he thought of that cheap disciple, Uchiha Madara gnashed his teeth with hatred. According to his last memory, he was attacked by the Otsutsuki fan and was going to perform the Izanagi forbidden technique to save his life and fight again. But who would have thought that Jimur Gentoi would reveal his true intentions and use strange means to make the Raise Nan Jinden in his body out of control, making it difficult to successfully perform Izanagi. Even that kid wanted to take his head, or his pair of eternal eyes, but who would have thought that the Otsutsuki fan still had a trump card and came to the moon with his head first. Uchiha Madara remembered all these accounts. Ah! Suddenly, the power of the eyes of the Samsara eye surged in both eyes, causing intense pain. Even with Uchiha Madara's strong will, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. It took a while to recover, and he was extremely confused. What's going on? Why is the power of the eyes of the Samsara eye unstable, and even has a tendency to collapse? Is there something missing? Wipe away the blood and tears. Uchiha Madara was extremely puzzled, and really couldn't figure out what was going on. In short, his awakened Samsara eye was not right, it seemed to lack some power, and if he didn't find that power to supplement it as soon as possible, it would probably collapse. Let you live a little longer. Muttering to himself angrily, Uchiha Madara searched for the memory picture he had just obtained from the Otsutsuki clan member with the illusion, searching for a way to leave the moon, and soon he got something, and there was an unexpected gain. Forbidden Land. Outer Path Statue. Could it be that the Outer Path statue is missing from the Samsara eye? Thinking, Uchiha Madara was impressed by the Outer Path statue in the memory of the Otsutsuki clan. I had an idea. In the other party's memory, the Outer Path demon statue seemed to be related to the Six Path Sage. I also awakened the Six Path Sage's Samsara eye, so I had to go there. Fortunately, the forbidden area was not far from this laboratory. I used the illusion of the Eternal Eye to open the way, and soon arrived at the so-called forbidden area. As soon as I approached this forbidden area, the power of the Samsara eye in my eyes surged again, producing a mysterious resonance with the sealed existence inside, and even more intense pain. Fortunately, I was prepared this time, so I didn't cry out in pain. Summoning the Outer Path demon statue. As if it was a blessing from the mind, Uchiha Madara raised his hand to form a seal, and slapped the ground hard. His own chakra mixed with the power of the Samsara eye to construct a huge chakra spell formation. A huge mist exploded, revealing a hideous behemoth. Roar! As soon as the Outer Path demon statue appeared, it roared to the sky, and the roar spread over hundreds of kilometers, which also made Uchiha Madara change color. Tailed Beast Seal, Seal. Not daring to delay here, he used the Tailed Beast sealing technique developed in previous years to seal the monster in front of him into his body, making himself the opponent's Jinchuriki. After the defeat in the Valley of the End, he thought of many ways to enhance his own strength, among which the most reliable was the Tailed Beast. At the same time, the way Uzumaki Mito sealed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki gave him inspiration, and then he also developed a Tailed Beast sealing technique. Originally, he planned to summon the Nine Tails to seal it into his body after Uzumaki Mito died, but who would have thought that there would be such a monster in front of him? However, from the perspective of breath alone, this monster seems to be more powerful than the Nine Tails, and it is worth sealing it by himself. What a strong vitality! As the Outer Path demon statue was sealed into the body, a vast vitality surged into the body, quickly strengthening the physical fitness, and it soon reached the original level. It's not suitable to stay here for long, we have to leave quickly. Without time to experience the changes in himself, Uchiha Madara identified the direction and ran in the direction of the exit in the memory of the Otsutsuki clan member. Even using the lightning chakra mode, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed at a high speed. In just half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of a space channel. Who is it? The dozens of Otsutsuki clan members guarding the passage shouted, but before they could react, a pair of blood-red eyes came into view, and they fell into a coma very neatly. Although the Byakugan has a strong resistance to illusions, it also has its limits, at least it can't resist the illusions cast by the Eternal Eye. Without stopping, Uchiha Madara jumped into the space channel. His current physical condition is very bad. Although he has restored his physical fitness with the help of the vitality of the Outer Path demon statue, his chakra has not been restored, and the original Reiznan Jinden has not been restored after the meridians and acupoints have been reshaped. Even the power of the Samsara eye is not stable. It is not suitable to engage in high-intensity combat at this time, otherwise it will be a big loss if the power of the Samsara eye collapses. Not long after, the Otsutsuki Dojin who received the notice came to the entrance of the space channel leading to the ninja world. Looking at the clan members knocked down by the illusion, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Clan leader, something bad has happened. That Uchiha has stolen the Outer Path demon statue sealed in the forbidden area. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. An Otsutsuki clan member ran over quickly, reporting an extremely terrible information in panic. Damn it! Cough cough. This information made the Otsutsuki Dojin furious. The internal injuries that had just recovered broke out again, and blood was coughed out mouthful by mouthful. He never thought that such a mess would happen. At the beginning, it was clearly confirmed that the Uchiha strongman was dead, and even his soul was gone. Who would have thought that he would suddenly revive and steal the outer path demon statue sealed in the forbidden area? That thing is of great importance and cannot be lost. The forbidden area is sealed by the chakra of our ancestors. Without the power of our ancestors' eyes, it is impossible to open it. How could he steal the outer path demon statue? After a while, the Otsutsuki who had recovered his breath grabbed the collar of the tribe member, questioned him fiercely with a ferocious face, and sprayed his saliva mixed with blood on his face. The ancestors left an eye in the forbidden area to seal the outer path demon statue. Although they stole the eye of the ancestor not long ago, and then merged the Byakugan accumulated by the ancestors into a giant samsara eye to kill the rebels of the main family in one fell swoop, they also left enough samsara eye chakra to maintain the seal. No one can break the seal without samsara eye chakra, so how could the outer path demon statue be stolen? The seal is indeed intact, but the outer path demon statue inside is really gone, and some tribesmen have seen the outer path demon statue appear outside the forbidden area. The ferocious facial expression of the Otsutsuki fan made the tribesmen terrified, and they trembled as they explained. They didn't understand how the man stole the outer path demon statue. "Chief, do you want to chase him?" At this time, several Otsutsuki elders arrived, and the leader asked in a low voice. If someone dared to steal the outer path demon statue in the past, they would definitely chase him to the end, but the last time he followed the chief to the ninja world, he saw the powerful strength of those sinners in the ninja world, which made him extremely afraid. Even with the blessing of the power of the ancestors' eyes, they are not invincible, and there is even a danger of losing their lives in the ninja world. 311. Chapter 310, Ban's Mouth Fighting. Destroy the space channel. Use Yin-Yang escape to copy more Hyuga Byakugan based on that Hyuga Byakugan, and let all the tribe members participate in the experiment of awakening the Samsara Eye. Shaking off the tribe member in his hand, the Otsutsuki fan looked at the space channel with an uncertain expression, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to destroy it. Although this space channel was built by the ancestors at a huge cost, now that this space channel has been exposed, it is unavoidable that the Uchiha clan brought the terrifying young man to kill them, so they could only destroy it, and then develop it with all their strength, so that more clan members could awaken the Samsara Eye, and then clean up the ninja world. Clan leader, the guardian crab is still swimming in the space channel. At this time, an Otsutsuki clan member who was guarding the space channel was awakened by the illusion. Hearing the order of the Otsutsuki Dojin, he hurriedly spoke, but was met with a cold look. "I said destroy the space channel." The Otsutsuki Dojin's attitude was still firm, and he didn't think that the guardian crab could survive in the hands of that Uchiha. At this time, every minute of maintaining the space channel would increase the danger, and it must be destroyed as soon as possible. On the other side, Uchiha Madara had already rushed out of the space channel, and by the way, he also crippled a crab that blocked the way. Why hasn't the power of the Samsara Eye stabilized yet? Isn't the missing power the outer path demon statue? After climbing out of the pool-shaped space channel, Uchiha Madara covered his eyes, still unable to figure out what his Samsara Eye was still missing. Maybe there are clues on the stone tablet left by the ancestors. Thinking of the stone tablet handed down by the Uchiha ancestors, Uchiha Madara did not delay and quickly went out to set off for Konoha. He wanted to arrive in Konoha before Shimura Danzo and his son returned to Konoha, and find clues to complete the Samsara Eye from the ancestral stone tablet, and take a look at what the ancestors' method of permanent peace was. Not long after Uchiha Madara left, a huge crab struggled to climb out of the space channel, and then the pool disappeared. Obviously, the space channel inside had completely collapsed. The crab with bruises and missing arms and legs stayed here silently to lick its wounds. Unfortunately, a black thing emerged from the ground a few days before it recovered. Samsara Eye? Someone awakened the Samsara Eye? Is it Uchiha Madara? Sensing the trace of Samsara Eye's unique pupil power that remained here, Black Zetsu was happy and worried, and felt that something beyond his control had happened again. While he was thinking, a huge claw suddenly stabbed out and cut Black Zetsu's entire body in half. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu in liquid form was immune to physical attacks and was not hurt at all. River Crab Divine Beast. Staring blankly at the huge crab in front of him, Black Zetsu was ecstatic. Originally, he was still thinking about how to get this thing from under the noses of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, but he didn't expect this big guy to take the initiative to deliver it to his door. Although it is unknown which generation of the River Crab Divine Beast, it must have a certain bloodline of a divine beast to grow so big, and now the spatial talent is in hand. Little guy, come on, smile for me, Black Master. With a sinister smile, Black Zetsu transformed into his own Black Zetsu true body, and his 6.66666 figure was extremely oppressive. Although the size of the prey has increased, the river crab is not surprised but happy, and once again swings the huge crab claws to cut it. The prey before was too small to fill the gap between my teeth, but this one is definitely enough to fill my stomach. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. A minute later, the river crab collapsed on the ground and doubted its life. Its body, which was already injured by Uchiha Madara, was in a more miserable state. Its legs and feet were all broken, and its hard crab shell was full of cracks. There were even crab roe flowing out of some places. If it weren't for its strong physique and strong vitality, it would have been steamed in a basket long ago. It's really cool to swing your fists. Yee, yuckin, you wait for me, hey. Sooner or later, I will beat you two rebellious sons to death on behalf of my mother. Zetsu, who was refreshed by the beating, spoke angrily and vowed to beat the two rebellious sons into peeing beef balls for his mother. Big guy, come on, I will carry you on my back. Looking at the miserable river crab beast, Zetsu smiled and stepped forward, regardless of the other party's resistance, and carried it up and ran towards Lulin. No matter who awakens the Samsara Eye, he is more optimistic about the kid from the Shimura family. As long as he follows that kid closely to obtain a stronger training method, he will become even stronger. When he has enough strength, even without the Samsara Eye and the infinite Tsukuyomi, he, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, can still smash the moon with one punch, rescue his mother, and sweep the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. And this space channel was originally in the territory of the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha, and Uchiha Madara sneaked into Konoha in a few days. If he had not used chakra to avoid the powerful perception of Uzumaki Mito, he would have arrived long ago. He sneaked all the way and used illusion to open the way. He came to the secret room under the family shrine smoothly, where an ancient stone tablet was stored. Sure enough, I can see new content. Opening the Samsara Eye and looking at the stone tablet, there are indeed new fonts, but after reading the content inside, Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Reading each word carefully again, Uchiha Madara was so angry that he wanted to use Susanoo to chop this thing. He had barely survived and opened the Samsara Eye, and then rushed back to check the way to permanent peace left by his ancestors, but he saw such a broken thing. Everyone is pursuing permanent peace in their dreams. Who will accompany me on the journey to the sea of a stars? He kicked the stone tablet in anger, and then stomped on it. He felt that he had been deceived and his IQ was humiliated. What's the use of that kind of illusory peace? Everyone is pursuing peace in their dreams. When this generation all dies of old age, the human race in the whole world will become extinct. What's the point of being alive at that time? The most important thing is that his journey to the sea of a stars requires a lot of minions to charge and fight. You can't let him wander alone in the starry sky. This Wada peace method made him extremely disappointed. Is this the only brain of the Six Paths Sage? It's not useless. This technique can be used to quickly unify the ninja world, modify their spiritual will, and become my loyal subordinates. Well, let the entire Shimura family's Zero Research Institute become my property, and fully support my cultivation and improvement. After venting, Uchiha Madara squatted on the stone tablet and thought about how to use this technique reasonably. Soon he had some bold ideas. The infinite moon reading technique was really awesome. It was perfect for cultivating loyal younger brothers and lackeys. The most important thing is that it can be used to control the Shimura family's Zero Research Institute and make it a loyal servant, so that it will not betray itself. I will start planning after I have studied the method of combining the Samsara Eye with the Raise Nan Jinden. Determined, Uchiha Madara straightened the stone tablet that was kicked down, cleaned up all traces and prepared to leave, but as soon as he raised his foot, he covered his eyes and shivered in pain. What is missing from this broken eye? After a while, the power of the Rinnegan in both eyes stabilized, and Uchiha Madara was so angry that he wanted to curse. Although he awakened the legendary Rinnegan, the power of the eyes was very unstable. From time to time, it would hurt you so much that you would shiver. It was okay at ordinary times, but if it came in a battle, it would definitely kill you. He took a breath, stepped out of the family shrine, and still used illusion to open the way, and left Konoha smoothly. But not long after leaving Konoha, a golden figure chased from behind and stopped behind Uchiha Madara. And the person who came was Uzumaki Mito, the daimyo Uzumaki Mito. Madara, you are not dead. Staring at the figure opposite, even if it was just a back, Uzumaki Mito still recognized that the other party was Uchiha Madara, the man who squeezed her husband dry. Before, she had only vaguely sensed it for a moment in Konoha, and thought it was an illusion at the time. When she followed him out, she found that it was indeed this man. We are old acquaintances. We haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. There is no need to be so murderous. Turning around, Uchiha Madara had a face full of arrogance. Although she felt a little weak in her heart and didn't want to fight with this widow, she couldn't be timid at this time, otherwise she would be in trouble if this woman saw through her true and false. You have to know that it was he who squeezed Hashirama dry in the Battle of the Valley of the End, which indirectly led to the death of the other party and made Uzumaki Mito a widow for so many years. It is conceivable how much anger she has accumulated after being a widow for more than 20 years. Once she finds out that she is just an empty shell, she will definitely be beaten to death on the spot. What are you doing in Konoha? Asking coldly, Uzumaki Mito secretly condensed the diamond chain, ready to take action at any time. I built this village myself. Is there anything wrong with coming back to see it? Uchiha Madara still had that arrogant attitude and seemed very confident. Konoha was built by him personally, and it was also his home. Is there anything wrong with coming back to see it? Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito didn't buy it at all. She still stared at Uchiha Madara, even showing a murderous intent. Do you still believe in Hashirama's tricks? Seeing Uzumaki Mito's killing intent getting stronger, although Uchiha Madara was panicking inside, he didn't show it on his face, and even asked contemptuously. Konoha is the future, and you betrayed us. Uzumaki Mito scolded angrily, and really wanted to beat this bastard to death immediately. It was this bastard who killed Hashirama. Not only did he make her a widow for so many years, but he also ruined the good situation of Konoha. Konoha is the future? Then how do you explain the last Ninja World War? With your wisdom, you should be able to see that the Ninja World War was born with the Ninja Village system. Even if Hashirama didn't die that year, his death in the future would cause the Ninja World War to break out, and it would break out more violently. There will even be frequent Ninja World Wars in the future, endless, making every generation immersed in the pain of war. What's the difference between this and the Warring States period? He asked in return with a sneer. Uchiha Madara also learned some eloquence from that cheap disciple, and his ability to talk back is not bad. This question made Uzumaki Mito speechless, and he really couldn't think of how to refute it. The existence of the Ninja World War is indeed a fatal flaw of the Ninja Village system, and it is also a major failure. Even the next Ninja World War will sweep their country into it. Hashirama was wrong back then. This time when I came back, I found that the village had indeed bred a terrible darkness. In the near future, Konoha will inevitably be swallowed up by the darkness that started with Hashirama. By then, I will come back to clean up the mess and create a more perfect and better system based on Hashirama's Ninja Village system. I hope you can live to that time. Leaving behind a proud remark, Uchiha Madara stepped forward, but in fact he was very nervous, fearing that Uzumaki Mito would attack without martial ethics. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Madara's gradually receding figure, and finally did not attack. In fact, she was also very confused in her heart. Although her husband Senju Hashirama opened up the Ninja Village era, he also left behind many problems, and the darkness in the village did make her more and more frightened. If things continue like this, it is really possible that the village will be swallowed up by the growing darkness, as Uchiha Madara said. But she couldn't solve it, because the essence of that darkness was greed for power, and even the Senju clan itself had this kind of darkness. This cannot be solved by strength alone. If there is no correct method, the reckless use of force will only make the situation worse. Uzumaki clan. On the other side, Uchiha Madara, who had walked more than 10 miles, suddenly stopped and muttered about the Uzumaki clan in a low voice, and found the complement clues to the defects of the Samsara Eye. 312. Chapter 311 Otsutsuki Class. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, it turns out that the power of these three families is the complete Samsara Eye. Whispering to himself, Uchiha Madara's smile became more and more intense. Just when he faced Uzumaki Midoriya, the power of the Samsara Eye in his eyes conveyed a strong desire to him. The desire to devour. It is obvious that what the Samsara Eye lacks is the power of the Uzumaki clan, and the chakra of the Uzumaki clan is indeed very special, especially the Vajra chain secret technique. In this way, the situation is very clear. The sage body of the Senju, the sage eyes of the Uchiha, and the sage chakra of the Uzumaki clan, only by combining these three can the complete power of the six-path sage be obtained. But how to obtain it? If he was in his prime, he would naturally drive Susanoo directly to the land of whirlpools and use the pupil technique of the Rinnegan to swallow the Uzumaki sage chakra of all the Uzumaki clan members, which should be able to make up for the defects of the Rinnegan. But now he is disturbed by the unstable pupil power of the Rinnegan, and he can't exert his full strength at all. If the pupil power of the Rinnegan surges during the battle, and the Uzumaki clan takes the opportunity to perform a powerful sealing technique, it will be a pitfall. You know, there are many forbidden techniques in the Uzumaki clan that can be exchanged with others and die together, and he doesn't want to try them. Moreover, the powerful perception of the Uzumaki clan destined him to be unable to sneak in. The appearance of Uzumaki Mido before has proved how powerful the Kagura Heart Eye of the Uzumaki clan is. First see if there are any Uzumaki clan members who have left the Uzumaki clan. If it doesn't work, wait until the next Ninja World War starts and then find an opportunity to attack. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara finally decided to take a long-term view and take it slowly. It is also a good time to study the secret nature of the Reisnan Jinden cultivation method. I must not be plotted against by that kid again. At the same time, the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye also needs to be developed, and there are many things to do. On the other side, Shimura Xianding, who is far away in the hidden cloud village, does not know that Uchiha Madara has been resurrected and awakened the Samsara Eye. He even went back home to look at the ancestral stone tablet. He was packing the sheets and mattresses. Since he discovered the sensitive points of the two teachers, he has been trying to eliminate this weakness for the teachers. Last night after the disaster, he started to implement this sacred plan, and the result was that he had to change the sheets and mattresses again. Under the strange gaze of the maid arranged by the daimyo mansion, he handed the sheets to the other party to wash, and Shimura Xianding returned to the room, and his consciousness entered the black cauldron space. Last night, the physical data of the two young ladies was updated, just in time to see if there is any new information. Damn, there is such a good treasure in the hidden cloud village. After checking the memory of Yu Yijing Ian, he was shocked. A few days ago, the third Reikage convened a meeting with several high-level confidants and told them what happened at the beginning. It turned out that the thing taken away by the moon Otsutsuki was a secret treasure that could increase the transmission distance of the Tensui technique. The core of the chakra cannon is the Tensui technique. That secret treasure can increase the transmission distance of the Tensui technique, and naturally it can also increase the range of the chakra cannon. Is the reason why the chakra cannon in the original book is so powerful because of the amplification of that secret treasure. Scratching his head, Shimura Gento felt a little bit wronged. I thought the chakra cannon of the hidden cloud village was powerful enough to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers to blast the moon, but who would have thought that it was amplified? In other words, the chakra cannon itself is not so powerful and cannot become a star destroyer. So there's no way to blow up the moon for the time being. Scratching his hair, Shimura Gento was thinking about how to check and balance the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The chakra cannon that was originally pinned on the hidden cloud village seems to be no longer effective, and another method must be found. However, this is not the most difficult problem. The most troublesome thing is that the two brothers of the six-path sage really knew about the future through the centipede and Lushan, otherwise the Otsutsuki clan on the moon would not know the chakra cannon plan and the secret treasure of the hidden cloud village. After all, the chakra cannon of the hidden cloud village has only produced a base at this stage, and the barrel has not even started to be forged. It is not even clear what the specific range will be. Even the hidden cloud village itself has no idea, and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon naturally cannot know. But the other party just stared at the secret treasure that can increase the range of the chakra cannon. The source of the information must be related to the future traveler centipede and Lushan. While thinking about these problems, he suddenly felt that the immortal energy thread outside was touched by someone. Shimura Suanding's consciousness exited the black tripod space and returned to the real body. He found that Guo Ying's old father and Uchiha Madara were sitting on the sofa in the room. Keiko sent information with the summoning beast. Uzumaki Mizu. Midu suddenly left Konoha yesterday and returned 3 hours later. It seems that he also used the Nine Tails Chakra mode. Reporting the information obtained last night, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered and guessed something from it. The Uchiha Madara split sitting opposite him looked very ugly and obviously saw some problems from it. There aren't many things that can make Miss Mido break the convention and leave the village in person, and use the Nine Tails Chakra mode. It seems that Ban over there was indeed resurrected by the Six Path Sage, and it is even possible that he has awakened the Samsara Eye. Not surprised by this, Shimura Gento looked at the gloomy Uchiha Madara and asked, Master, if you awaken the Samsara Eye, what do you want to do most? If that guy went to Konoha, it must be to see a stone tablet passed down by the Uchiha ancestors, which is said to be passed down by the Six Path Sage and has been passed down for thousands of years. The Izanaga technique is recorded on it, and it also vaguely mentions that the evolution of the Samsara Eye requires the fusion of the yin and yang power of Uchiha, and Senju points out a path to permanent peace. Uchiha Madara's face became more gloomy after imagining it with his own thinking. He knew that something must have gone wrong with the original body. The most obvious thing was that the mysterious connection between him and the original body was broken. Although the splitting technique could split the body into two halves, the soul consciousness was not. For example, those tailed beast split bodies, even if they were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, coupled with the barrier of the tailed beast seal, they could still share a spiritual consciousness with the original body. But now I have no sense of the original body. If the original body really used the Izanaga technique to revive, this situation would never happen. But since it has appeared, there must be external interference, such as the legendary Six Path Sage. It seems that the memory of the Master's original body should have been tampered with by the Six Path Sage. The next time we meet, we will definitely be enemies. However, his body was not taken away. If he wanted to practice the Reisnan Jinden again, he had to transform his meridians and acupoints first. However, the regenerated body would inevitably be different from the original body, and it would not have the original Byakugan and Hashirama's face, as well as the two main Jikaya. It was basically impossible to use the meridians and acupoints reconstruction technique that I designed at the beginning. The opponent will not come out again in a short time. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gentoi analyzed calmly. He was not too worried about Uchiha Madara for the time being. Even if the opponent awakened the Samsara Eye, it would be difficult to exert the maximum effect. Unless the opponent can crack the original exclusive version of the meridians and acupoints reconstruction technique and the Reisnan Jinden condensation method, it is not easy to do this, at least it is impossible within 10 years. But this can only ensure that he will not jump out and fight us head-on. Shimura Denzo was still quite worried about this. Without cracking the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique and the Reisnan Jinden condensation method, it could only ensure that Uchiha Madara's body would not confront them head-on, but he could hide in the dark and do things. A pair of eternal eyes plus a pair of samsara eyes can do too many things, which will add a lot of variables. The body has fallen and is willing to be a rat in the dark. He is no longer qualified to be called Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's clone expressed disdain, looking down on the original body's behavior. It was fine that his memory was tampered with by the Six Path Sage to become a pawn, but he was so despicable that he hid and made trouble, which was really embarrassing for Uchiha Madara. This made Shimura Gentoi and Shimura Denzo speechless. Didn't you hide in the dark for more than 20 years before? But both of them knew not to mention this, otherwise the old tsundere would be furious. He is indeed not qualified to continue to bear the name of Uchiha Madara. Since he has become a pawn of the Six Path Sage, he should be named Otsutsuki. In the future, he will be the Otsutsuki class, and he can be distinguished from you, Master, so as to avoid the same name in the future. Thinking about the situation of Uchiha Madara's original body, Shimura Gentoi also felt that he should distinguish between the original body and the clones. Uchiha Madara agreed with this proposal. He didn't want to use the same name as the fallen original body. He, Uchiha Madara, is unique. How is the clone project going? Asking about another matter, if Uchiha Madara's original body is hiding in the dark, Shimura Gentoi has no good way to deal with it. He can only speed up the White Zetsu plan and place eyes all over the world to make the Otsutsuki team know where to hide. There is Black Zetsu taking care of it, but when I left last time, Black Zetsu had already cultivated 130,000 clones. But those clones are not the same as the clones of Hashirama that were cultivated at the beginning. Recalling the situation when he left Lilin last time, Shimura Denzo didn't understand why the clones he cultivated were all those weird things. Obviously, the clones cultivated with Hashirama's living cells were normal, and very similar to Senju Hashirama, but they had no soul consciousness and were just a simple body. After all, it's a mass-produced product, so you can't ask for too much. It doesn't matter that he said that Shimura Gentoi would help Black Zetsu cover up in this matter because their goals are the same. Anyway, as long as those White Zetsu can do their own camera work well, it doesn't matter who is truly loyal. Even in the future, as long as Miss Kaguya is rescued and Miss Kaguya is moved to commit suicide, will all those white zetsu belong to him? Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his IQ. His Uncle Ding is really smart. Dad, the black zetsu you made is very useful. Can you make a few more? Praising Black Zetsu's ability to do things in front of his old father, Shimura Gento wondered if his old father could use the second-generation Chakra God tree to create a few more Black Zetsu. Even if he is not as awesome as Black Zetsu, some defective products will do. Black Zetsu's ability is indeed very strong, but it is a pity that it is an accidental product and difficult to replicate. With a smug look on his face, Shimura Denzo was also very satisfied with his ability to create Black Zetsu. At first, he just wanted to create a special clone that could sneak into other forces to steal the inheritance of secret techniques and intelligence. Who would have thought that he would eventually create a Black Zetsu, whose ability was much stronger than he expected, which was an unexpected surprise. As soon as Pu appeared, he helped him steal all the Megatama Sharingan sealed by Uchiha, and then cooperated with his son to empty the secret inheritance of the Hidden Cloud Village, which was a great harvest. In this way, he, as a father, can finally hold his head up in front of his son. That's such a pity. With a look of regret on his face, Shimura Gentoi was thinking about how to expand the new use of Black Zetsu. For example, let Black Zetsu disguise himself as a clone of the Otsutsuki class as in the original work and do things on their behalf, or send Black Zetsu to become an undercover agent in the Otsutsuki team. However, these plans can only be planned after White Zetsu can monitor the entire world, which is a bit early now. 313. Chapter 312 Yamut is in place. How is it, can it work? Looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, Shimura Gento asked hurriedly. Even with his current state of mind, he was a little nervous. Uchiha Madara is indeed worthy of being Uchiha Madara. He is more decisive than he imagined. After realizing that there is a problem with chakra, he decisively gave up chakra and turned to cultivating immortal energy. Fortunately, the second generation of Chakra God Tree evolved into the 3 Magatama Samsara Sharingan after swallowing the Blood Dragon Eye power accumulated by the Blood Pond clan and the Sharingan power accumulated by the Uchiha clan, and was able to completely swallow and eliminate the Chakra bloodline. Even if the Chakra bloodline of Uchiha Madara is completely integrated into his own genes, it can work, at most it will be more difficult. After doing it once, the old father of his family, Guo Ying, was exhausted and collapsed, as if he had been gang-raped by 100 or 80 big men, and he still hasn't recovered. But that's not important. The key point now is whether the Yintun level immortal energy can really activate the pupil eye of the Sharingan. He can't cultivate Yintun immortal energy at this stage, but Uchiha Madara can. It can be activated, but the pupil effect is only half of the Mangekyo level. Explaining the result of the experience, Uchiha Madara is full of confidence in the future. Although the limit of immortal energy is not high for the time being, he is confident that he can cultivate it to catch up with or even surpass chakra. The most important thing is that this immortal energy is completely cultivated by oneself, and all the power is attributed to oneself, which is many times stronger than the chakra inherited from the ancestors. Especially for a dark and vicious person like him, he will never trust anyone, and only his own strength is the most real. It's normal. After all, our immortal energy has just started. It will take some time to catch up with chakra. But their limits have been set long ago. Without the permission of the 6th-path sage, it is impossible to merge all 7 attributes of chakra into bloodline. Hearing that it can have half the effect, Shimura Gentoi breathed a sigh of relief. It was much better than he expected. Before, he expected that the effect of the Yindun immortal energy could be 30% of the pupil power, which was amazing. Unexpectedly, it could have half the effect. This power did not disappoint him. Although it seems that the effect of only half of the pupil power is not very good, you must know that chakra and pupil power itself have the blessing of the spiritual imprint of the universe Otsutsuki ancestor, so the effect is naturally very strong. But at the same time, it will also be restricted by the Otsutsuki ancestor. If you really fight with him in the future, a thought can deprive you of your chakra. How can you fight? In comparison, although the energy cultivated by oneself is not as good as chakra at this stage, its future limit depends entirely on itself and will not be constrained by any external force. It is an absolutely independent force. As a new person educated in China, he has always agreed with the practice of his motherland in his previous life, seeking independence in all aspects and not relying on others, so as not to be strangled by others at critical moments. The path of attribute swallowing should be able to assist in condensing single attribute energy crystals. After all, the core of energy materialization lies in the quality of attribute energy. As long as the quality meets the standard, it can be condensed. The yin attribute and the earth attribute are the easiest to condense. As long as they are cultivated to the extreme and the attribute natural energy is integrated to complete their own transformation, and the compression characteristics of the raised nan itself are added, they can be materialized. The energy of other attributes needs to swallow one or two attributes to meet the standard. Speaking out a guess, Uchiha Madara was not idle before, and had been studying how to materialize all single attribute energy into crystals. At that time, the crystallization of yin escape had been completed, and the crystallization of earth escape had some clues, but there was no way for the energy of other attributes for the time being. Until he heard the attribute swallowing path mentioned by this cheap disciple, he suddenly understood how to materialize the energy of other attributes. The attribute swallowing route has this effect. Looking surprised, Shimura Gento had never thought about this before. After all, none of his little sister copies had the ultimate attribute of Black Thunder like the third-generation Reikage, and there was no way to use the trial and error method in the Black Cauldron space to try and verify. It was right to trick Uchiha Madara into being a guinea pig. After coming to his senses, he felt very satisfied and gave a thumbs up to his original idea. Although he couldn't directly get sponsorship from these little brothers, he could also get them to work for him through indirect means. Just this discovery of Uchiha Madara saved him a lot of time and a lot of merit energy, making him a fortune. It was also a double happiness. A few days after Uchiha Madara discovered the method of crystallizing single attribute energy, good news came from his old father. Is this the Yamat? Looking at the butterfly sealed in the glass bottle, Shimura Gento was full of excitement. It turned out to be a good idea to trick Black Zetsu here. Not long after the hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu were created, they found this kind of Yamat with spiritual talent. Not only this kind of Yamat, Black Zetsu also reported that he found a river crab beast, and it is suspected that it had fought with the Otsutsuki team and was almost crippled. After revealing another piece of information, Shimura Danzo straightened his back even more. Ever since his son graduated, he has always been unable to stand up in front of him. Compared with this son with extraordinary ability, he is really a bad father. Fortunately, the Black Zetsu that he worked so hard to create did not disappoint him. In the past few months, he has accomplished a lot of great things. Now he has found a Yamat with spiritual talent and space. A gifted river crab beast. Have you fought with that guy? This caught Uchiha Madara's attention. It was in a cave, and there were some footprints there. The initial guess was that it was related to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and it was very likely a passage to the moon. It's a pity that nothing was left there. It's possible that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon or Uchiha Madara destroyed the passage. Feeling sorry, Shimura Danzo had thought about whether he could find a passage directly to the moon, destroy the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and then turn the moon into another base for their Shimura family. It's a pity that a passage was finally found but was destroyed. I don't know if it is the only passage, otherwise we can only find a way to cross space to the moon. Lucky for them. Also disappointed, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, but he didn't forget the revenge of being plotted against by the Otsutsuki strongmen. No one can plot against him behind his back, and Uchiha Madara is still alive and well, unless your name is Senju Hashirama. Since you are not Hashirama, you must pay him back 10,000 times. Let Black Zetsu lead White Zetsu to pay attention to whether there are any strong people from the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world. Signed his old father to give orders to Black Zetsu, and was also very annoyed with the group of Otsutsuki Shimura Jondun on the moon. His own strength is just so-so, but he has the plug-in of the giant reincarnation eye, which makes his strength reach a nearly unsolvable level. The most important thing is that the opponent has the ninjutsu of the two powers of space and time. Last time, he cut that guy into pieces with the Seeking Truth ball, but he was resurrected in full state in the next moment and plotted against Uchiha Madara. In the face of such a rogue method, no matter how powerful his burst of combat power is, it is useless. Just like the hollowing ability of Uchiha Obito's Kamui Mangekyo. He can survive the bombing of 600 billion detonating tags by Konan. And the Izanaga technique is also very cheating. In the original work, his father's strength was so poor, but he still beat Uchiha Sasuke badly. So although hard power is very important, some special means must also be available. Just as the great man in the previous life said, you have to grab both hands and both hands must be strong. I have to go to the land of demons as soon as possible. Thinking of the lineage of the Miko in the original work, Shimura Gento decided to go to the land of demons after walking around the hidden rock village. The land of demons is sandwiched between the land of earth and the land of wind. I didn't care about it before, but since the lineage of the Miko is related to the spring pigeon divine beast, it is worth a visit. Originally, I didn't want to go there so quickly, but plans can't keep up with changes. He didn't expect Black Zetsu to be so powerful and get the river crab beast that guards the Moon Otsutsuki clan so quickly, so that the space talent is in hand. Since the space talent is in hand, the time talent must follow up as soon as possible. As long as he can master the power of space and time to a certain extent, he will be confident that he can completely chop them into dumpling stuffing when he faces those Moon Otsutsuki next time. What is he doing here? Suddenly, he looked up and looked outside as if he had sensed something. Shimura Gentoi sensed that Yayuai's chakra was approaching, sneaking in, or climbing over the wall. How much do you plan to improve the Cloud Village? Uchiha Madara naturally also sensed that Yayuai was approaching quietly, but he didn't care. Compared with that kid, he was more concerned about the arrangement of the Cloud Village by the Wool Village Gentoi. At this stage, the Lightning Chakra mode is enough for them. As long as they can protect the tailed beasts and prevent the Otsutsuki class from plundering the tailed beasts, it will be fine. While speaking, he stood up and walked towards his room. Shimura Gentoi was quite curious about the sneaking Yayuai. What does this kid want to do? As for the arrangement for the hidden Cloud Village, it was very simple. As long as the chive's field could grow vigorously, provide him with merit energy, provide chakra for his father's second-generation chakra tree, take better care of the 2-tail and 8-tail for them, and don't let the Otsutsuki class take away the resurrected 10-tail. After all, at this stage, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others have not arrived yet. It's just that the threat of a half-crippled Otsutsuki class is not too big. The Black Thunder after the promotion of the third-generation Reikage, plus the perfect lightning chakra mode and the transformed non-human body shape are enough to deal with it. If you really can't deal with it in the future, just pass on some secret techniques to strengthen it. Returning to his room, sitting on the sofa in the room, glancing at the mattress and sheets that were replaced again, Shimura Gento was extremely satisfied. The maids sent by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder are professional. They come every day to arrange everything properly. It's just that the maids look at him strangely recently, as if they are looking at a pervert, which makes him feel helpless. These young ladies all know him, but they misunderstand him too deeply. If you want to come in, come in. Don't act like a little girl. Listening to the barely detectable footsteps at the door, Shimura Xianding reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. It must be said that the ninja shoes are quite practical. The material is relatively soft, so the noise can be minimized when walking, which is very suitable for doing dirty things such as stealth assassination. Mr. Xianding, please don't blame me for disturbing you. Seeing that Shimura Xianding had seen through her whereabouts, Yayuai no longer hid, opened the door and sat on the sofa in front of Shimura Xianding, a little cramped, and her eyes were dodging, as if she was going to do something shameful. Look at you now, no one would believe you if you said you were not a little girl, just say it if you have something to say. She spoke impatiently, indicating that if you have something to say, you should say it quickly, and if you have something to fart, go outside, and at the same time, she became more and more curious. This kid came over so stealthily, and with such an expression, he doesn't look like he's up to anything good. Is he going to do something shameful to me, pie transaction of people? For example, please find an opportunity to create a medical accident to send the third Reikage to see the six-path sage, and then this kid will become the fourth Reikage? This kind of thing is not impossible to discuss. 314. Chapter 313, Worrying about the village and the people. After some verbal stimulation, Yayuai gritted his teeth and made clear his intention, but Shimura Xianding almost sprayed. Are you sure you want to become a super warrior who surpasses your father? He didn't expect Yayuai's ambition to be so big, to surpass his father, the third Reikage, and become a more powerful cube warrior. Are ninjas so crazy in their pursuit of strength? This is the nutrient solution needed for body transformation, and this is the reward for Xianding Jun, please Xianding Jun. Taking out 2 sealed scrolls and placing them on the coffee table in front of him, Yayuai looked sincere and hopeful. Let me see the reward first. He picked up the sealed scroll and used his immortal power to break the seal on it. Suddenly, a large pile of silver-white metal ingots appeared. It was the Thunder Attribute Chakra metal. It was estimated to be 1 ton. This reward was very good. You should know that before, I used the perfect thunder armor and thunder chakram mode to trade 15 tons of thunder attribute chakram metal from the 3rd generation of Reikage. I feel your sincerity. It will definitely make you the strongest, the strongest warrior in the Hidden Cloud Village. He was very satisfied and said that he would take this job. Then he asked curiously, with your current status and position, you should not be qualified to use so much thunder attribute chakram metal. There should be no problem with the origin of this thing, right? Although Yayuai is the son of the 3rd generation of Reikage, he is only a special Jonin now. He is really not qualified to use so much thunder attribute chakram metal privately, unless the 3rd generation of Reikage supports him behind the scenes. But looking at the sneaky look of this kid just now, it seems that he is not like that. This is what our Yayu family has accumulated. I will tell my father later and will never implicate Xianding Jun. Yayuai made a solemn promise to be lenient if he confessed honestly. You are going to kill first and report later. His expression was a little weird. Shimura Xianding could only say that this was very Yayu. He was indeed worthy of being the future 4th Reikage. Since that's the tone, let's just have a big one. Go get your father's Zangba snake spear and that set of armor, and I'll use that stuff to make you an indestructible skeleton. You also know that no matter how you train calcium bones, the ultimate strength is limited. For example, your father's bone strength has reached an extreme and it is impossible to improve it. It can only be replaced with other substances, and the alloy of heavy gold and perfect energy metal is very suitable. By then, you will be the strongest warrior of the entire Cloud Hidden Village, and the strongest Reikage of all generations. Is it reliable? The title of the strongest Reikage of all generations stimulated Yayuai, but he was a little hesitant. After all, this kind of human body transformation has far exceeded his cognition. Did you know that the 2nd generation Tsuchikage has a posthumous son named Ditai? Is it the one who can explosion release? I remember there was information saying that the guy had a problem with his bones and was useless. Yayuai replied, and he had some impression of the son of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage. They in the Hidden Cloud Village would collect information about important figures and geniuses in various ninja villages, and the son of the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage was naturally the focus of the focus. As the son of the Reikage, he paid more attention to the geniuses of the same generation, because they might be his future opponents, so he knew a little about the son of the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage. It's a pity that the guy was useless. Not useless, I designed a brand new alloy skeleton for him in the Hidden Rock Village, which is 5 meters high. Once the transplant is successful, he will have a super strong physique that is not weaker than the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage Onoki. If the evil demon incident hadn't happened, I would have transplanted it for him. Next, I will go to the Hidden Rock Village to help him complete the skeleton transplant. To reveal this secret, and even to make Yayuai believe it more, Shimura Xianding cut a hole in his forearm, revealing the silver white bones inside. I have done this operation for myself. A layer of alloy is attached to the surface of the bones. Because of this, it can withstand the explosion of the 8 gates formation. Otherwise, the body would have collapsed long ago. Seeing the silver white arm bones revealed by Shimura Xianding, Yayuai gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Please be prepared, Xianding Jun. I will be back as soon as possible. Yayuai, who is swift and decisive, immediately got up and walked out, heading straight to the Reikage building, ready to steal his father's Zangba snake spear and the armor. Although this will definitely anger his father, as long as he moves quickly enough and waits until the rice is cooked, it will be fine. At that time, no matter how furious his father is, it doesn't matter. He can slap his only son to death. And Shimura Xianding found his old father, Shimura Danzo, and asked him to open up a huge underground space under the bedroom, where he will complete the body transformation for Yayuai. Is it necessary to do this? After hearing his son's plan, Shimura Danzo said he couldn't understand. The Moon Otsutsuki clan has already taken action. Who knows if they will attack the Hidden Cloud Village again? Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan is also a very unstable factor. We have to make preparations for both situations in the Hidden Cloud Village. If the 3rd Reikage dies gloriously one day, his son can succeed him, so that the Hidden Cloud Village will not fall into internal strife due to the competition for the position of Reikage, and some bad guys will not take advantage of it. With a little expression of worrying about the village and the people, Shimura Gento has never forgotten that he is a glorious cloud ninja and has the responsibility and obligation to protect the Hidden Cloud Village. Just this expression coupled with these glorious words made Shimura Danzo Uchihamadara, who came to watch curiously, felt very strange, which was not in line with their understanding of Shimura Gentoi. Fortunately, the following words made the two feel more comfortable, and they understood that the golden armored boy in front of them was still the Shimura Gentoi they knew. The main reason is that the third Reikage is too cunning and hard to fool. Yayu AI is not very old and is much easier to fool. Dad, after the Second Ninja World War begins, you will see the third Reikage off. He is too old, and the Hidden Cloud Village needs a young and strong Reikage to lead it to the top. Still with that little expression of worrying about the village and the people, Shimura Gentoi does not think that the third Reikage can lead the Hidden Cloud Village to the top. The main reason is that the old guy's ninja thinking is too strong, and it has formed a habitual instinct, which cannot be changed at all. In the future, he said, there is no place for ninjas and ninja villages. The Hidden Cloud Village needs a young Reikage who is more receptive to new things and new ideas to lead the Hidden Cloud Village to adapt to the new era. Father will arrange it. Nodding, Shimura Danzo said that he would give the third Reikage a grand ending. Just as his son once said, the second Kages died or were injured in the last Ninja World War. Do the third Kages have the nerve to survive the next Ninja World War? If I had been half as cunning as you, I would not have let Hashirama become the first Hokage. Looking at the father and son in front of him, Uchihamadara couldn't help but sigh. Before establishing Konoha, Hashirama Senju had promised that he would directly let himself be the first Hokage, but unfortunately he was calculated by Tobirama Senju, and the position of Hokage that had been decided became an election. There were certainly reasons for his own failure to be elected, but there was also the manipulation behind the scenes by the insidious Tobirama Senju. In terms of insidiousness, he was much worse than the rat Tobirama Senju. On the other side, Yayu AI was very efficient. She first came to the temporary Reikage office. When she saw that her old father was not there, she quickly stepped forward to seal the armor and the Zangba snake spear into the long-prepared sealing scroll, and then separated two shadow clones into the armor and the Zangba snake spear and hung them there. With her own chakra, she could at least maintain the shadow clone for an hour, which was enough to complete the transformation operation. With the sealed sealing scroll, Yayu AI walked out of the temporary Reikage office openly. The small team of Anbu ninjas guarding outside knew Yayu AI's identity, and did not stop her, allowing her to leave. After making sure that the Anbu ninjas did not pay attention to her, Yayu AI suppressed her excitement, rushed to the house where Shimura Gento had lived during this period. Although the damage caused by the Moon Otsutsuki to the Hidden Cloud Village last time was great, it did not destroy the entire Hidden Cloud Village, and a small part of it survived. As a great medical expert, Shimura Gento was naturally assigned to an independent house. The small ninja clan that originally lived there moved out politely on the same day. There was no other way. Shimura Gento saved several dying ninjas of that clan and was their benefactor. The most important thing was that their medical expenses were waived, so they would naturally be very polite. Mr. Xianding, I brought everything. Coming to the secret room opened under that room, Yayu AI took out the sealed scroll and opened it, revealing the alloy armor and the Zangba snake spear. Zhang Fei. Looking at the armor, Shimura Gento was quite moved. At the beginning, the third-generation Reikage shamelessly asked him to design a set of battle clothes and a spear for him. He had many inspirations for the shape of the battle clothes, but the spear was rare. When it comes to spears, as a newcomer of the new era, he would naturally think of Zhang Fei's Zangba snake spear in the Three Kingdoms. Then, this oversized Zangba snake spear was designed based on the size of the third Reikage. Since Zhang Fei's Zangba snake spear has been copied, there must be a matching armor. It just so happened that in his previous life, he had played the character of Zhang Fei in King of Glory. Although he only liked to play Miss Mulan, he had also tried Zhang Fei's quality and was familiar with the original version and 2 paid skins, so he copied one according to the original skin armor. But who would have thought that he would encounter a tough opponent not long after designing and creating this set of armor spear? Seeking the way Jade. Kneeling down and gently stroking the half-blade of the Zangba snake spear, Uchihamadara's face was as gloomy as water, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. Seeking the way Jade is indeed very abnormal. Even the high-density material of heavy gold has been decomposed. No wonder his Susanoo can't resist it. Dad. After sighing, Shimura Gentoi gestured to his old father, and then began to think about the next skeleton structure. After receiving the signal, Shimura Danzo split 4 shadow clones to set up a small 4 red yang formation to cover the Zangba snake spear and armor, and then gathered natural energy to form natural fairy fire. Under the scorching of natural fairy fire, the Zangba snake spear and armor slowly melted. After they were all melted, a large bag of powder was sprinkled in to blend with it. Is that the powder of the seal crystal? Looking at the empty bag thrown down by Shimura Danzo, feeling the strange radiation emitted by the residual powder inside, Yayui hurriedly jumped away, looked at Shimura Danzo in doubt, and then looked at Shimura Xianding. This was not in the previous plan. Although you were not present in the last battle, I believe you also understood afterwards that heavy gold and perfect energy metal alone still cannot resist the decomposition power of the Seeking Dao Jade, and the seal crystal powder must be added to it. Don't worry, this thing can be adapted. For example, I can ignore this radiation power now. At the same time, with the help of this radiate power, you can also gain the ability to be almost immune to ninjutsu, and become the strongest shield in the ninja world that surpasses your father. Seeing Yayui's nervousness, Shimura Xianding explained in a friendly manner, and knocked on the expensive battle clothes on his body. He wants to create a perfect fourth-generation Raikage, so naturally he will not leave any flaws in his body. If this kid dies one day in the future due to lack of strength, his investment will be wasted. This kind of loss-making business cannot be done. Even if this kid cannot become so powerful, he must at least be strong enough to withstand a beating. 315. Chapter 314 Stealing. Gudu. Xianding Jun, do you really want to put this skeleton into my body? Swallowing his saliva, Yayui was a little scared. It was necessary to be scared. He didn't expect this guy to be so cruel that he melted his father's armor and Zangba snake spear to make a skeleton. Now this skeleton is nearly 8 meters high, with a shoulder width of more than 8 meters and an estimated arm span of 24 meters. If this thing is stuffed into his body, can he still survive? Don't worry, this skeleton of 88 fortune is very suitable for you, and someone has successfully transformed himself into a 66-un figure. I have experience in this regard and have enough references. Shimura Gento pushed his glasses with an expression of a senior person. Since Yayui wants to become the strongest warrior in Yunyin, he naturally has to help her. Come on, let's enlarge your figure first. Drag Yayui to a temporary operating table made of earth escape, and transplant a piece of Tobirama cells to her heart to give her a little bit of immortal body characteristics. After using the Tobirama cells to extract the Yang escape chakra, use the immortal energy thread to construct a complex circuit in her body. At this point, Yayui could only grit her teeth and cooperate, urging the Yang escape chakra extracted from the Tobirama cells to operate according to the complex circuit. Soon her body was enlarged to 8.8 meters, and her shoulder width reached 8.8 meters, which was more powerful than the original Black Zetsu's Black Zetsu body. Then there was the transformation of flesh and blood, and the division and proliferation of internal organs to adapt to the current body. Shimura Gento even further transformed the Tobirama cells transplanted from her heart. Step by step, it will be dispersed into her body, so that Yayui will have a little bit of the Thousand Hands Sage body and the chakra attribute qualifications of all attributes. After this part of the operation is completed, the skeleton will be transplanted into Yayui's body one by one, replacing all of its bones except the skull and spine. Finally, the spine will be placed in the oversized alloy spine, and then locked one by one with buckles. The operation on the skull is the same, and it is placed in an oversized alloy skull to protect the skull and the brain marrow inside. Shimura Gento even regenerated a layer of flesh and blood between the skull and the alloy skull as a buffer layer, so that even if someone hits the head hard, there will be no concussion. What are you going to do with these bones and the marrow inside? Looking at the bones taken out of Yayui's body, Uchiha Madara was very curious about what Shimura Gento would do next. He had a certain understanding of the human body and knew that bones not only supported the body, but were also a calcium store. Calcium is an essential element for maintaining human physiological functions. In addition, the bone marrow in the bones is also crucial and indispensable. These will be transplanted into his body, but in a different form. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gento used the immortal energy thread to control the Kaguya puppets that had been waiting beside him for a long time, and used his own corpse bone veins to control the fusion and deformation of those bones, and gathered the bone marrow inside, and finally formed a whole piece of bone to be stuffed into Yayui's abdominal cavity, and finally sutured the surgical wound on the skin, so that the whole set of human body transformation surgery was completed. I applied the anti-gravity technique. You try to sit up and move around. Coming to the side of Yayui's head, Shimura Gento smiled and indicated that the operation was completed, and he could do it to experience this new body. Finished? Looking stunned, Yayu AI had no experience with this human body transformation surgery. She had temporarily cut off the pain nerves in her body before, and she could not feel any pain at all. With the anti-gravity technique offsetting the weight of the alloy skeleton, Yayu AI struggled to get up. My muscles are much weaker. Sitting up and moving her arms, Yayu AI clearly felt that the strength of her muscles after the transformation was much lower, and it felt like the muscles of ordinary people. It's normal. After all, the muscle cells have divided many times and are no longer as strong as before. They are just at the level of ordinary people's muscles. But you can train again, and you will become stronger then. Do you want to transplant blood dragon eyes to me too? Touching the center of his brow, he could clearly feel a dent there. Yayu AI guessed that this should be reserved for the blood dragon eye. He had previously found a hole the size of an eye socket on the skull of the alloy skeleton. Combined with the blood dragon eye transplant program that has been carried out in the village during this period, it is obviously also prepared for the blood dragon eye transplant. Well, when your father comes, I will tell him about the blood dragon eye transplant for you. Nodding, Shimura Gendo naturally wanted to transplant the blood dragon eye to Yayu AI, and it would be an enhanced version of the blood dragon eye. My father. Speaking of his own father, Yayu AI couldn't help but shudder. Just then, a black lightning flash broke through the rock layer above and landed in the secret room. Danzo, what did you do to AI? As soon as he landed, the third Raikage angrily questioned Shimura Danzo opposite him. After the Anbu ninja reported that his Zangba snake spear and armor were stolen by his son Yayu AI, he knew something was wrong. Then a ninja reported that his son went to the mansion where Shimura Danzo and his son were located was obviously the conspiracy of the ninja dark. However, in the face of the questioning of the third Raikage, Shimura Danzo, who maintained his aloof male god style, didn't even bother to look at it, and was still discussing many problems of the attribute swallowing road with Uchiha Madara. Father, I'm here. Just as the third Raikage was furious and ready to take action, the voice of his son came from behind. It's good that you're okay, it's okay. Fuck, what a monster. Hearing that his son's voice was relatively calm and there was no sign of weakness, the third Raikage relaxed, but when he turned around and saw the behemoth behind him, he was so shocked that he almost stabbed it with a hell stab. Ai. It took a while before he came back to his senses, and the third Raikage asked tentatively. Father. He responded with his head down, looking like he had done something wrong. Yayu AI knew that he couldn't talk back to his father at this time, let alone lie or cheat. He just needed to keep silent. Anyway, he would be beaten up at most, and he had long been used to it. The third Raikage was silent and fell into deep thought. He didn't understand why his son had become such a non-human. I thought that the third Tsuchikage Onoki was already non-human enough, but I didn't expect that there was always someone better. This time he saw an 8.8 meter tall cube warrior. The most important thing is that this 8.8 meter tall cube warrior is his son. What a pitfall. Rebellious son. After thinking about it, the third Raikage suddenly attacked and kicked the rebellious son against the wall, the kind that couldn't be pulled out. Sealing crystal. Kicking the rebellious son away, the third Raikage immediately noticed something was wrong, and clearly sensed the radiation energy of the sealing crystal in his son's body. Because of Shimuragen's sudden appearance, the rare sealing crystal came into everyone's sight. He even got a piece to study and was familiar with the radiation energy that could affect chakra. But his son was clean all over, only wearing a bed sheet around his waist, and there was no sealing crystal on his body. Could it be? Aunt Raikage, you are right. I melted your Zangba snake spear and heavy gold armor to make an alloy skeleton for AI, and also integrated some of the powder of the sealing crystal into it. In the future, he will definitely be the strongest shield in the ninja world beyond you, and the second real man in the hidden cloud village besides me. Brother AI didn't give enough for the medical expenses. Aunt Raikage, please send 3 tons of lightning attribute chakra metal later. After all, the sealing crystal is not cheap. By the way, I also integrated a little bit of Tobirama cells into Brother AI, and he will be able to obtain the qualifications of all attributes after nurturing them in the future. Tomorrow I will transplant blood dragon eyes to him to increase his control over this body. You should prepare more blood dragon eyes at that time. Pushing his glasses, Shimuragento explained with a gentle face and imagined the future of Yayu AI. He is also very proud of personally creating the strongest shield in the future ninja world. Then I have to thank you. With a dark face, the third Raikage knew that he had been tricked by this kid this time, but this kind of human body transformation does have a lot of benefits. At least the huge body can provide his son with strength and speed far beyond ordinary people, and the alloy skeleton can also bear a stronger burst of power. By then, it is estimated that he can wrestle with the Akimichi ninja who performed the super multiplication technique. Not to mention that this kid also transplanted Tobirama cells to his son, and it is indeed a good thing to indirectly obtain all attribute qualifications. No need to thank me, I am also very happy to fulfill Brother Ai's dream. Still with a smile on his face, Shimura Gentoi gestured to his old father over there. Earth escapee earthquake core. The rock layer below the secret room rose rapidly and soon reached the exit above after forming a seal to perform the earth escape ninjutsu. Humph! Glancing at Shimura Gento and his son, the third Reikage snorted coldly, jumped up and asked the Anbu ninja who followed him to find an oversized cart to take his son home. There was no other way. Now his son's whole body was covered by radiation energy. There was no way to use ninjutsu to bless his body strength to carry him away. He could only use a car to tow him away. Fortunately, in order to facilitate the transportation of the huge rocks and gravel in the village, they made a lot of huge carts, so they didn't have to make them slowly. Dad, how much did you get? After the third Reikage and others left, Shimura Gento hurriedly asked his old father. 95%. Shimura Danzo was very proud of this ratio. It seemed that they melted the third Reikage's Zangba snake spear and armor to make the skeleton for Yayu Ai. In fact, 95% of the perfect energy metal inside was secretly extracted by him, and the thunder attribute chakram metal traded from the hidden cloud village was filled in instead. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed difficult for single attribute chakram metal to fuse with high-density metal such as heavy gold. Even after melting, there will be a stratification phenomenon in which the heavy gold sinks to the bottom and the single attribute chakram metal floats on the top. However, natural fairy fire breaks this rule to a certain extent. As long as the heavy gold is heated to a boiling state, the single attribute chakram metal can be integrated into itself in a short time. Then, as long as the two are quickly shaped and cooled before separation, a perfect alloy can still be formed. In addition, with the remaining 5% of perfect metal and the integrated sealing crystal powder as a cover, it is difficult for the third generation Reikage and others to discover this difference. This time alone, they obtained a full 3 tons of perfect energy metal, which is enough to create dozens of heavy gold battle suits after returning, which can greatly enhance the family's strength. The third generation Reikage and his people may not be able to find it now, but Yayu Ai will find it in the future. It is very likely that he will find out. Uchiha Madara expressed a different opinion. If this cheap disciple only intends to do a one-time deal, then there is naturally no problem. Even if Yayu Ai becomes stronger in the future and finds out about this, it is nothing. However, this kid still has a lot of plans for the hidden cloud village and Yayu Ai. Once Yayu Ai and others feel resentful, it will be very detrimental to his own plans. I won't let him find out. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gento was extremely confident about this. Anyway, in his plan, Yayu Ai did not need perfect energy metal. Pure lightning attribute chakram metal was enough. 316. Chapter 315 Diamond Inlay Technology. After transporting his son back, the third Reikage did not beat or scold him. He even asked someone to get a large table of beef hot pot and personally fed his son with beef rolls. Now his son's entire body bones have been replaced with alloy skeletons. It is difficult to turn over under that weight. He can no longer take care of himself and needs someone to take care of him at this stage. Father, you can beat me and scold me. Unable to bear the unusual care from his father, Yayu Ai swallowed the beef in his mouth and waited for his father to beat him like a child who had done something wrong. You didn't Euro trademark T do anything wrong, why should your father beat you and scold you? He replied with a smile, and the third Reikage picked up the rag next to him and wiped the oil from the corners of his Sana Euro trademark S mouth. Theta Euro trademark S what I use to wipe my feet. Looking at the rag in his father a Euro trademark S hand with resentment, Yayu Ai felt that he might as well be beaten and scolded by his father. This mistake made the third Reikage a little embarrassed, and he couldn't Euro trademark T maintain his fatherly expression. Your father knows that the scene of the battle that day on the village has touched you a lot, and it must take a lot of courage to make such a decision. Your father is proud of you in this regard. You already have the courage of a shadow and the determination to sacrifice everything to protect the village. You have grown up. The third Reikage was quite emotional about this. When Shimura Gentoi transformed him into this non-human appearance, he almost went crazy. Now his son's transformation was even more exaggerated. Obviously, he was also under a lot of pressure. Just like his nephew Bruai was willing to become a Jinchuriki for the sake of the village, merged with the tailed beast, and became a monster. This requires great courage. But Jinchuriki can at least maintain a normal body shape at ordinary times, but his son's change is permanent and requires more courage. In this regard, his son is better than him. This is a kind of growth. In terms of character, his son is already qualified to become the shadow of a village. As a father, how can he not be proud of it? Father. Yayuai was moved to tears by his father's recognition. After more than 10 years of hard work, it was the first time he got his father's recognition, and he was even proud of himself. All the grievances and anxieties of accepting the transformation before disappeared, and his choice was indeed correct. Why are you crying? Hurry up and take back your tears. Don't really become the girl in that kid's mouth. With a smile and a light rebuke, the third Reikage waved his hand, and a tall, hot, and domineering beauty stepped into the room. Swezi, please. Nodding to the woman, the third Reikage turned and left the room, leaving the space to his son and Yukiko. Father, what are you doing? Feeling that something was wrong, Yayuya hurriedly called out, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. From today on, Yukiko is your wife, and will be responsible for your daily life in the future. After replying, the third Reikage walked out of the room without looking back, and considerately closed the door. Husband, next I will check whether your function is normal, whether your volume has changed, and whether the activity of some substances is sufficient. Sweza came to Yayuai gently, reached out to lift the quilt, and conducted a detailed examination. This kind of examination made Yayuai blush. As a young man, when had he ever experienced such a scene? A painful and happy night passed like this. The next morning, he came to the temporary residence of the third Reikage, and then saw Yayuai lying on the bed with a pale face, and a hot beauty with a pink face standing next to him. What did you do last night? Why are you so weak? Looking at Yayuai's pale face, dark circles under her eyes, and the blood stains left in her nose, Shimura Xianding guessed that something terrible must have happened last night. He was very confident in his medical skills. He had also made a detailed diagnosis yesterday. Yayuai's body functions were all normal. Even because of the transplanted and fused Tobirama cells, her vitality was much more vigorous than before. But what the hell is going on now? Swezi, you go down first. The third Reikage, who followed Shimura Gentoi in, signaled his daughter-in-law Yukiko to leave first, as some topics were not suitable to be discussed in front of his daughter-in-law. Xiao Xianding, I heard that you are also a male expert. After his daughter-in-law left awkwardly, the third Reikage asked with a kind smile. It's a pity that his current figure and face can't be kind, and even become more ferocious, enough to scare a group of little boys. Auntie, do you also have that hidden disease? Shimura Gentoi's eyes lit up, knowing that a big business was coming, and hurriedly promoted himself enthusiastically. You have finally found the right person. My Shimura Gentoi's reputation as a male expert has been recognized by the majority of male compatriots in the Hidden Mist village. No matter what kind of hidden disease you have, I can treat it. Even if you don't have that, I can transplant one for you. And provide additional services. Increasing the diameter and length is just the basis, it can also improve the surface roughness, and I have even developed diamond setting technology during this period, which guarantees that I can create a supreme twin brother for you. Stop. Have a question, the problem is not with me, but with AI. His diameter and length are not good enough, and his endurance is not enough. I'll leave it to you next. Also, the extra services you just mentioned are not a problem. Give them all to my son. Raising his hand to signal Shimura Gento to stop talking, the third Reikage pointed at his son, feeling a little disappointed. I thought he was a hero all his life, but I didn't expect that the son he gave birth to had so many hidden diseases. What a shame. Is this the reason why Yayuai had no son or even a wife in the original work? Blinking his eyes cutely, Shimura Gento looked at Yayuai, who was lying on the bed and unable to move, and felt that he seemed to have discovered an incredible truth. In the original work, the fourth Reikage did not have a son or a daughter, and even in the official setting, he did not have a wife. I originally thought that it was another shadow who dedicated everything to the village, but who would have thought that there was such a hidden secret? Don't worry, Aunt Reikage, I will definitely create a peerless and invincible twin brother for Brother AI. By the way, was that Brother AI's girlfriend just now? Patting his chest as a guarantee, Shimura Gentoi was confident in this aspect, and then he remembered the extremely hot beauty before, and he might need the cooperation of that lady next. What do you want to do? The third Raikage was alert instantly, and even Yayuai, who was lying on the bed, turned his eyes and looked over, full of vigilance. They knew very well what kind of stuff this guy was. He seemed to have a special hobby for married women. Could it be that he had set his eyes on Yukiko? Why do you also misunderstand me? The vigilance of the two people hurt Shimura Gentoi very much. How could these people misunderstand him so much one by one? You don't have the final say on the form, and Brother Ai doesn't have the final say either. Only his future wife's words count. If the one just now is Brother Ai's girlfriend, the next operation will require her assistance, or even command. Seeing that the two were still vigilant, Shimura Gentoi suppressed the sadness in his heart and explained frankly. It seems to be so. After thinking about it, the third Raikage put down his guard and felt that this made sense. He turned around and went out. A moment later, Miss Yukiko, who had walked out earlier, came in with a red face. Don't be nervous or shy. On the operating table, there is no distinction between men and women, only the condition. This operation is related to your lifelong sexual happiness and marital happiness. Please make your request realistically. I will perform the operation according to your requirements. After opening his mouth to comfort her, Shimura Gentoi considerately put down the mask to prevent the young lady from being restrained. 3 centimeters in diameter and 9 centimeters in length. With a blushing face, Yukiko lowered her head and stated her own requirements. After hearing the 2 numbers, Shimura Xianding looked at the hot young lady, and then looked at Yayuai. He felt contempt in his heart, but more of it was envy and jealousy. This kind of young lady with low requirements is the favorite of countless male compatriots. Who would have thought that Yayuai could not even meet such low requirements of the young lady, which shows how incompetent he is. Are all the tall men in Naruto just acorns? Without words, Shimura Xianding used the immortal force thread to penetrate Yayuai's body through the air, and began to treat his hidden illness and provide him with additional services. Although he did not carry diamonds, the third-generation Raikage was very considerate and provided some thunder attribute chakra metal particles, which were finally embedded. This is not over yet. The third-generation Raikage also brought a second brother and 100 blood dragon eyes. Skillfully tied to relieve the pain of the second senior brother, he took out the optic nerve, fused a blood dragon eye of the best quality and transplanted it to the center of Yayuai's eyebrows, then extracted the pupil power of other blood dragon eyes and fused them in, and strengthened the fine acupoints of that blood dragon eye. Finally, the pupil power of 17 blood dragon eyes was fused to reach the carrying limit of Yayuai. Originally, according to Yayuai's strength, it was impossible to carry so much pupil power, but the transplanted and fused Tobirama cells allowed it to obtain certain characteristics of the Thousand Hands Sage, especially the Yang release chakra extracted from the Tobirama cells, which allowed Yayuai to carry 17 blood dragon eye pupil powers. After completing the operation, Shimura Gentoi signaled Miss Yukiko to take over the inspection and verification work, and after the verification, she would give a 5-star praise based on the results, and he followed the third Raikage to go out for hot pot. Will there really be no problem with such a large body relying solely on the increase of blood dragon eyes? After drinking a special edition of Shimura Urquiata with Shimura Gendo, the third Raikage was a little worried. After all, this kind of human body modification is not perfect. The brain cannot be enlarged in proportion, and the neural network that the brain can control is limited. Now that his son's body has been enlarged so many times, the control ability will definitely decrease. If he becomes slow in the future, let alone fighting in the battlefield, even whether he can take care of himself will be a problem. You have to believe in my ability. I am professional in human body modification. Moreover, as Brother Ai's strength continues to improve, his endurance will increase. He can continue to fuse the blood dragon eye pupil power to increase himself. There will be no problem. Patting his chest to guarantee, Shimura Gento is well aware of the potential of the blood dragon eye. He has done many studies in this regard using the replica of his lowly teammate Uchiha Mikoto. Although the blood dragon eye is a mutant product, it is essentially the same as the Sharingan, and can amplify the user's neural network. Don't think that in the original work, Harutasuk was beaten by Rock Lee before the Chunin exam and couldn't keep up with the speed. That was mainly because Uchiha Sasuke had not received any training in this area, and even the inheritance of the Sharingan he possessed was not complete. If it were an orthodox Uchiha ninja, although it would still be difficult for the muscle burst speed to keep up with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, it would be more effective in dealing with the lack of burst of the 8 gates. It is not difficult for Xiao Li, who is in armor, because this is the advantage of the eye technique bloodline ninja. This advantage is enough to break the limit of what the brain can control, and because of this, he will create a terrifying figure of 8.8 meters for Yayu AI. Once Yayu AI with such a figure grows up in the future, it is estimated that he can compete with the original body of Nyogui. Look at this. Swallowing the beef in his mouth, Shimuragento threw a scroll over. What is it? Seeing that it was just an ordinary scroll, not a ninjutsu scroll, the third generation Reikage did not care. He took it with one hand and opened it to find that it was a drawing, a very strange drawing. He looked up in confusion, not understanding what this kid drew. 317. Chapter 316, Copycat Meow Meow Hammer. That's the weapon I designed for Brother AI, Meow Meow Hammer, also known as Thor's Hammer. According to my idea, Thor's hammer can be thrown out and rotate rapidly, and then use the centrifugal force of the rotation to hit the opponent, bursting out with a force far beyond its own, which should be very powerful. To put it simply, it's like a boomerang, but this one is bigger and heavier. Shimura Jondun is very optimistic about Yayu AI, the chess piece. Since he has built a body that can withstand beatings, he naturally needs a matching weapon. It just so happens that the third generation Reikage is similar to Odin in Norse mythology. As the son of the Reikage, it would be unfair not to give Yayu AI a Meow Meow hammer. However, this Meow Meow hammer is not the one in Marvel, but the one in the Valkyrie next door, and the size has been enlarged. Are you sure it's just a little heavier? After looking at the data on the drawings, the third generation Reikage's face turned black. The size of the Thor's hammer above is quite exaggerated. The length of the hammer head is 8.8 meters, and the width of the hammer head is 4.4 meters. It is a rectangular block with a length, width, and height of 4.4 meters. The hammer handle is also quite exaggerated. It must be forged with heavy gold and thunder attribute chakram metal, and it must weigh at least 1,000 tons. Let alone how to use this thing, the cost alone is enough to kill people. Even if they sell it to the Hidden Cloud Village, they can't make a hammer handle. I understand that you Hidden Cloud Village are poor, but there is no need to forge it immediately. We can first use high-strength alloy steel to make a copycat, and then use heavy gold and thunder attribute chakram metal to wrap it outside to increase the strength, and let Brother AI practice first. After making a suggestion, Shimuragento also understood that with the family background of the Hidden Cloud Village, it is indeed impossible to make such a copycat version of the Meow Meow hammer immediately, but they can first make a copycat to play with. After all, there is no need for Yayu AI to fight and kill the enemy right away. Let him practice in the village for 10 years first. It was just that the word poor in the words made the old face of the third Reikage darken again, but when he thought of the Shimura family, which was considered the richest in the ninja world, he really couldn't refute it. Although the wealth of the Shimura family was just so-so in terms of the size of the ninja village, it was the richest family at the level of a single ninja clan. Even those powerful families that have been passed down for thousands of years cannot compare with it, and their Yayu family naturally can't compare with it. It's not easy to swing this thing and spin it quickly and spin it back. The depressed third Reikage no longer paid attention to the venomous boy, but turned to study the drawings in his hand, and then raised doubts. If his son can really adapt to that non-human body in the future, he should have thousands of tons of power with the blessing of ninjutsu, but it is not possible to throw this thing out and spin it quickly, and even spin it back with strength alone. Bring me some blood from an electromagnetic escape ninja. The stronger the better. I'll see if I can get Brother AI to fuse electromagnetic escape, and then integrate it into the Meow Meow hammer. Pouring a large plate of beef rolls into the boiling hot pot soup, Shimuragento told a method to strengthen Yayu AI. Yayu AI has 3 innate attributes of thunder, earth, and water, of which the thunder and earth attributes can be fused into electromagnetic escape. Isn't AI not suitable for the bloodline fusion route you mentioned? The third generation Reikage frowned, not understanding the operation of the boy beside him. Although he didn't know why this kid wanted to help the Hidden Cloud Village become stronger, and what he was planning, he could indeed help them become stronger. No matter what happens in the future, let's get stronger first. It's just that his son only has 3 innate attributes of thunder, earth, and water, which does not meet the requirements of the perfect magnetic escape of wind, thunder, and earth as the other party said before. As for the full attribute qualifications provided by the Tobirama cells, just take a look at them. They are of no use in a short period of time. The spatial talent inside is more reliable. I didn't say to let AI go the path of blood fusion. Putting down the oversized wine glass in his hand, he gave a strange look. He didn't remember saying that he wanted Yayuai to go the blood fusion route. What exactly do you think? The old face darkened again. The third-generation Reikage really wanted to repay kindness with enmity and stab this kid to death. I just asked him to fuse the electromagnetic escape first. After the electromagnetic escape bloodline limit is fused in the future, I will use the splitting technique to split this part of the bloodline, and then use it as the material to make Meow Meow Hammer. Because it is the bloodline limit fused by Yayuai himself, plus the cooperation of the split body, it can definitely perfectly control Meow Meow Hammer. By then, Brother Ai's own strength should be similar, and he will follow you on the road of attribute fusion. Although the lifespan of the Tobirama cells is not long, and the full attribute qualifications provided cannot be maintained for too long, it is still no problem to use them for attribute swallowing. Speaking of the plan for the future henchman Yayuai, Shimura Gentoi had already arranged this henchman properly. Transplanting and fusing the Tobirama cells to Yayuai is not to let him use instead of using all attribute ninjutsu, he is preparing for the attribute swallowing route. In the Hidden Cloud Village, he needs a strong lackey to protect the two-tailed and eight-tailed bodies. In the future, if the Otsutsuki class really starts to collect tailed beasts, or if Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others come, they will not be able to easily obtain the two-tailed beasts. In this way, he can have a buffer time, and he will not have to wait until the other party gathers the 9-tailed beasts and summons the dragon. No, it is the fusion of the 10-tailed divine tree before discovering it, and then passively attacking. He is still quite afraid of the world-class technique of the infinite Tsukuyomi launched by the 10-tailed divine tree. If those guys really use this thing to exterminate humans, how can he enjoy the happy life of the eldest young master? So the plan here in the Hidden Cloud Village is crucial. Can you make ninja tools with living humans? His face changed, and the third-generation Reikage had a deeper understanding of the profound heritage and cruel style of the Shimura family. Unexpectedly, the other party actually developed a method to make ninja tools with living people and retain the blood limit. This is too unbelievable and too cruel. Is it difficult? Glancing sideways, Shimura Gento ignored the third Reikage's wild thoughts, and this is really not difficult. After all, the Sand Village has developed a forbidden technique of human puppets that can retain the blood limit, and he just perfected it on this basis. However, it is not to make human puppets, but to make the required ninja tools. In fact, seriously speaking, human puppets are also a special kind of ninja tools. Look at the third Kazekage who was made into the strongest figure in the original work, where is the essence of human beings? As for cruelty, what does it matter if I use my own split body to make ninja tools? Then they fell into silence, and both of them silently ate hot pot and drank the special edition of Shimura Urkuatu. But at the end, the third Reikage seemed to remember something, looked around, and whispered, "Can you upgrade me too? The price is negotiable." At first, he was a little confused, but when he saw the third Reikage pointing his finger downward, Shimura Gento suddenly realized that a big business had come. Of course, 1 kilogram of Thunder Attribute Chakram metal. He smiled and said the medical expenses. Shimura Gento was not a rip-off. The medical expenses of a small target were already very high. If it was higher, it would scare away customers. Sure enough, hearing this high price made the third Reikage hesitate. After all, this was a personal matter. He could not use the village's property to reimburse him. He could only use the Thunder Attribute Chakram metal accumulated by his family as medical expenses, but their family did not have much Thunder Attribute Chakram metal accumulated by themselves. Not to mention that his son took away 1 ton yesterday as the cost of body transformation, and even owed that kid 3 tons now, so there would not be much left. However, when he thought of his twin brother who was only of average level, he gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Deal. Auntie is so generous, let's go to your room to treat him slowly, and by the way, settle yesterday's account. With a smile on his face, Shimura Xianding signaled the third Reikage to lead the way. Coming here today to transplant blood dragon eyes to Yayuai was only secondary, the main purpose was to collect debts. After all, the operation yesterday was very expensive, especially the sealing crystal powder was very valuable. Although he has now developed a method to artificially make sealing crystals and handed it over to his old father to make it, the efficiency is not high, so that thing is still a precious material at this stage. It's not too much to take 3 tons of Thunder Attribute Chakram metal from your cloud-hidden village. In this way, Shimura Xianding completed another wave of shameful pie transactions, and finally took away the 3 tons and 2 kilograms of thunder attribute chakram metal sealed under the painful and reluctant gaze of the third Raikage. Do you want AI to follow the path he set? After Shimura Gento left, a beautiful woman came to the side of the third Raikage with a worried look on her face. Although the other party's plan is very good and promising, they are from the enemy ninja village after all, and they will inevitably face each other in the next Ninja World War. At that time, it will be either you or me. Such an enemy is not trustworthy. The route he provides at this stage is the best choice. With a cold face, the third Raikage has never believed in Shimura Gento and his son. He can understand with his toes that the other party must have ulterior motives for doing so. Don't worry too much. The Shimura family and the Mu will not fight the next Ninja World War. When the time comes, we will divide the heritage of the Shimura family, and then we will personally plan a better way for AI to improve. With a domineering smile, he never thought of letting the Shimura family survive the next Ninja World War. When the 4 major ninja villages join forces, no matter how powerful Shimura Danzo is, what can he do? Their chakra cannons are being built at an accelerated pace. The third Tsuchikage Onoki also replied some time ago. The 4 ninja villages have secretly formed an alliance and are waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Shimura family in Konoha. Not to mention that Konoha is not harmonious internally. The next Ninja World War will be the end of Konoha and the Shimura family. Just know it in your mind. Don't be busy at night. Come back early so that I can try your new quality. Seeing that her husband had already planned this, the beautiful woman felt relieved and immediately gave him a charming look, which made the third Raikage swallow his saliva. He also wanted to try how strong his transformed twin brother was. Not to mention how the third Raikage planned here, Shimura Gento on the other side returned with 3 tons of thunder attribute chakram metal and discussed with his old father and cheap master. The third Raikage is indeed narrow-minded. He has always wanted to kill us. In the next Ninja World War, he will definitely unite the 4 major ninja villages and even some people in Konoha to deal with us. The battle will be fierce, and may even destroy the entire Whirlpool country. Dad, ask Black Zetsu to speed up the cultivation of clones, and then rescue all the citizens of Whirlpool country and transfer them to the new world. When he made a proposal, Shimura Gentoi could foresee how tragic the next second Ninja World War would be, and the main battlefield would inevitably be in the Whirlpool country. And this is what they planned. The population of the new world is indeed too small. Nodding in agreement with his son's proposal, Shimura Danzo also felt that a large number of immigrants needed to be sent to the new world. The tribesmen who had gone to look for the new world not long ago sent back a message saying that they had found it and had made a preliminary exploration of the new world, but the results were not ideal. The environment in the new world is not very good. The interior of the continent is a desert, and only the marginal areas near the sea are inhabited. But the human development there is very poor, and the plague is rampant. A plague broke out 2 years ago that swept the entire new world, and the population that survived was less than 1 million. This population is far from meeting their cannon fodder training plan, and at least it must be in the hundreds of millions. 318. Chapter 317 Ninja World Arms Race Plan. You have more than just that plan for the next Ninja World War, right? With his hands folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara did not think that this insidious and cheap disciple would only be for the small population of the Whirlpool country, and there must be a bigger plan. Master, you have a keen eye. Shimura Gento smiled. He liked to be friends with such smart people. They could understand each other on many things. The evolutionary rule of nature is survival of the fittest. All individuals who cannot adapt to environmental changes must be eliminated, and only those who can adapt to the new environment and evolve themselves will be left. The development of human civilization is the same, but this still has to be done step by step. The change of the ninja village cannot be completed overnight. I need to use war to eliminate those who are not adapted to the rules, let the new generation slowly replace those old guys, and then lead the ninja village to develop in the direction I planned. He pushed his glasses to hide the cold light in his eyes. At this stage, they have not really completed their development, and they don't have many minions, let alone being strong, so it is not suitable for them to go head-to-head with the 5 major ninja villages. And he is not interested in using his own lives to fight with others, otherwise he might become a commander without troops in the end. As a qualified behind-the-scenes big boss, how to maximize the value of his minions is the basic operation. Directly sending his minions to death as cannon fodder is the lowest and most wasteful approach. Trouble. After a silence, Uchiha Madara gave a 2-word evaluation. If he were to come, the best approach would be to use absolute force to sweep everything, and then unify the entire ninja world and the entire world. The approach of Tongshenkan Xianding is too troublesome and time-consuming, and there will be many variables in it. But Shimura Danzo has a different understanding and agrees with his son's approach. Boil the frog in warm water? Shimura Danzo suddenly understood his son's approach. The method of boiling a frog in warm water is sometimes very effective. For us, unifying the world is just to provide more resources to help us practice and become stronger, not the ultimate goal. At this stage, it is necessary for the ninja world and ninjas to exist. At least in terms of bloodline fusion, chakra has more advantages than our immortal power. We need the ninjas in the ninja world to develop more bloodline limits, and then use these bloodlines to improve our Reisnan Jindan practice system, so that we can practice and become stronger as quickly as possible to deal with all powerful enemies. It was still that gentle smile, but the words he said revealed a chill. In fact, this was also a kind of helplessness. Although there were many pitfalls in chakra, it was blessed by the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, which could more easily fuse attributes to form various bloodlines. In the past, it was difficult for ninjas to fuse bloodline limits mainly because their own strength was too weak, especially in terms of physical fitness, and there was no corresponding method. After all, the chakra of the ninja world was passed down by the Six-Path Sage, and the Six-Path Sage and Kagaya did not get the true inheritance of the universe Otsutsuki clan at all. They were wild and everything was in the exploratory stage. So the chakra of the ninja world would be Solame, which was very sorry for the high-end style of the Otsutsuki clan that traversed the starry sky and universe, but as long as there was a corresponding cultivation inheritance, it would immediately show a blowout development. Regarding the entire ninja world as a test site, I recognize your ability. After another silence, Uchiha Madara recognized this young disciple more. In terms of his ability and imagination, this young grandson has surpassed him and Hashirama. It is a blessing to have such an excellent disciple. Master, you have to work harder. It will be embarrassing if you are surpassed by your juniors in the future. He said with a smile. Shimura Gentoi was still very optimistic about the old man Uchiha Madara. Even without the blessing of Indra's power, his own qualifications are top-notch. The most important thing is that his original realm is still there, and he can quickly cultivate his strength back to the peak he once was. This is much more cost-effective than training those young people to grow slowly. You will never see that day. Raising his head proudly, Uchiha Madara has always been absolutely confident in himself. He glanced at his cheap teacher Uchiha Madara beside him and sneered at the other party's mysterious confidence. No matter how arrogant Uchiha Madara is in front of my evil son, he can only eat dust. However, he did not say this, so as not to irritate this old arrogant. When do you plan to spread the fusion method of chakra bloodline? Looking at his son in front of him, Shimura Danzo did not ask whether he had developed the secret technique of fusion bloodline, because there was no need to ask. With his son's evil talent, nothing is impossible. The question now is when to spread the secret method of chakra bloodline fusion and make the entire ninja world their new bloodline development site. There is no way. The future vision of his son's Reisnan Jindan system is too grand. The Shimura family alone cannot realize it. They can only turn the entire ninja world into a test site. Wait until after this ninja world war. After calculating the average efficiency of the current ninja world ninja practicing the set of body strengthening secret techniques, Shimura Gendo nailed the time to after the Second Ninja World War. He has already developed a part of the secret method of chakra bloodline fusion, which is based on the secret technique of strengthening the body. In other words, if the ninjas in the future want to develop chakra bloodline, their physical fitness must reach the extreme of flesh and blood, that is, their physical skills must reach the level of Quasi-Kage. Moreover, his Reisnan Jindan cultivation system has a great demand for new bloodline attributes, which requires the joint efforts of the ninjas in the entire ninja world. It is not something that a small group of high-level ninjas can handle. This is a probabilistic problem, so naturally you have to cast a wide net. It is not easy to gather so many bloodline attributes. It is difficult to get the most basic 2-attribute bloodline limit alone. Uchiha Madara is not optimistic about this plan. He has discussed it with Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gentoi, and he knows very well how crazy the subsequent cultivation route and demand of the Reisnan Jindan system are. First, use the 9 gates as the foundation to condense the single attribute Reisnan Jindan, and then use this as the foundation to fuse the two together, and fill the remaining 351 acupoints in the body except the navel acupointment with different bloodline limit attributes. That is, they need 351 bloodline limit attributes, but there are only dozens of bloodline limits in the entire ninja world for thousands of years, and most of them have not been passed down and disappeared in history. It is unrealistic to create more than 300 new bloodline limits in the current ninja world, and the cycle is too long, not to mention the subsequent elimination of 3 attribute bloodlines and higher level bloodlines. So we have to encourage ninjas with excellent qualifications to have more children, give birth to enough excellent offspring, and strengthen the ninja village system. The smile on his face remained. Shimura Gentoi had already planned in this regard. It is indeed difficult to develop enough new bloodlines as soon as possible with the current number of people in the 5 major ninja villages, but the number of ninjas can be expanded. When the number of ninjas is expanded to millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, with such a huge base, it will be enough to provide him with those new bloodline attributes. Is this the reason why your Shimura family strengthens the power of the daimyo and samurai groups? With a look of realization on his face, Uchiha Madara roughly guessed some of the plans of the Shimura family. The ninja world needs enough external forces to check and balance, otherwise unrestrained ambition and power will only bring destruction. This time it was Shimura Danzo who responded to Uchiha Madara's words. Their Shimura family will never stand on the side of any group power, nor will they really join any party. In the future they planned, the Shimura family is the main body, and other forces either choose to join in or be beaten to death, there is no third choice. The samurai daimyo and these are just tools they use. So you want to maintain the ninja village system created by Hashirama. Feeling unhappy, Uchiha Madara disliked the ninja village system created by his good friend very much, and even hated it, and wanted to open Susanoo to destroy it immediately. No way, only war can stimulate human progress to the maximum extent, especially in terms of combat power, so that we can better create more new bloodline attributes to become the nourishment for our progress. Shrugging helplessly, Shimura Gentoi's plan was a helpless move, and it was also inspired by his previous life. Although war will bring endless pain to mankind, it can also greatly promote the development of certain aspects. For example, during the period when the United States and the fighting nation were engaged in an arms race in the previous life, many powerful weapons that seemed extremely sci-fi in the 21st century were created. Many weapons and equipment in the new era are actually evolved on the basis of those powerful weapons. He wants to let the 5 major ninja villages embark on the road of arms race in this world, and the strongest force of the ninja is naturally the bloodline based on chakra. In this way, enough new bloodline attributes can definitely be developed. Wouldn't it be faster and better to unite the power of the whole world after the unification? Still disagreeing with maintaining or even strengthening the ninja village system created by Hashirama, Uchiha Madara still prefers to play the game of great unification with Susanoo. I want to, but the 6-Path Sage brothers will definitely not allow it. They will definitely show up and intervene, and they may even turn the table over and control the moon to fall and destroy the world. At this stage, we don't have the high-end combat power to really balance those 2 old guys, so we can only do this. Not to mention that they are still attracting the universe's Otsutsuki strongmen to come, and who knows when they will come. What if they suddenly come when we are in the process of unification and the whole world is in chaos? Spreading his hands, Shimura Gentoi was even more helpless about this. At this stage, they are only relying on their own power in the future to intimidate the 2 old silver coins. Some things don't go too far. After all, a dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate. There must be a degree to do things. Boiling a frog in warm water is the kingly way. With a dark face, Uchiha Madara also realized that he had asked a stupid question. After all, their enemies are not only the 5 major ninja villages, but also the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and the 6-Path Sage brothers hidden in the dark, and even the powerful Otsutsuki clan in the universe who will come at any time. Compared with those existences, the 5 major ninja villages in the current ninja world are just small shrimps, and they are not even qualified to be their enemies. Without saying anything, Uchiha Madara got up and left, intending to continue practicing and restore his strength to the peak state as soon as possible. Restore your grandmother's youth, extend her life, and improve her strength after returning. Watching Uchiha Madara's departure, Shimura Danzo suddenly made a strange request after a while. Giving a puzzled look, Shimura Xianding didn't understand why his old father suddenly mentioned his grandmother. He didn't have a deep impression of that grandmother. She had been living in seclusion, not even caring about her grandson, and even seemed to have conflicts with the family. 319. Chapter 318 Find a Companion for Ban. Before the establishment of Konoha, our Shimura family had cooperated with Uchiha several times. Your grandmother was one of the candidates for cooperation and was saved by Uchiha Madara once during a mission. The family even proposed to use your grandmother to marry Uchiha, and the object of the marriage was Uchiha Madara, but it didn't work out due to some changes. Briefly explaining the things of the previous generation, Shimura Danzo would not think that a master-disciple bond alone could tie Uchiha Madara to the chariot of their Shimura family. At least there must be a marriage and a love bond. Hero saves beauty? In other words, Grandma is at odds with the family because the thing that happened back then didn't work out? Grandma is in love with Uchiha Madara, or is she in love with him? His expression became subtle, and the gossip fire in Shimura Gento's heart was also burning. He really didn't expect that his grandma had such a relationship with Uchiha Madara. But think about it, it makes sense. In the Warring States period, Uchiha was the top wealthy family and was proficient in fire escape, while the Shimura family was proficient in wind escape, and had the capital to cling to thighs. I believe that the Uchiha family will definitely not mind having another hardcore ally proficient in wind escape to cooperate with themselves, just like the cooperation between the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. So it is normal for the two families to have the idea of a Euro marriage, but it's a pity that it didn't work out. But what does the old father mean by mentioning this? Do you want to use grandma to continue the marriage with Uchiha Madara? Although you are the dark of ninja, and doing everything you can is basic, but this is too crazy. Aren't you afraid that grandpa will come out of the grave to seek revenge? Unrequited love. He spoke indifferently. As the head of the Shimura family, Shimura Danzo knew the secrets of the previous generation very well, and he didn't mind finding a companion for his mother. It's not a big problem. After all, it's easy for a man to chase a woman, and it's easy for a woman to chase a man. As long as grandma regains her youth and is proactive enough, she should be able to win over the master. If it doesn't work, she can be drugged. But with the master's arrogant temperament, I'm afraid he won't accept a married woman. Seeing his father's firm attitude, Shimura Xianding didn't care anymore. Anyway, his grandfather had died a long time ago, and grandma had been a widow for more than 20 years. It was normal to find a companion to live with. But Uchiha Madara was very proud, and he probably wouldn't accept a married woman, and a woman with children and grandchildren. Your grandmother is still a virgin now. Still maintaining that aloof male god style, but the words he said made Shimura Xianding extremely terrified. Grandma is a virgin, then you, father. This topic is too scary. Since grandma is a virgin, then where did you come from? Did you come from a stone like Monkey King? Or did grandpa cheat on you? Mother was obsessed with Uchiha Madara to the extreme, and she was also very strong-willed. She used a kunao to cut your grandfather on the night of her wedding. Afterwards, because of his good qualifications and the death of his parents, your father was adopted by your grandfather. In terms of blood, he is not from the original clan leader. Speaking of the past, Shimura Danzo was actually very grateful to the adoptive mother. His biological parents died in battle one after another. Although he had good qualifications, he could never get involved in the position of clan leader. It was the adoptive mother who ruthlessly cut off the possibility of his adoptive father's fertility with a kunao, which gave him the opportunity. Hiss. Taking a breath of cold air, Shimura Xianding once again realized the horror of women. Women are generally gentle and kind, but men have to stand aside when they are really cruel. Grandpa must have used some dishonorable means on grandma back then, right? Thinking back on the few impressions he had of that grandma, he felt that she shouldn't be such an extreme person, and there must be something he didn't know. The failure of the family's cooperation with Uchiha back then was also due to your grandfather. Shimura Danzo said it briefly. After all, those were dishonorable things, and it would be bad to talk too much about them, but Shimura Gentoi understood it in seconds, and even imagined a 108-episode bloody emotional drama. If that's the case, it's easy to deal with. With a confident smile, Shimura Gentoi said, "Father, go back and clean up grandma's chakra bloodline first, and turn it into cultivating immortal energy. I will help her restore her youth when I go back." He also agreed with this matter. Although he felt a little sorry for the cheap grandpa who had passed away, it was all for the family. I believe that the cheap grandpa would definitely agree if he knew about it. At most, he would go back and get a set of the front pages of those pornographic masterpieces and burn them for grandpa. I have already done all this, and I also sent your pornographic masterpieces to her for her to study. Shimura Danzo has been planning Uchiha Madara for a long time. And from the experience of Senju Hashirama, you can't use force to deal with Uchiha Madara, you have to use soft tactics. Senju Hashirama relied on gay love to trap Uchiha Madara, so they used love, family affection and lust to trap him again, and tied him firmly to the chariot of their Shimura family. Looking at the old father in front of him speechlessly, Shimura Xianding could only sigh that the old ones are still the best. You should return to Konoha as soon as possible. The attack on the Hidden Cloud village must have been investigated by other ninja villages. The people in the village will definitely take action. Sister Keiko and the few people left in the family may not be able to suppress it alone. Thinking of the post-war impact of the last attack by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but feel a little worried about his fiancée copyright. Don't think of Keiko as weak. During the time you were away, she has improved a lot. She has cultivated all 4 attributes to the level of escape techniques. However, I really have to go back as soon as possible. It's time for Keiko to calm down and turn to cultivating immortal energy. After agreeing to this, Shimura Danzo has always been very satisfied with his daughter-in-law. Although she has a congenital heart disease and it is difficult to break through to the quasi-shadow level, with the practice of the body-strengthening secret technique, the congenital heart disease has long been healed, enough to completely release her 4 attribute talents. Even before coming here, he had forcibly raised the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang to the level of Yang escape and Yin escape, becoming a strong man of the level of positive shadow. This is the confidence that he dared to hand over the family to him to manage. And just as Shimura Gentoi expected, Konoha investigated through various means, and some people in the Hidden Cloud village deliberately revealed the details of the destruction of the Hidden Cloud village. Then all the ninja forces could not sit still, and the most panicked among them were the 2 great clans of Uchiha and Senju. One of them abandoned Uchiha Madara, and the other was even the enemy of Uchiha Madara. Now he heard that Uchiha Madara was alive. Uchiha Yunyi, the current head of the Uchiha clan, came to the secret room under the family shrine as soon as possible and observed it carefully. That man is not dead. Finally, his eyes fell on the ancestral stone tablet. After finding a trace of being moved and restored, Uchiha Yunyi seemed to be hollowed out and knelt on the ground all of a sudden. This secret room is an important secret place for the Uchiha family to hold clan meetings. Only the clan leaders of all generations know how to open the entrance seal. Without the method of opening, outsiders will never be able to sneak in. Now the ancestral stone tablet shows signs of being moved. Needless to say, Uchiha Madara must have come back. Did the first generation lady really leave Konoha to chase Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Fugaku, who followed, was also very flustered. After all, that was Uchiha Madara. Father, isn't it a good thing that the ancestor is alive? Uchiha Mikoto was puzzled by her father's loss of composure. It should be a good thing for them, the ancestor, to be alive. You don't understand. What happened back then was not as simple as you thought. The second generation misled me. Shaking his head, Uchiha Yunyi was full of regret at this moment. They were all fooled by the second generation of Hokage, but it was too late to regret it now. Stop asking. Seeing that his fiancée copyright was about to ask more, Uchiha Fugaku spoke to stop her. In the past 2 years, he has learned a lot of secrets from his father-in-law Uchiha Eniki. When Uchiha Madara mentioned that he wanted to lead the family out of Konoha and seek a peaceful path, most of the family members were originally interested. After all, the blood feud between the family and the Senju side could not be resolved at all. The fact that the clan leader and Senju Hashirama joined forces made many clan members dissatisfied, especially after Senju Hashirama became the first-generation Hokage, which made the clan members even more angry. When Uchiha Madara mentioned that he wanted to lead the family out of Konoha, many people responded immediately. However, it seemed that the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama secretly contacted and negotiated with some clan leaders, which made them Uchiha reject the proposal to follow Uchiha Madara out of Konoha at that time, and even jointly deprived Uchiha Madara of the position of clan leader. It was a struggle for power conspiracy, and many things were not allowed to be seen in the light. Misaka, we need more Shimura secrets to make the family stronger, and even quickly cultivate a strong man who can rival Uchiha Madara. Turning around suddenly, Uchiha Yunyi tightly grasped his daughter's delicate shoulders. Whether they can survive this test depends on the ability of this daughter. I know. Looking at her father's hopeful look, Uchiha Misaka couldn't bear to refuse, but she felt uncomfortable when she thought about contacting that pervert again. But for the family, for her father, and for brother Fugaku, this is the only way. At the same time, in the Senju clan's territory on the other side, Senju Orange Water also brought several clan elders to Uzumaki Mido, who was eating a perverted spicy version of the fat lamb hot pot. "Ban, that guy really got the power of Hashirama." After seeing the intelligence scroll handed over by his nephew, Uzumaki Mido was not surprised that Uchihamadara performed the fairy technique and the wooden man technique in the hidden cloud village. "Did Uchihamadara really return to Konoha last time?" asked in a deep voice. Senju Orange Water and several Senju elders also knew the seriousness of the problem. The only one who could fight against Uchihamadara in the ninja world was the uncle Senju Hashirama, but the uncle had long passed away. Without the uncle, the Senju could not compete with Uchihamadara at all. Not to mention that the opponent also obtained the uncle's wood escape power and fairy power, becoming more powerful. Even if the uncle is resurrected, he may not be able to beat the current Uchihamadara. "You don't need to worry. Don't worry about these. Uchihamadara has no plans to attack Konoha for the time being. Your most important task is to deal with the next Ninja World War." Carelessly throwing the intelligence scroll back to his nephew, Uzumaki Mido continued to eat the fat lamb hot pot. The lamb is cut very thin, and it can't be cooked for too long, otherwise the taste will be much worse. And, Uchihamadara has a close relationship with Shimura Gentoi in the hidden cloud village, we have to be on guard. With a worried look on his face, Senju Orange Water's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he was more afraid of the Shimura family. The intelligence not only recorded that Uchihamadara had a close relationship with Shimura Gentoi, but also mentioned that Shimura Gentoi had a stronger power than when he dealt with the evil demon. "That kid can't be allowed to grow up. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't pay attention to the Shimura family, don't plot against the Shimura family, and don't be their enemy, otherwise I can't save you." The chopsticks in her hand paused. Uzumaki Mido glanced at the people opposite and gave a piece of advice. She knew very well how terrible the Shimura family's background was. The mysterious Zero Research Institute was even more amazing. The Raise Nan Jinden she was practicing was extremely mysterious and greatly improved her combat power. Even she could have such a big improvement after practicing for a few months, not to mention the Shimura family. They must have practiced the Raise Nan Jinden earlier and had stronger power. Not to mention that Shimura Danzo himself had reached the realm of Hashirama in the past. If Senju really wanted to go to war with the Shimura family, there would be no way, there is no chance of winning. Of course, she was just reminding them kindly. If these people really wanted to die, there was nothing she could do. Seeing her aunt's attitude, although Senju Orange Water was unwilling, she did not dare to continue to persuade her. However, the Shimura family must not continue to grow and develop in any case. 320. Chapter 319 is still my Azang. There are three major clans in Konoha. The Senju Uchiha clan is very nervous about the appearance of Uchihamadara and his close relationship with the Shimura family. Naturally, the Hyuga clan can hardly sit still. "Father, can our soft fist method, the 8 gates collapse, really restrain the 8 gates Dunjia?" Kneeling on the ground, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but ask, and began to doubt his own soft fist. There was no way not to doubt, mainly because the 8 gates of ninjutsu displayed by Shimura Gento was too strong. The last battle between master and apprentice with Senju Tsunade on the Hokage cliff made him suspicious. This time, the information obtained from the hidden cloud village showed that the guy's strength after opening the 8 gates of ninjutsu was even stronger. Even the enemy that the immortal art wooden man and Susanoo armor could not deal with was killed instantly by him. He was so strong that there was no friend. The general 8 gates of ninjutsu is not a problem. Even if the 8 gates of ninjutsu is formed by opening the death gate, our soft fist can restrain it. He replied expressionlessly. Hyuga Tokugawa was very confident in his own soft fist. Although it is unknown who created the 8 gates, it is popular in the Senju family. You must know that in order to practice the 8 gates, you must have a strong physical fitness, tough meridians, huge vitality, and extremely strong body self-healing ability. Only if the physical fitness and meridians are strong enough can withstand the explosion of the 8 gates. The huge vitality can be used to quickly squeeze out a huge amount of chakra, and the body's self-healing ability can ensure that there will not be too many hidden injuries when overloading the body, and there will be no disability or sudden death after the explosion of the 8 gates. These conditions are perfectly in line with the bloodline limit of the Senju family, so it is very popular in the Senju family. During the Warring States period, their Hyuga clan was once hostile to the Senju family, and they had eaten the 8 gates. In order to solve this problem, the 8-gate collapse strike was created to seal the 8 gates. It can instantly seal the opened 8 gates. Although the opened death gate cannot be closed, it can destroy the Death Gate, achieving the purpose of stopping the 8 gates. But the 8 gates of Shimura Gento's formation is very problematic. Although the burst of energy is not much, it can be perfectly controlled. The most important thing is that the boy is wearing a battle suit, and a part of the sealing crystal is integrated into the battle suit. Even the perspective ability of the white eyes can't see through it, and there is no way to perform the soft fist to seal the 8 gates. The two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi are not stupid, so they naturally heard the hidden meaning of their father's words, and their faces were extremely gloomy for a while. The soft fist of their Hyuga family can indeed be said to be the best in physical skills, but they really can't fight against Shimura Gento. Go and ask the elder to come over. After a moment of silence, Hyuga Tokugawa spoke, and only after his two sons left did he look at the moon in the night sky through the window. Is it you? Other forces all focused their attention on Shimura Gentoi and Uchiha Madara, but he was more concerned about the group that attacked the hidden cloud village. Suspended in the air, green chakra covering the whole body, huge stone statue puppets, these clues are too similar to the secrets passed down by the family patriarchs from generation to generation. Is that group of people preparing to intervene in the ninja world? Times have changed, and Hyuga must also change its mindset. Thinking back to his father's last words, Hyuga Tokugawa showed determination. Although his father had told him before his death that the secret treasure must not be activated unless the Hyuga clan was facing the crisis of extinction. Although there is no crisis of extinction yet, the ninja world has become more and more bizarre and dangerous, and the Hyuga must make changes. Not to mention the response plans of the 3 great clans of Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. On the other side of the Sarutobi clan, Mito-Kado-en, Yuditen Koharu, Akimichi Tofu and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a circle, and Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking. However, this time Yuditen Koharu did not object, Mito-Kado-en then he used wind escape ninjutsu again and again to ventilate the room. Hiruzen, it's time to make a decision. Finally, Koharu Yuditen couldn't help but speak. They had been sitting here for 3 hours, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a decision. You go and make preparations, contact the 4 shadows secretly, but don't act rashly. When Azang comes back this time, I will have a good talk with him. Putting down the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Although he trusted his good friend very much, Danzo and the Shimura family did go too far this time, and they actually had a secret contact with Uchiha Madara. You know, they are all disciples of the 1st and 2nd generations, and they are natural enemies of Uchiha Madara. Now Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara are mixed together, which is a betrayal to them. We are too weak. Midaman Yan, who had been silent all the time, spoke up, and the meaning was very clear. Their families needed stronger bodybuilding secrets to strengthen their strength, and they themselves also needed it. I will mention this to Ezo and ask him to lower his expectations of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke indifferently. At this stage, he did not dare to give the sea-level body strengthening secret technique he traded to Mito-Kado-en and the other 2. If he really did that, he would undoubtedly be slapping Shimura Danzo in the face. It is not appropriate to break up with Ezo now, at least before Ezo explicitly expresses his intention to betray them, otherwise everything will be irreparable. Qfeng, can you develop the male medical methods that Danzo's son used in the Hidden Mist village? Knowing that this is the limit of what Sarutobi Hiruzen can do, Yuditen Koharu did not force it, and turned to look at Akimichi Qfeng beside him. As a ninja clan that inherits medical ninjutsu, their Yuditen family can be considered to have a deep foundation, but they have not been able to research the male medical methods that Shimura Gento used in the Hidden Mist village during this period. You know, that kid made a lot of money in the Hidden Mist village using male medical methods, and she is jealous. This question made Akimichi Tofu, who was conservative and introverted, blush. If a man asked him this, he would not be embarrassed, but Yuditen Koharu was a woman. I am a woman and I am not shy, why are you, a grown man, blushing? Staring at him, Yuditen Koharu was speechless about this teammate who was the largest but the most introverted. Okay, Tofu is just like this. Later, you 2 families will work together to research this medical ninjutsu as soon as possible. Don't let that kid come back to the village to make money. Stopped Yuditen Koharu, who was about to say something, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also jealous of the money that Shimura Gentoi made in the Hidden Mist village. Not to mention going to the next village to make money like that kid, at least get the market here in Konoha. Master, the barrier team sensed Danzo's chakra with the help of the village's barrier, appearing 300 kilometers to the north, and is rapidly approaching the village. It is very fast and is estimated to arrive in the village in 40 minutes. At this time, a Sarutobi ninja appeared outside the room to report a piece of news, which shocked the 4 people in the room. The 3 of them, including Koharu Yuta, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in unison. Go and invite. Forget it, I will go to the Shimura family in person. I originally planned to ask someone to invite Shimura Danzo to come, but after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to visit him in person. The current Shimura Danzo is no longer the old Ezo. Signing Akimichi Tofu and the other 2 to wait for news here, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up to take a bath and change clothes. I just smoked too much cigarettes, and there was a smell of smoke on my body. I had to take a good bath and change clothes. Lying in the bath, while relaxing my body, I was thinking about what to say when I met Shimura Danzo later. At this time, the bathroom door was opened, and a beautiful woman walked in slowly. It was Bai Wako. Seeing her husband in deep thought, Bai Wako did not disturb him. She walked gently behind him and raised her hand to massage his temples to relax him further. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the chakra of his good friend appearing in the village. He stood up and dried his body with the help of his wife, put on a black robe, and walked slowly towards the Shimura family. The couple had an incomparable tacit understanding. They did not communicate a word throughout the whole process, but they could understand each other's intentions. The 3 of them, Koharu Yuta, were also silently watching Sarutobi Hiruzen walk towards the Shimura clan next door, and even other ninjas in the village were paying attention to this. There was no way. Uchihamadara's existence was too sensitive. They wanted to know what the Shimura family wanted to do and whether they really planned to betray Konoha. Shimura Danzo, who had just returned to the clan, sensed the chakra of his good friend approaching slowly. He gave instructions to the servants and then went to the pavilion next to the fish pond in the back to wait quietly. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a black robe, was brought by the servant. After the Shimura servant left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at his good friend beside him. After a long silence, he suddenly said something full of resentment, which almost made Shimura Danzo unable to maintain his own aloof male god style. Azang, you have grown taller. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was indeed very tall, definitely 1.88 meters, 1.5 heads taller than Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very unhappy. Azang was only 1.7 meters before, but now he has grown so much that he has to look up to talk to him. Yes, I have grown taller, but Hiruzen, you are still standing still. Looking deeply at his good friend who was only 1.63 meters tall, Shimura Danzo found a sense of superiority in height. Although he lagged behind his good friend by half a step and missed the position of Hokage, he was only half a step behind, and now he has surpassed his good friend in all aspects. Everything stems from my precious son. It doesn't matter that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have taught 3 cage level students. They are nothing but ants in front of my son Xianding. That person from the hidden cloud Villa Ghetto, you have anything to say about this matter? Hiruzen Sarutobi was very upset by his good friend's condescending look, and he decisively changed the subject. Trust me, don't ask so many questions. After replying with a full of gay words, Shimura Danzo still has deep feelings for this good friend. Some things don't need to be said, this is their tacit understanding. Hiruzen Sarutobi really didn't ask about this matter again, because he had seen a lot from Shimura Danzo's attitude. Azang was still his Azang. The next Ninja World War is extremely dangerous, with too many variables. I am not sure I can survive, and I may sacrifice like my teacher. At that time, please stabilize the situation and succeed the position of Hokage. We can't let the village built by our ancestors be destroyed in our hands. Speaking of another thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not very sure about the upcoming Ninja World War, mainly because there were too many serious problems in the ninja world recently. Let alone Uchihamadara who appeared again, just the mysterious people who attacked the hidden cloud village made him feel very difficult. Not to mention that the mysterious force that attacked the Iron Country Daimyo Mansion and took away countless chakra medals has not been found, and the Shimura secret technique has been passed on to other ninja villages, which will also add a lot of variables. It will be difficult to complete the original plan, and even if you are not careful, you may fall on the battlefield. You should find Jiraiya or Tsunade, they are more suitable. If I succeed the position of Hokage, it will make many people uneasy. Don't forget the teachings of the first generation teacher. It is not after becoming a Hokage that you can gain everyone's recognition, but you can become a Hokage after gaining everyone's recognition. Did Nayuro trademark T agree to this? Shimura Danzo had no interest in the position of Hokage at this moment. His ambition was no longer just the position of Hokage, but a bigger goal. 321. Chapter 320 Planning the Ninja Clan Euro Trademark S Foundation. Orochimaru was indeed wrong about the last Lulin incident. Seeing that his good friend did not Euro Trademark T mention Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke apologetically, and at the same time he was a little worried. If he really wanted to pass on the position of Hokage to his 3 disciples, he actually preferred Orochimaru, who was too similar to him in all aspects. Do you want the Sarutobi family to be exterminated? Glancing sideways, Shimura Danzo felt that this good friend might be a little confused, and he was so optimistic about Orochimaru. Orochimaru is indeed very similar to you in character, and he is also very skillful in doing things, but don't you know what kind of person you are? Now several of us are plotting to kill the Senju clan from which our teacher came. Do you want Orochimaru to do the same to the Sarutobi clan in the future? Or do you want the Sarutobi clan to give up all the power in their hands and live in seclusion after you step down? This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's body tremble, his expression changed, and he finally reacted. Yes, Orochimaru is too much like himself, which is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. Orochimaru doesn't have the support of his family, so he shouldn't go to that step. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to give up, but still liked Orochimaru very much, and didn't want to give up this disciple. Although there were 2 other disciples to choose from, Jiraiya's emotional intelligence was too low, and he didn't have any political skills. If he really took the position of Hokage, he would be killed by those ninja forces. Not to mention Tsunade, who was addicted to gambling. He was really afraid that after letting that girl take the position of Hokage, she would count all the wealth accumulated by Konoha the next day. The most important thing was that the girl was from the Senju clan. They had finally started planning for the Senju clan. How could they let the Senju clan produce another Hokage? So Orochimaru was the best choice. You don't know your disciple well enough. Orochimaru is not as simple as you think. After a simple reminder, Danzo Shimura said no more. He did not take Orochimaru seriously at first. After all, unless an individual's strength can reach the superstandard level of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, it will be just like that in front of the ninja clan. But his son spoke highly of Orochimaru and said frankly that Orochimaru was a genius in scientific research. Orochimaru must have something extraordinary to be evaluated by his own son, and he must be on guard against him. Falling into deep thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his best friend's temperament very well. If he said that, he must know something. Could it be that the disciple did something behind his back? I want all the chakra medals accumulated by your Sarutobi family. In exchange, you can get the perfect fire escape armor and fire escape chakra mode developed by our Shimura family. Suddenly he proposed a deal. Shimura Danzo had long coveted the chakra medals accumulated by the Sarutobi family. The foundation of every ninja clan is not bad, and they will do everything they can to compete for the strategic resources such as chakra medals. As long as they did not suffer a major disaster during the Warring States period, such as the Hotaki family, which was almost wiped out and now has a small population, they will normally have a lot of inventory. I'll give you 500 kilograms of chakra metal. The old man's eyes lit up, and after a little thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an amount of 500 kilograms, which was already 90% of the chakra metals accumulated by their Sarutobi family. Okay, but it can only be given to members of your family for cultivation. Nodding, Shimura Danzo didn't care much. One of their goals at this stage is to do everything they can to stockpile energy metals of various properties, in preparation for the fusion of perfect energy metals to create battlesuits. There is no other way, the Otsutsuki clan's seeking truth jade is too terrible, and only heavy gold can resist it a little. If you really use your body to resist it, you will definitely die. So the heavy gold battlesuit is very important, and it must be cast in large quantities, at least to make it available to everyone in the Shimura clan. A set of hands. When the time comes, the expensive battlesuit will be matched with the 8 gates, and even if the strong men of the universe Otsutsuki come, they will be able to fight. The two continued to discuss and exchange, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the family with the training scrolls of the fire release armor and the fire release chakra mode. This time he really gained a lot. He got the information that the 3rd generation Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village used a full 15 tons of Thunder Attribute Chakra Metal to exchange for the perfect Thunder Release Armor and Thunder Release Chakra Mode of the Shimura family. In comparison, he only used 500 kilograms of Chakra Metal this time and made a lot of money, almost for nothing. Obviously this is the friendship price given to him by Azang. Sure enough, Azang is still his Azang, and he has not changed. Of course, his nature is also different from that of the third generation Raikage. The third generation Raikage traded in the name of the Hidden Cloud Village. The perfect Thunder Release armor and Thunder Release Chakram mode he obtained can not only be practiced by himself, but also passed on to the entire Hidden Cloud Village. And this can only be practiced by his family members, which is very different. Rat. After his good friend left, Shimura Danzo looked at the water snake swimming from the pond outlet with disdain. He had sensed the infiltration of the water snake as early as when he sensed his good friend coming. Maybe that thing could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from his perception. He deliberately chose to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen here to create an opportunity for Orochimaru to eavesdrop, so as to alienate the relationship between his good friend and Orochimaru, and cut off the possibility of Orochimaru becoming Hokage. No one can live freely after offending his dark ninja. I never thought that the Sarutobi family also hid so much chakra metal. At this time, Shimura Keiko came to the pavilion and was shocked by the background of the Sarutobi family. Who would use money to buy chakra metal for a serious ninja? With a sneer, Shimura Danzo was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen could take out 500 kilograms of chakra metal. This is the real background of the ninja clan. Although the ninja clan was suppressed by the daimyo and the dignitaries in terms of wealth, they could not save much money, let alone buy enough chakra metal. Look at the White Fang of the Hotaki family. He had to sell everything to get a Thunder Attribute Chakra Ninja sword, which was really embarrassing. These days, if a ninja wants something, buying it with money is the least efficient and lowest level, and stealing or robbing is the normal operation. Using this illegal method, a lot of chakra metal can naturally be accumulated, and some ninja clans have even secretly discovered and mastered some small chakra veins. Don't a Euro trademark T think that the Senju clan had to take out so much chakra metal to build a set of battle clothes for Tsunade last time? In fact, it is nothing for the Senju clan. Ida Euro trademark S just that these chakra metals are war preparations, and they are not legitimate and not easy to see in the light. Basically, only the clan leaders of all generations can know how much of these accumulations are. Is the father-in-law going to trade with the ninja clans in the village? After a short sigh, Shimura Keiko asked about the next plan. The deal between the father-in-law and Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a whim, nor was it because of their gay relationship. It could only be that his little man had another plan. It's time to release the sea-level body strengthening secret technique. Nodding, Shimura Danzo knew that this kind of deal must be completed before World War II, and the chakra metal accumulated by the ninja forces for hundreds and thousands of years should be drained as much as possible. Otherwise, according to his son's plan, after the Second Ninja World War, the price of chakra metal would probably increase, and it would be a big loss to make a deal at that time. Moreover, in their plan, the ninja group should not have so much chakra metal in their hands. Why did the father-in-law trade the fire-style armor and fire-style chakra mode to the third Hokage? Seeing that the father-in-law only planned to release the sea-level body strengthening secret technique for trading, Shimura Keiko was puzzled. Even if the father-in-law and Sarutobi Hiruzen have a deep gay relationship, there is no need to trade the two secret techniques for free. It seems that you have completely adapted to your current identity. All relations with the Sarutobi family must be cut off. This is good for you, Dinger, the entire Shimura family and the Sarutobi family. Looking at his daughter-in-law with appreciation, his expression changed, and Shimura Danzo looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, and said faintly, Hiruzen and his men have made a lot of small moves recently, but at this stage, he is needed to stabilize the situation in the village. Although his friendship with his good friend remains the same, he understands that some things have changed and he must prepare for a rainy day. While his good friend has not completely changed, let him stabilize the situation in the village and buy time for the Shimura family's wretched development. Presumably, in order to show his sincerity, Sarutobi Hiruzen will help block the plans of those people in the village who are interested in targeting the Shimura family. Besides, his son has left many backdoors in those attribute armors and escape chakra modes. Even if outsiders learn these secrets and use them against them, it will be useless and they may even die in a rhythmic way. Tsunade has already transformed the meridians and acupoints in her body. Speaking of another thing, Shimura Keiko is quite troubled by it. The woman has been making a lot of noise recently. Even if she uses the curse seal to freeze her body, it is useless. She is making a lot of noise and it is difficult for her to practice with peace of mind. But the next Rei's Nan Jinden practice method cannot be passed directly to the other party, and they are not able to tailor that kind of exclusive version for her. It is not a good thing to continue like this. Let her go to the Hidden Rock village to wait for Dinger to come. After thinking about it, Shimura Danzo felt that he had to create an opportunity for Tsunade and his son to be alone together. Maybe he can hold his grandson next year. And these words made Shimura Keiko's hands tighten, and she felt that her position as the queen was threatened. Have faith in Dinger and yourself. Be careful, as long as you don't make mistakes, no one can shake your position. I will support you in this regard, so don't worry. Seeing his daughter-in-law's worries, Shimura Danzo comforted her with a smile, and then remembered his daughter-in-law's current strength and told her the decision in the Hidden Cloud village. Practice the chakra mode of wind, thunder, yin and yang as soon as possible. After completing the further tempering of the body, I will abolish the chakra bloodline for you and switch to the immortal power of Dinger. Keiko has proved her loyalty to the Shimura family over the years. She is a true member of the Shimura family and has completely cut off her relationship with the Sarutobi family. It's time to let her get in touch with some core secrets. Abolish chakra? Shocked, Shimura Keiko didn't understand her father-in-law's decision. She spent a huge price, even shortened her lifespan, and finally upgraded the 4 chakra attributes to the level of escape technique, and became a powerful person of the level of Zhengying. Now her father-in-law wants her to abolish the chakra that she cultivated with great effort. Are you kidding me? I and all the tribesmen will also abolish chakra and cultivate immortal energy in the future. Only those who truly cultivate immortal energy are our own people. And chakra is not as simple as you think. You will be exposed to these secrets in the future. After a pointed reminder, Shimura Danzo said no more and turned away. After rushing back from the Hidden Cloud village, I have to take a hot bath to relax. Finally, I got the recognition of my father-in-law and the little man. With a smile on her lips, Keiko Shimura knew she had made the right choice. She was very clear about her position in the Shimura family. Although she was the young lady of the Shimura family, she was born in the Sarutobi family after all. This was a congenital problem. Even though she had lived in the Shimura family since she was a child and even changed her surname to Shimura, the essence of this aspect still existed. She had always wanted to correct this shortcoming, so she ignored the Sarutobi family's secret visits to her several times before. After all, her biological father and mother had already sacrificed for the Sarutobi family. She did not owe the Sarutobi family anything, and she would sacrifice for herself in the future. Life, and the children of the future. Let alone the Shimura family's plan, things turned out just as Danzo had expected. In order to show his sincerity and his friendship with Ezo, Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the attacks of the major ninja clans on the Shimura family. Yuditen Koharu and others also tried their best to cooperate. After all, Shimura Danzo had lowered the transaction standards and allowed them to obtain sea-level body-strengthening secrets. In exchange, they naturally had to help block those people with ulterior motives. 322.